Hey man, this is Tommy Chung, and you're listening. And
Harry's drinking again.
What's cracking, y'all? It's Lil Kelpie from the 1503, aka Kelpie the P, aka call me whatever you want, just don't call me broke. And I'm fucking with the Harris's Drinking Again podcast, one of the first podcasts or platforms to put me on. Y'all better stay following them, watching them. Stay tuned for more shit. Big things happening in the future.
Harry's drinking again.
Yo. Back up in the building for another edition of the
Harry's drinking again
podcast. I'm your host, Harry Too Scary, aka Mr. Harris.
Harry's drinking again.
And tonight, we have another special guest up in the house. A gentleman that goes by the name of Hollywood Wade Williamson. He has a very interesting story, somewhat of a unique story. And the man hosts a podcast of his own, and the shit's popping. God damn it. Crimes and Entertainment. He's in the green room. We're going to bring him on right now and have a good conversation. Get to know him, his life, his works, and what drives him. We're going to see if he likes to drink. This is Harris's Drinking Again. Tonight's show unofficially sponsored by Negra Modelo. We're going Mexican tonight. Also got the Hornitos on deck with some limes and a little bit of salt. So that's what we doing tonight, baby. Hornitos and Negra Modelo. Up on the Harris's Drinking Again podcast. Brother Ray will be in the building later on. He's winding down his evening, getting his stuff situated. So I'm going to rock out with Wade. And then Brother Ray will be up in the building. Hope everybody had a great week. It's cracking out here in Salt Lake City. We got the NBA All-Star Game this weekend. I'll be downtown tomorrow night. Yes, I will. Suited and booted. Shout out to KOG as well. Fashion stylist galore. Took me out, piece together a couple items for me. Should be lit, man. So I'm super excited for this weekend. Everybody drink responsibly, of course. Wear your goddamn seatbelt and be nice to motherfuckers, all right? It's going to be busy out there. And I'm going to have a fucking blast. But you know what? Without further ado, we had to get started a few minutes early. I was going to come on. I was going to talk with the guests in the green room a little bit. But I say, you know what? He's ready. I'm ready. Let's make this real connection live and direct. And I'm very interested for tonight's show. This is going to be a great one, guys. It's going to be fantastic. So, without further ado, coming to the stage, the host of Crime and Entertainment YouTube channel and podcast, Hollywood Wade Williamson. Right. Keep the levels up there. How you doing tonight, my man?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, bro. Thanks for making this connection. I know we spoke a little bit last week, and I think I seen you on Brian Beeline's channel for like 5 minutes. I was coming in as you were going out. So
it might have been. I hopped on there with them boys a couple weeks back for a minute.
Glad to finally meet you, virtual face-to-face, and get to talk to you, man.
Yes, sir.
And man, you got an interesting ass story. I was doing my Googles, and I have your YouTube channel here. I'm going to share the screen throughout the show. And if there's anything specific you want the viewers to see, let me know and everything. Before we get into your actual story of the situation that you went into, go ahead and just tell us a little bit about what you have going on. This Crimes and Entertainment YouTube channel, and it's on all platforms, Spotify, Apple. It's everywhere. You just type in Hollywood Wade Williamson, the man pops up every goddamn where. you know, if you just give us a quick breakdown of that and maybe even how that got started for you, man. And
Well, I mean, it got started in the midst of my story, and like I said, we'll get into that a little bit later. But I mean, the brainchild of it was there was a situation that, like I said, we'll get into. But I was watching a true crime documentary, and this was around COVID. Obviously, everybody's at home watching shit on TV, you know. And it was a really interesting case. I think it was the Central Park Five. The movie come out, you know, When They See Us, and then I was watching a documentary, and one of the guys that was in there, I think it was the one that done the most time in prison. His name is Corey Wise. He was talking about a podcast he was on, and at this point in time, believe it or not, I didn't even listen to podcasts. I might catch a Joe Rogan here and there, but I wasn't a podcast listener. So I went and I checked that one out. And then, you know, that kind of led me into wrongful conviction podcast, then true crime. And then I was like, man, this shit's like really interesting. You go down a rabbit hole real quick. And so originally I was going to do a true crime podcast. Then after looking around, I kind of second guessed it because there's like 100 million true crime podcasts. And to do one good, I mean, they take a lot of work. It's not easy to do. To do it well, I mean, anybody can just do one and talk, but I mean, to get facts right and, you know, a lot of research, plus to get cases that ain't nobody heard of, a lot of times you got to like file for Freedom of Information Acts. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it if you're trying to really do it. Like if you just bullshit and want to have some fun, that's one thing. But if you're trying to do this to maybe at one point in time take it to the next level, there's a lot of work that goes in. So I tweaked it just a little bit, and instead of true crime, I was like, you know, I don't know if I just want to do crime. I might want to talk to, you know, actors or, you know, people that's done interesting stuff. So that's where that crime and entertainment come in, because I could do both. I could talk about true crime. I could talk, you know, with people from the entertainment business. I could talk with actors that played criminals or vice versa. And that's kind of the brainchild of it. My first actual interview was, if anybody's ever seen the movie A Bronx Tale, the kid in there that was the main character, Calogero, I interviewed the older version of him, Lilo Brancato, and he was in a bunch of movies, man. That was his first movie, so he's in there with Robert De Niro and Chaz Palminteri. Later on, I think he was in, I can't remember, what was the Hunt for Red October, not the Hunt for Red October, one of the movies with Denzel and Gene Hackman. Crimson Tide. Okay. So he's in there with Denzel and Gene Hackman, his second movie. Then he's in Renaissance Man. He was in Sopranos, and he's got a crazy story. You know, he pretty much was like the it kid in Hollywood, and then he got hooked on drugs and wound up breaking into a house. The guy he was with shot a off-duty cop. He done some time in Rikers Island, and that just kind of snowballed. And, you know, I interviewed J.D. Williams from The Wire, guys like Tommy Chong, Tom Sizemore, Larry Hankin, Gianni Russo, a lot of like actual mob guys that's been in the mob, you know, and most of them have either served their time or cooperated and are out now and doing different things. I've had on like former drug smugglers, former kingpins of certain areas. If anybody's ever seen the movie White Boy Rick.
Yeah.
Well, you remember the Curry brothers that they talked about in there?
Uh-huh.
They were the brothers that kind of ran Detroit there for a little bit. Johnny Curry was married to the mayor of Detroit's niece, Mayor Coleman. He was the first black mayor of Detroit.
Okay.
And Johnny was married to his niece. So he had a very inside track to, you know, all the upper echelon of Detroit. I had Johnny on the show. And he's doing his own thing now with podcasts, and he's got his own marijuana line. So a lot of interesting people, man. People that's, you know, counterfeited money, people that smuggled drugs. They weren't drug dealers. They just smuggled drugs. You know, all sorts of people. I had a guy on last night that was an expert on the Titanic, and we had a really cool conversation of a lot of stuff I don't know. So there's not really a genre I'm in. You know, I'm not boxed into any one thing. you'll find, I've got interviews with porn stars, all kind of stuff on my show. So there's something for everybody.
Yeah, I was looking. I think I'm gonna have we've had a couple of the same guests and everything, but one thing that caught your most recent one, this Bill Burns, you have a ufologist on your motherfucking show. I'm super into aliens and shit like that, so I'm gonna watch that interview.
He was on Alien Hunters, that show.
Okay, man, I'm listening to that interview because anytime someone speaks, I'm a conspiracy guy. I was just
me too.
Get that out the way. Like I'm fucking full blown tinfoil hat. So anything that down the rabbit hole is my cup of tea. And that's really cool that you're delving into all these different areas.
Well, and I'll go ahead and drop this on you too, because you'll probably like this. I got the very first true crime case that I ever did. Before I was doing video podcast, I was just doing audio. And it was a case called The Boys on the Tracks. And it's about these two kids in Mena, Arkansas, and they get run over by this train. Well, as more investigation takes place, come to find out they weren't run over by the train. They were beaten to death and put on the train. As the investigation needs up.
I remember that story, actually.
Yeah, as the investigation went deeper, what happened was they stumbled upon a drug drop in Arkansas. The people seen them. They found them, beat them, put them on the tracks to cover it up. The local chief of police was in on it. All this was also able to be done because the governor of Arkansas was allowing it. And you might know him. He went on to be the president of the United States. His name was Bill Clinton. Anybody that had any sort of information about this, that come forward with any sort of information, all wound up dying very mysterious deaths. Some of them with their head getting cut off, committing suicide by shooting herself like 4 times in the head. Right. We all know that's possible. That was the first case I ever covered. Well, I got hooked up with a guy that wrote a book called The Shadow Government. It's a long name, so I'm sorry if I don't know the whole name, but the basis of it is Shadow Government. And we got together and had a conversation, and I was like, man, that's the first show I ever done. I said, I ain't gonna lie, I was a little drunk, a little nervous. I said, I'd like to do it again and cover it a little bit better, like a little bit more thorough, now that I've kind of got my feet wet in this game. And we decided not to just do it there. So we done a Boys on the Tracks case. That ties into Barry Seal, which if you ever seen the movie American Made with Tom Cruise, he played Barry Seal, who was dropping the drugs through Arkansas. He had a whole drug setup there. Yeah. Then that's tying into the Clinton administration, JFK, on into the Oklahoma City bombing, 9/11. And then it's going to be about 10 episodes long. In the last episode, we're bringing in Freeway Ricky Ross to talk about the whole Iran-Contra deal, because he's right there in the middle of all that. That's going to be the very last episode. It's going to be like a 10-part series, probably coming out mid to late 2023 on my channel. Really?
Right in YouTube and on all platforms, just like a week by week kind of.
Yeah. Once we get it all set up, I don't want to do one episode and then another episode a month later. We're going to get them all set up. We're going to edit them up, do it right, put clips in there so people can, even if you're not familiar, you can follow along with it and kind of, get to know the faces instead of you just hearing us say their names. We're going to put some, photos in there, maybe some video clips of some news stuff. And it's going to be dope, man. It's going to take a little work, but by the time we put it out, it's going to be really cool. And I'll put them out in sequential order all the way up to the end.
That's awesome, man. Did you have any interest, like when you were younger at all, to be a detective or be a police officer or anything? Or is this just...
Hell no, definitely not no police officer. No, not really. I've always been a big movie watcher. I've always been intrigued by people that were, lived a not necessarily a life of crime, but just people that rode that line, good people that done bad shit, I guess you could say. I was fans of, The Sopranos, the Sons of Anarchy, the Shield TV shows. I was always into any mob movies. Documentaries. I was really into documentaries, and I was this person that, like, if there was a movie I liked, just say for instance, like the movie Blow. I remember I watched that movie like 6 times because I would watch it, then I would watch it with the documentary. I watched like the behind the scenes, then I would do it with like the commentary. So I'd do the commentary with the director and, somebody else. Then I'd watch commentary with, some other people that were involved in it. So I'd watch it 2 or 3 times just to hear. It always was interesting to me, the background of how stuff was made and, what they did here. So that kind of stuff always piqued my interest. So when I have guys on that's been in the middle of things like that, like for instance, when I had Tom Sizemore on, I'm sure most of your audience has probably seen that movie Heat. It's like one of the best bank robbery movies ever. And he said that all those guys were so trained with weapons that, they could break down weapons in their sleep. Like they had trains from actual like soldiers. And when they're doing that last big firefight at the end, when they're having the shootout in the middle of the street, Val Kilmer is like, brr, 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 and then he does a magazine change. And he said that magazine change was so on point that they would use that film while they were training Marines and how to change a magazine during a firefight.
Wow.
Yeah. So just little tidbits like that. Like, if you're a casual movie watcher, obviously you're just watching the scene and you're enthralled by the acting and the action, but just getting those little tidbits of information in the background has always been interesting to me.
Yeah. Excellent. And on your YouTube channel, I see you got about going on 4,000 subscribers. Are you currently monetized as well?
I am. Yes.
On your YouTube. How was that, process? What's the difference, say, like post monetization versus pre-monetization, and is there any kind of different thing that's going on with your actual work process? Or
no, the process was the same. Obviously, once you hit that monetization mark, some videos they'll throw ads in if they don't violate any standards. Like I'm sure you probably have this. A lot of times you have to run your video through a check to see if it violates anything. And just for the genre that I'm in, sometimes I get those. Yeah. So, I can't run ads on them, but, it took a little while. It took about a year and some change to get there. And the biggest info and I learned all this on the fly, and I'm not claiming to be an expert by any means, but what I felt helped was when I would interview people from like the TV show Sopranos. That was one of my favorite TV shows. And so everybody that I interviewed that had anything to do with it, I would join like Sopranos Facebook groups and I mean, the show's phenomenal, and it's got groups with, 200,000 people in it, some of them. Right. So I would share those videos in those groups. Okay. Same thing with the JD Williams with The Wire. I'd share that to the Wire groups, and then Oz, he was in Oz, so I'd share that to those groups. Any mob guys that I interviewed, share that to all the mob pages, which they are a shitload of. People love that stuff with the mob genre. So anything that I'd done, I would find a niche for it, and then I would share it in those groups. So instead of me just pumping it out to my 4,000 friends or whatever on my Facebook, it's getting in front of thousands of sets of eyes just by posting it in these groups. I joined like a bunch of Friends groups. So the TV show Friends, when I interviewed Larry Hankin, he only had like 4 or 5 episodes in the series, but he was pretty memorable because his role was just pretty memorable in there. So I would join those friend groups and put out clips where he was talking about that show Friends. Same thing with Breaking Bad. When he would mention Breaking Bad, I would join those groups. So anything that had like a high following, play a clip from that, that'll draw them in.
Okay. Yeah, that's some game right there, man. So if you see Harris Drinking Again posting some shit up in Seinfeld or something, I got it from Hollywood Wade,
Yeah,
because I'm on my way here. I started the channel January 6th of last year, and so I'm a year in. This is actually the 56th weekly show in a row. I just started doing live. Well, actually live came later, but I was filling it out the same way. I used to do a little music back in the day, and I have some local connections and stuff, and I would feature some local artists on the channel, put out a couple videos, and then I started to get the feel of it, and now we're in the swing of things, but I'm like, I just want to pick up the traction, and I'm always looking out, how do I get that 1K? I want that 1K, on YouTube with the 4,000 watch hours. So, it's been
Yeah, the 4,000 watch hours was what took me the most because, as I'm sure you know, so like you put out a video that's an hour long. Well, you'll get 4,000 views on it, but your watched hours are, is not reflecting that. So obviously they're not watching for the entire time. So I learned real quick to not really pay too much attention to the view marker because that doesn't necessarily translate over to the watched hours.
Yeah. There's a lot of variables, and always switching up the community guidelines and whatnot. And then how long did you go straight to Spotify? Did you start putting it out on all platforms instantly, or did that take you a little longer as well?
No, I started because I wasn't even planning on doing interviews. If you find Crime and Entertainment on Spotify, Apple, Stitcher, Amazon, Google Podcast, all those platforms, there's probably 6 or 7 episodes in the beginning that was not on YouTube because it was just me, and I actually started it with a buddy of mine. And so we covered Boys on the Tracks was the very first one. We covered the Poltergeist movie Curse, was our second episode. And we would just pick different things to cover, until the interviews got to rolling. And he told me that he didn't really want to commit full time to this. And he knew that I was, and he was just like, I'll help you till you can get established and start getting interviews. And to start with, I would have an interview, and then we would do a few in the middle. And then once it started picking up traction, there was interviews every week. And when in the beginning, you would hear me and him doing an intro, then it would just be me doing the interview. Then me and him would do an outro. And then finally he was just like, you know what? I think you got it. Go ahead and handle your business. And probably I'd say, I don't know, about episode 10, 15. It's just been me ever since then.
That's dope. Do you like working better that way as far as just solo?
I do. Don't get me wrong. It's fun to banter back and forth with somebody, but you don't have to work around somebody's schedule. I'm a busy motherfucker, man. I mean, I work usually 10 or 12 hours a day at my regular job. And then I come home and probably at least 2 or 3 interviews a week. So I schedule them around 7:30, 8 o'clock, do that. So sometimes I might not have a free hour to try to cut an intro until the weekend, so it's easier for me to be able to manage what I got to do because I know when I can fit it in. I don't have to work around somebody else's schedule. Because when you do that, then you have to push stuff off, and people are used to you dropping the episode Monday morning, then you got to drop it Tuesday morning. And one thing I've learned from this is people like consistency.
Yeah.
Especially if you get loyal listeners, if it's not dropping on, me, I don't really have a time, but I usually drop my episodes on Sundays, usually later in the afternoon. And I hate when I have to put it off to Mondays because I've had people message me like, hey, we're getting one this week. And I'm like, yeah, getting it tomorrow, like Super Bowl. I didn't put one out because I didn't figure nobody would be listening. Everybody's going to be watching the Super Bowl. So I put it out Monday. That was the Bill Burns episode.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still building up my formula here. Only thing I've committed to was going live every Thursday night. And then I've started to do some Zooms. You don't do the lives, or?
I've never done it.
Never done it. Yeah. For me, it's I always have to do a live now once I start, but I do pre-recorded Zoom interviews, but I find myself slacking on the editing on the back end. So then I'm sitting on this recorded interview that I did 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And, it's just myself over here, running everything. So I'm like, I like the live aspect, and sometimes I'll go back and then edit the live video down to something nicer. That's probably what I'll do with this one. I'll take our key points and everything, put together a 10-15 minute clip, repost it out just for extra content.
Yeah.
So that's dope, man. Before we get into your story, are you much of a drinker these days?
Mm-hmm.
You like to be drinking? What's your go-to alcohol of choice? What's your favorite spirit, man?
Red Stag, Jim Beam Red Stag.
Nice. Whiskey man.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have nothing against anything, but I am more of a whiskey guy.
Yeah.
Recently drank I'll go through phases, man. Jim Beam and Coke is one of my favorites, but then lately I've starting to drink tequila sunrises with that Casamigos. It's pretty good. And I'm not a heavy tequila drinker, but that's some pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Casamigos is fucking good. I went to Mexico last year, well, maybe 2 years ago now. Drank so much tequila that I came back and I drank whiskey for like a year. You know, just was so tired of the tequila. And I'm a bartender by trade. That's my day job.
Okay.
And I work in a really fancy whiskey bar. And so we're doing the fancy old fashions, the whole thing. So I really learned to appreciate the art of whiskey.
Mhm.
But I was in the liquor store today and I was like, man, let me get some tequila. Yeah. And so you're from you got a southern twang on you. You got
Yep.
You're out there in, was it South Carolina?
Yeah, South Carolina. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that where you're born and raised from, or?
Yeah, I was born in a town called Darlington. Really not much there that anybody would know, except if they follow NASCAR. They do have a NASCAR track there, but other than that, it's a very small town. That track is just kind of right there in the middle of, I wouldn't say necessarily rural, but definitely country. And that's really all it's known for. Nightlife around there. People would have to go to an area called Florence, South Carolina, to get their nightlife in. And I grew up there and lived there until I was 19. I'll say about 21. And then I moved to Charleston, and I've lived here ever since.
All right, Charleston. And is that where the school is located, in Charleston, or the Gamecocks, or where?
That's in Columbia.
Columbia. Okay.
Yeah.
Columbia and Charleston. Okay.
Yeah. So not far. I'm about an hour and a half from Columbia.
Okay. You a big sports fan?
I love it. Yeah. Football, especially. Not too much. I watch other stuff here and there, but football is my thing.
Yeah. I assume being from that state, football. Being on the West Coast from Nevada, I'm a huge North Carolina Tar Heel fan. That was my team. The '90s, Jordan, Vince Carter, all the guys. So it's natural. All my friends were Tar Heel fans.
Mm-hmm. See, I grew up with the basketball. My granddad was a huge Duke fan, so I've always been a Duke fan when it comes to college basketball. And then I pull for the Gamecocks and Clemson. Clemson more, but I root for the Gamecocks to do good, because that's always been a real good rivalry. And for the last, up until this year, 9 years, Clemson had just dominated that whole rivalry. So it's, it almost wasn't a rivalry anymore. It wasn't really fun because you just kind of knew what was going to happen. But this year, the Gamecocks shocked them and beat them in Death Valley, which was real surprising.
Yeah, that Clemson coming up the last few years. I know years back they were like horrible team. Now they're up there every year with the big boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had the year when they won the national championship with Deshaun Watson. They went twice, won, and then went back with Trevor Lawrence and won. They beat the brakes off Alabama. Yeah. Went back again with Lawrence, and that's when they lost to LSU. That was the team that was loaded, man. They had Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Jordan Jefferson. I mean, they were stacked, and they beat Clemson that year. It's been a little tough for them to try to find a replacement for Trevor, but they're still in the running every year. They're still up there, top 10, top 5, somewhere along in there.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. And so on your podcast, are you doing just a lot of remote? Have you do any live in studio, anything there?
No, I've never really done lives. When I started out, like the first one, I mean, it was a Zoom, like I said, with Lilo from A Bronx Tale. And that was just, like I said, me being new to this, I thought that's how everybody did it. I didn't even know you could do lives. And I was seeing people that done them. But, I mean, again, like I said, my schedule was just so wonky. A lot of people, when they do lives, they have a set thing, kind of like what you're doing. You go live on Thursday nights at, whatever time. And I don't ever know what my day is going to be like, man. I mean, I just walked in the door 30 minutes ago from football practice with my son. So it's hard for me to dedicate a set time to it. So, usually I set my interviews between 7:30, 8 o'clock, knock them out. And then, like you said, it is a little daunting sometimes to sit down and start that editing process. Some of them don't need editing. Like I just interviewed a guy that I actually had a writer on who wrote a story about him smuggling cocaine from our states to over in Australia. And he's actually out of jail now. So I had him on the show to give a little bit more detail about, everything that happened. So something like that don't need a lot of editing. When you got somebody on the show like Gianni Russo, you know, I'll throw some clips in there of The Godfather and other things that he's done. So just depending on who it is and what it is, you know, I like to throw a little bit of visuals in there for people that are watching along with the YouTubes.
Yeah, that's what I enjoy about the post editing. I just had Gianni on the channel as well. Go check that out. It's the last video on the channel. I just posted that. Incredible interview. Only an hour because I had to get another guest in right away, but I was fucking fascinated by his story. And it's like he was mentioning so many things that it's like I wanted to pull up the Pope. I wanted to pull every time he dropped a name, I wanted to give a visual, especially when he's bringing up names like Sam Giancana and, you know, all these old timers. I'm like, my young audience probably ain't gonna know these people. So I'm, you know, and then I'm almost done with it. I go back to listen to it and I'm like, oh, I want to throw this in there and I want to throw this in there. So it's just like time consuming, but you know, the reward that I get from doing this, man, you know, monetized, not monetized, I feel like I found a passion of mine to some degree. And I feel like this is something that I'll stick with it, whether there's a monetary gain or not. But I have a faith that through longevity and through enough learning and listening that I can, you know, make something out of myself for it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I tell people that, like, you know, what are you hoping to get out of it? And I'm like, well, obviously, I think anybody that does anything, you know, as a passion, you would hope to one day get paid for it. But even if I didn't, like, if I stopped this tomorrow, I've talked to some amazing people, had amazing conversations. As I said, Sopranos is one of my all-time favorite TV shows. I've talked to like 7 people from that show. People from shows, you know, like I said, Oz and Sons of Anarchy and guys like Tommy Chong, they're just legends. I mean, I watched those guys when I was kids, or, you know, Up in Smoke. And then guys that, you know, I've read books about, that they've made movies about. You know, like you said, Gianni was in The Godfather. He was Carlo from The Godfather, man. I mean, you know, how cool is that to say you interviewed somebody from what is arguably, you know, the greatest movie in history? Yeah. So it's just, like I said, if I quit all this tomorrow, then I'm satisfied, but I don't see myself quitting. I enjoy these conversations that I have with people. It was really out of the box, but that Titanic episode I done, I talked to that dude almost 2 hours. I was just fascinated with everything that he was telling me, like all the stories, the backstories. And, you know, I'm big on, like, you know, correlation to real life in the movie, what's dramatized, what ain't, and, you know, how true to form was stuff. And I mean, he was just a wealth of knowledge and information. And I mean, it was a really cool, real cool interview. And that'll be another one that I'm looking forward to. That one I'll look forward to editing.
Okay. Yeah, I believe, and then shout out to, there's so many people that, Steve sending me, is that Jim Bailey or is that Bill Willard?
Bill Willard. Yeah.
Bill Willard. Okay. Shout out to Bill. I got him coming on next Friday, man. And I'm super. Did you guys get into like the like conspiracy, like, as far as like the whole like JP Morgan and all that kind of?
Yeah. Yeah, I had to touch on that because there's been the conspiracy, you know, that it was swapped with the Olympus, and because after it got hit, so we touched on that, and he had some good points on why, you know, that didn't really make a whole lot of sense, and, you know, different. I won't spoil it for you, but I mean, there's certain things that they did on certain pieces of the ship that was, you know, an identifying marker, if you will, and so those are things that you can't necessarily fake. When it was built with this stamp, and then these stamps are still on the ship that's sitting at the bottom of the ocean. So,
man,
it's not quite as simple as like from back in the day, just switching the VINs on a car. You know, it's a lot more to it than that.
That's awesome, bro. I'm definitely excited for that one. All right, I feel that was a good rundown, a good assessment. You know, can we get into a little bit of the actual story? Do you consider it a claim to fame, or how should I, you know, not that we're celebrating the actual situation, but your situation?
I don't know if I classify it as claim to fame. I don't really know what you would classify it as. I guess just a cautionary tale, maybe. It could happen to you type story. Because if you look back through some of my interviews, you'll see an interview I did with a guy named Jeffrey Deskovic, who was convicted of rape and murder and spent 17 years in prison until he was exonerated by the Innocence Project because he didn't have anything to do with what they accused him of doing and what they found him guilty of doing. He wasn't even nowhere in the vicinity. If you look back a little bit further, there was a guy in there named Russ Faria that spent 3 years in jail for killing his wife, which they found out later that he had nothing to do with also. And I mentioned earlier, I was watching the movie When They See Us, which if anybody's familiar with that story, it was the 5 kids from New York that was convicted of raping the jogger. And come to find out, none of them had anything to do with it either. The guy that was already in jail heard about these kids being in jail for that, and thank goodness he copped to it, because had he not, who knows if some of those kids would have ever gotten out. So the premise behind all that is these were wrongful convictions. And I got, sucked into that rabbit hole because I myself found myself in a situation to where I was being accused and of, by law enforcement of something that I did not do. And I say that, to put a preference on it. They were accusing me and charged me with murder when my situation was clearly self-defense. And, to not get into a real, because I've told the story a few different times, and I've had it as long as 2.5 hours and as short as an hour, but to kind of compact it to where people can get the gist of it. I got in a real bad car accident in 2015. That was kind of what sparked the snowball effect that dragged on into this incident I'm talking about. I was like you say, heavy drinker. I was at a Myrtle Beach concert. It was like a 3-day concert up there. So a lot of drinking. I had my buddy that was an EMS guy come down and actually gave me a IV bag on Saturday, and kind of brought me back and, finished out the week. And so it was really a lot of partying, no sleep, go back home, was trying to, get everything ready for the next day to go to work, leave to go to work at 5 a.m., nod off on the road, flip about 8 times, 7-8 times, land upside down on another car. Very fortunate that I didn't get hurt worse than what I did. Really, it was just some back issues, unscathed as far as, I didn't even get a cut. My windows were heavily tinted, so all the windows were busted, but none of them like shattered on me. That's including the windshield. My windshield was tinted, so I think that helped in that regard. But it did mess my back up a little bit. That had me out of work for a little while. The job that I had at that particular time, once you're out a certain amount of time, you don't lose your job with the company, but you lose your position. So when I went back, I had to take something else, and I didn't really care for that particular position. So that kind of started a downward spiral. Fast forward a couple of years later, I happened to have the unfortunate opportunity to walk in on one of my friends who had just committed suicide. We were a couple of houses down, hanging out in the garage, hear the screaming. I had just left the area where him and his wife were at probably 20 minutes prior to this. And so we go down there, and I'm seeing this woman rolling around on the ground. I had no idea it was her. Once I was trying to figure out what was going on, I realized it was her. She'd said that her husband had just shot himself. We went in the house, me and the other guy, and cut the corner, and he's laying there in the kitchen, and he had shot himself. He had committed suicide. It was the worst thing I'd ever seen in my life. And me and this guy, I'm not going to say we were best friends. We had probably only known each other at this point in time, maybe 3 or 4 months, but I mean, super cool dude, very nice. We would hang out at our community pool. We would hang out in restaurants on the weekends, go to each other's houses. I mean, and seemingly had it all. Had a, wife, 2 kids, boy, girl, Mercedes, work truck, Harley, boat, golf cart, everything that you could say, all right, this is what a middle-aged man's life would be if you just wrote a book, everything that he had it all. But obviously there was some underlying factors that led to him doing that. So it was just a lot emotionally. And it led to me and my wife deciding to separate. My decision, because I was drinking a lot around this time. And so the deal we kind of come up with was, I said, if you decide to see someone, then I'm going to move back home. I let her stay here. and I left. Went to a house kind of around the corner. We live in a neighborhood. There's like houses every 2 feet. It's one of them communities cram packed full of people. So I moved like around the corner. We would speak and everything. It wasn't hatred, but it wasn't exactly getting along either. This was around like July, August. Come November, she told me she met someone. So then I moved back into, because I was just like, I'm gonna pay everything because this was kind of, I pushed for this, but now I don't want another dude coming on, my house, sitting on my TV watching ESPN and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no. And not to, I mean, that's a fast turnaround. That's too fast for me. Like, damn, July, and you already got somebody in November, baby.
Well, and I pushed that though. I told her, I was like, if you see somebody you want to do it, to me it was over. It was a lot of fighting. A lot of, it was to the point where I didn't think there was anything to salvage. So I put a lot of that on me. Like I told her, hey, if you find somebody to make you happy, go right ahead. I will not be mad. And then she told me, hey, I'm seeing somebody. And I don't think it would have been something that fast, but the way it was like, even if you're dating, I don't want him coming to my house, so I'm coming back. Then that kind of, I think, sped them up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Had I been like, I don't care, maybe they would have dated for a little while. Maybe they would have fizzled out, who knows? But when me coming back to the house, I think that kind of, sped the process up for them, which I didn't care. It didn't bother me. So this is November. I'm back in. We didn't speak through November. Towards the end of December, we started speaking to, and we're already filing for divorce. We've got proceedings in line. We're already making deals on what we're going to get, what she's going to get from my 401k. So like I said, not best of friends, but definitely amicable. And I'd say around the end of December, we're trying to figure out what we're going to do for, Christmas, as far as like, who's getting who around what time. So we kind of started like somewhat talking again, just, hey, how's things going with you? All right, how's things going, with your new guy? Is what it is. And so it was kind of like it was almost like we were friends again, so to speak. Wouldn't talk all the time, but text throughout the day, maybe have a short conversation here, but that was all there was to it. Well, through January, February, March, that would kind of progressively, it got a little bit more and more and more. And then around April, we started having serious talks about, hey, you think you want to try to give it one more shot? And we both was kind of to the agreement of, why don't we go ahead and go through with this divorce, get it done. Then we can actually date again, see if it's something that we want to really, commit to. And if we do, then we can get remarried. If we decide, hey, you know what, it's still not, we're not going to be able to work it out, we can just go our separate ways because the divorce is final.
Right.
So that was the plan. And Easter weekend, April, we go to her mom's house, kind of tell everybody the news down there. We're going to give it one more shot. Everybody's happy. We go to the beach, see her aunt, give her the news. So everybody's like excited, because we got kids and everybody was excited. We're going to give this one more shot. So we go home, and this was a Friday evening. And I tell her, I'm like, all right, well, she hadn't officially broke it off with the guy because we weren't sure what we were going to do. And I was like, well, now, since we're sure we're going to do this, I'm cutting off with everybody I'm talking to. You cut it off with everybody you're talking to. It's just, 100% us. And so she goes to give him the news Friday night, and he didn't feel well or something along those lines. He didn't stay up. He went to bed. Saturday, she gives him the news. He gets pissed. I don't exactly know what happened at that point in time. She told me that he got mad and he left, but he had to be coming back because he had left his dog there. He had a service dog. So I don't speak with her. This is probably like 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't speak with her again for a while after this. Fast forward to about, I'd say 10:30, 11 o'clock that night. I get a phone call from the guy that I told you that walked in that room where the suicide happened. The guy that walked in there with me. We're pretty close in proximity, our houses. And he calls me and tells me, hey, he said, Felicia, which is my wife's name. And the dude, he come by, he said, I went up to the truck He said, I could tell she was upset, and he was pretty, he had a real pissed look on his face. And I was like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, oh, we're looking for Chip. He's like, I got something I need to talk to him about. And so he was like, I knew something was wrong, so I got him to stay here. He said, so if you ride by here and see his car here, he's like, don't stop. I don't need anything with y'all two going on here at my house. And I'm like, well, I'm not even home right now, but, that's fine. Well, I found out later that what had actually happened was he was making her ride around the neighborhood to look for me. I didn't know this because she couldn't tell me, because once he came back, he smashed her phone. He smashed her phone, roughed her up, put some holes in the walls, and was forcing her to ride around and look for me. So all I knew at this time was that the guy was at, my buddy's house. He was trying to figure out what was going on and defuse the situation. He could tell by that, stop that my wife was visibly upset. So about, I'd say 12 o'clock, I get a phone call from my daughter. She had gotten off work. She had gotten home, and she told me, hey, Mom said to call you. And, she, at that point, my wife got on the phone. She's like, hey, she said, I couldn't call you. He broke my phone and I didn't have any other way to call you. She said, but he's down there with, Jamie. So that's where he's going to be for the night. I was like, okay. And she's like, he was making me ride around and look for you. But she said, I think everything's good now. He's going to stay down there. I'm like, all right, well, are y'all good? And she's like, yeah, we're good. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to go home. So I go home, and it happened to be the night there was a UFC fight, and I'm laying in bed watching this UFC fight. Most people that watch those on the East Coast, you don't even get to the main events till like 1 a.m. Right. Watched the main event. I remember making a post on Facebook. It was, I think Khabib was fighting somebody, and it was before Khabib and McGregor fought. I made a post. I said, I think McGregor would take this dude. And then probably like 10 minutes later, I get a text message from the guy, and he said, hey, are you up? And I said, yeah, I'm up. And he said, you care if I come by? And I knew what for, but he was like, I need to talk. He's like, I'm not feeling I'm getting 100% truth, from her, but I feel like you'll give it to me. He said, if you're more comfortable, we can meet down at your buddy's house. He said, I know that's your buddy. He said, if you think I'm trying to, set you up for anything, he said, we can meet down there. He said, I don't want to fight. He said, I don't want to argue. He said, I just want to talk man to man, and I feel like you'll be honest with me. And so I said, okay, that's fine. So I get in my car, I drive down there. And when I say drive down there, it's literally maybe 100 yards. So not very far. I could have walked, but it was cold, so I wasn't walking. Okay. So I drive down there, we go in, and basically we're in his garage. And basically what he wanted to know was, were we seeing each other prior to her telling him that we were going to get back together and give it another shot? And I mean, in the polite way, I told him, I'm like, well, to start with, that's my wife, so I don't really have to tell you anything. We're not divorced yet. That is still my wife. I was like, but to answer your question, no. Because I didn't want to piss him off and then send him back over there angry, and then they two go to fighting around my wife, son and daughter. So it was maybe a little heated. I would classify it as a little heated in the beginning, but then after that, it really kind of just leveled off. And as strangely as it was, with weird circumstances, it wound up being just 3 dudes in a kitchen or in a garage, just talking, just shooting the shit. Both of those guys were in the service. My friend was in the Coast Guard. That guy was in the Marines. So they were talking about that stuff. I mean, it really became just a shooting the shit style conversation by the end of it. Finally, my buddy goes, man, I'm getting tired. It's about that time. I'm going to shut it down. And he looks at the guy. He's like, hey, are you staying here or are you going, back over there? He said, I guess I'll go back over there. And he looked at me and he said, do you mind running me over there? I said, no, I don't mind. So we leave. The guy shuts the garage. He looks at me. He's like, you good? I said, yeah, I'm good. Like nothing was violent. Nothing was. No.
And you were dropping them back off of your wife. Wife.
She was staying basically in the same community, but like a neighborhood back. They were renting a place there. So that's where I was going to take him. So we get in the car and he's like, if I go over there, we're going to keep fighting. He said, don't you live like a couple houses down? And I said, yeah, it's like right down there. And he said, you care if we go to your house and hang out? And I was a little apprehensive, but I was like, nah, that's fine. Cause I was like, if I can, the better I can ease his tensions, then I don't think I have to worry about anything when he goes back over there. Cause he's got to go back over there at some point to get his shit and get out. So, I figure the best way to do it is to get him calm and relaxed. Because earlier in the night, apparently he wasn't. Especially when they were riding around after he just got the news, which I mean, I can kind of see that anybody gets that news really ain't going to take it well. So we go back, we pull in my driveway, and he starts telling me this story about this bracelet that he has. And the story consists of this guy that he was in service with that died. And he tells me that they're in combat together. The guy got shot in the head. He was doing what he could to save him, but apparently he didn't do it right. And he got kicked out of the army, whatever you call it, discharged or whatever. Well, I didn't find this out until later, but that story was only like partially true. He was never actually in combat. He was intelligence, and he gave the guy bad intel that led him into somewhere where he got shot in the head. Wow. So that was what happened. Now, still, I'm sure it affected him, because in this car, this dude is crying. Like, he's literally got tears. He's in the front seat of my car crying.
It's like 3 a.m. or something at this time.
It's 3:30-ish in the morning. Damn. And he's not, to me, he wasn't drunk. Like, I've been around a lot of drunk people in my day. People start slurring their words and just talking all crazy. He wasn't. But now, granted, I'd never hung around this guy. So, you probably know as well as I do. Some people can drink all night long, you not tell. Some people drink 2 beers and, they look like they've been drinking for hours. But to me, he seemed fine. And, so I'm like, damn, this is on his mind. He's crying. He's getting the boot, and, he's really got nowhere to go. So he really just like needs a friend almost to talk to. And so we get out of the car, we go in the house. We're in the house for another couple hours. We're looking at pictures on my wall. I'm telling him, all the shit I've done since me and her separated. I was like, man, I didn't want anything in this house to be the same. I painted, I changed carpet. I done, hung up pictures. I was like, I ain't never been one for artwork and shit on the wall, but I've done, redone the whole house, and, just shooting a breeze. And, we got on the subject of tattoos, and he was asking me about one of my son's moms. He's like, I heard her saying, something about she don't like tattoos or this, that, and other. He's like, she ever said anything to you? And I'm like, no, I'm covered at them. You can kind of see from this. I mean, I got them all over. And I pulled down my shirt to show him. I get on camera. So this one, everything's mirrored. And when I did, if you look right here, I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a zipper scar from open heart surgery. And he seen that. And so he was like, damn, what happened there? And I said, I had a open heart surgery in 2001, my senior year in high school. And he was like, damn. So he reaches down at the bottom of my shirt and he lifts it up to see like the full scar. And when he done this, I was carrying my gun, which I was a CW. I want to clear this up because people always say, well, why did you have a gun? I was a CWP holder. I had been for years, and years plural. Like, I didn't go get it the week before. The gun I had for years, probably 3 years. I've been pulled over with this weapon. The numbers run on this gun. So it's documented way before this happened that was the gun that I would carry. But when he pulled my shirt up, he had to see the gun on my hip. Like, there was no way he couldn't have seen it. But he looks at the scar, lets the shirt go back down, and he's like, man, bring it in, bro. Bring it in. You know how people, when they get a little, they'll do that bro hug type shit, bear hugging. And he kind of picked me up off the floor just a little bit, and then sat me back down. He's like, under different circumstances, he's like, you and I would have probably been great friends. And I was like, probably. I was like, you seem like a, cool dude. And he's like, where's your bathroom? So I point him to the bathroom. He goes, uses the bathroom. At this point in time, like, I haven't checked in with the wife in a while. Just because I didn't want him to think, I was doing it or trying to play him for any reason. So I just never really took my phone out. Once he was in the bathroom, I sent her a text. I was like, hey, just let you know we're good. We're at my house. Everything's cool. Sitting there on my stove, or like against my stove, just chilling. He comes around the corner and he goes to the bathroom. I'm assuming he pissed or whatever he did. Wasn't in there very long. Comes out and immediately comes straight up to me, left hand up under my throat like that. Lifts me like up, damn near onto the stove. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And he's like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what are you talking about? And I slide off the stove because it's like a glass top stove. So I was able to slide off. I go to slide off and he tries to come up with his right knee up against me. So I kind of twist my body in so that don't don't hit me in the side. And then I tell him, I'm like, dude, if you don't get off me, I'm gonna fucking shoot you. I told him that, and we're locked up. He's trying to push me back into the corner, and I'm looking at his eyes, and his eyes are like fucking gray, like it's not even a color.
He got possessed, or some quick shit happened in the bathroom.
Yeah, that's what it is. And later on, I kind of started replaying everything that happened in my head, and I'm like, why did he pick me up? Like, it didn't really make any sense. And the more I got to thinking about it, I was like, I think all along he knew he was going to do it. I think he done that to see, can I fucking pick this guy up? Can I fucking sling him around? Can I have my way with him? Right. I think that was the thought process. He went in the bathroom, whatever he may or may not have done in there, I don't know, psyched himself up, come out, bam, let's go.
Okay.
So when he's got me up and I tell him I'm going to shoot him, he cocks back, he's coming across, fucking fist swinging, and I lift my chin up just a little bit, and he clips me. He don't full contact on the cheek, he just kind of clips the chin. So in doing so, his right hand's coming over the top of his left. So he breaks the hold because it's going that way. So he kind of stumbles over, and then he's already coming back, like he's already fucking, back toward me, like heading at me like linebacker style. And I took about as much step back as I could, drew out, and I shot. At the time, adrenaline pumping, heart racing. I thought it was twice. Turns out later it was 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. He goes straight down. I'm fucking like, I've never had it. Like, and mind you, I've never been in trouble before in my life. The worst thing I've ever had is a speeding ticket. Never been in anything like this. I think I've been in like 3 fights my whole life. I'm not been that type of guy. I'm a drinker. I'm a partier. I like to make people laugh. That's who I am. Mm-hmm. So this happens, and I'm just like, holy fuck. So I immediately called 911, tell them I'm like, hey, and this was a big contention in the call because when the 911 call answered, I didn't really know like what to say to describe like what the situation was. So when she says, 911, what's your emergency? I said, I had a friend of mine in my house. We were getting along. He came at me. He hit me. Wasn't going to stop. I didn't have any choice. I had to shoot him. I'm paraphrasing that. It might not be word for word. But the key that people focused in on was I said I had a friend of mine in here. Now, the guy was not a friend of mine, but how do you fucking you tell a 911 operator, well, hold on, let me tell you this relationship. You can't fucking take 10 minutes to tell her what's going on and what this, what the situation is. I'm trying to help get an ambulance there to save this guy. Right. So that was a thing that was brought up, like, oh, he's lying. They weren't friends. Well, no shit. I'm trying to figure out a way to get him here fast. I don't have to explain.
And he was still alive after the shots a little bit, like.
A little bit. I think they've got a name for it. I think it's called like a death rattle or something like that. There was no words after it was done. There was no words spoke. So I'm on the phone with 911. And she tells me to, go get a towel. And she's asking me if he's breathing. And I said, yes, he's breathing. She tells me to go get a towel. She said, can you place it on the wounds? So I pull up his shirt and I only see 2 entrance wounds. And now these were not like hollow point rounds. They were regular full metal jackets. So 2 of them went through. 1 of them stayed in. Well, when I pulled up the shirt, I guess I just didn't pull it up high enough. I only see the 2 entrance wounds. So I lay the towel there. I wait for the cops to get there. They come in, they make me, disarm the weapon, take the clip out, come outside, hands up. I do that. He's like, I'm putting the cuffs on you. He's like, you're not under arrest, but I got to see, I got to assess the situation, but I am putting you in handcuffs. I'm like, all right, is what it is. I'm not worried that I'm going to be in trouble. I'm not worried that I'm going to go to jail. I haven't done anything wrong. I protected myself from my own house. That's all I've done. Not at any point in this time did I think I'm fucked. That never entered my mind because there was all the evidence was there. It happened just like I said it did. I didn't have to lie. I didn't have to cover anything up. I didn't have to move anything. I didn't have to fabricate anything. Everything was there. It was the truth. And so I'm sitting in the car. More officers start coming. And by this time, it's like 6:30 in the fucking morning. Yeah. So day's breaking. Everybody's like getting up, going to church. It's a Sunday morning. People are starting to circulate the whole fucking block. is lined with cop cars. Cop cars. Now you got an ambulance out there. Now you got the SUVs from the county is out there. I mean, it's lights, everywhere. And people are riding by. They see me in the back of the cop car. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. People are mouthing like, "Are you good?" My neighbors like coming out, at the window. Police is telling them to get back. Don't talk to me. And I really don't know what's going on at this point. Finally, a lady comes over there and she starts reading me my rights. And, she reads me into Miranda's and, having read these rights to you, is there anything you want to answer? We answer any questions. I'm like, no, not without a lawyer. Because at this point, if I'm arrested, I'm like, I'm not talking. I got to get a lawyer. So then she goes away. Again, I don't hear nothing from nobody. It's like an hour and some change. I'm in this car. Finally, I motioned to one of the guys because they're all in the yard. It's everybody. There's probably 15 people around the yard. And the guy comes over there and I'm like, "Man, I got to use the bathroom." And he's like, "You don't have to hold it." And I'm like, "No, that's not an option, bro. Like, it's about to happen. It can happen in this car. You can let me in the house. I can go in the yard. Like, but I got to go. Like, it's, we talking seconds. I can't hold it any longer." So they let me out and they said, "This is your house." And I said, "Yes, I live here. This is my house." So we go in, they let me use the bathroom. They say, "Take us to where your room is." So we go upstairs. They made me take off all my clothes down to, I think, my boxers. So they take my pants, my shirt, my boots. Obviously they took the weapon, but they took all my clothes and they bagged all that up, told me to change. And I'm thinking I'm going to jail. So I'm trying to put on winterized shits because they keep it cold as hell in there.
Long johns and shit.
Yeah. I'm putting on like sweaters and, long sleeve shirts. And we go out and I'm thinking I've got to get back in the car. And he's like, "Is there somewhere you can go till we can finish this investigation?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "I can, hell, half my neighborhood's sitting outside. I can just hop on a golf cart with one of them and ride to their house." So I told him where I was going. And so at this point, I really don't know what the hell's going on. Because the last time I talked to a cop, they tell me I'm under arrest. Then they tell me to give them my clothes. Now they're telling me to go somewhere else. So I'm just like, well, maybe they're kind of piecing together what I'm saying. And they're like, all right, maybe we understand what's going on. So I go over there, hang out for about an hour. One of the detectives comes over and he's like, "All right." He's like, "We're finished doing what we got to do there." He said, "When are you coming in to answer some questions?" And I'm like, "Well, when you need me to." And he's like, "Well, we'd like for you to today." And I was like, "I ain't talking to nobody without a lawyer." I was like, I'll answer your questions, but I got to, I'm doing it through a lawyer." And he said, "Well, who's your lawyer?" Well, at the time I was just using a divorce attorney. And he happened to know him because this guy was he did do some criminal law, but he used to be a cop. So they knew him. And he's like, "Well, we'll contact his office tomorrow morning, set up a time for you to come in." I'm like, "Okay." And I said, "So I'm free to go back home?" And he said, "Yeah." And I was like, "All right." I said, "What about like clean up, mess, anything?" And he's like, "That's not our problem." And I'm like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Yeah." He said, "That's not on us." He said, "That's your responsibility to clean up," which is actually true. So if something happens in your home, just say somebody gets shot or, you shoot yourself or whatever, like the police aren't cleaning that up. Whoever owns that home or whoever lives there or whoever, they have to get that clean, be it themselves or professional cleaners or whatever. So that was accurate. It was a little bit callous the way he delivered it, but that's accurate. So we go back home. By this time, my mom's already been notified. She's made her 2-hour trip down there from her home. She's actually outside when I get back. We go in the house and there was literally no blood. When I tell you no blood, I never seen blood anywhere, not on him. It's not like in the movies when somebody shoots somebody and the fucking wall gets splattered behind them. Didn't happen like that. Never seen a drop of blood this entire experience. When we got back on the floor, there was a little bit on the floor that looked like it may have been smeared, but I'm talking like that, that area. Got it up with 2 paper towels. End of story. Nothing. So I'm just like, well, I guess everything had to be internal. So a little bit later, I get the word that he was transported to a local hospital. He, did not survive. So at this point, I'm still not really sure what to make of this whole thing because I was arrested, then they let me go, and then they're telling me coming tomorrow. And so I didn't sleep any that night. Like my fucking adrenaline was still pumping. I don't think my heart stopped beating until probably the next morning. So Monday I go to my lawyer and I said, when are we going in? He's like, we're not going in. He's like, they're going to give us the questions. We're going to answer them and send them our answers. So they sent him a list of questions. I gave him the answers. We sent them back. This was Monday. Tuesday, didn't hear anything. Wednesday, get a phone call from a lawyer. And he's like, hey, I got some bad news. And if you're ever in the middle of a case, that's not the words you want to hear from your fucking lawyers. I got some bad news. So he's like, they're charging you with murder. And I'm like, why? And he's like, I don't know. They didn't tell me why. He's like, but they're charging you with murder. And he's like, the only thing I can figure is they're going to try to spin this as this was some sort of like triangle type thing. And you killed him to get your wife back. And I'm like, well, that wasn't needing to be done. We were getting back together anyway. Like that was common knowledge. Ask anybody, ask her people, my people. I was like, we were just on Facebook 2 days ago in Myrtle Beach. Like, you know, I don't need to do that. We're getting back together anyway. You know, that would be fucking stupid. I don't need to do that to get her back. And he's like, look, he said, I see what you're telling me. I said, I'm just telling you what they're doing. And he said, you got to turn yourself in tomorrow at 12 o'clock. And I'm just like, fuck. So I hang up the phone and just start calling buddies. And I'm just like, hey, who's the best guy to go to? And everybody comes up with the same name. Andy Savage. And I'd never needed an attorney for anything, especially anything like this. And so I leave a number. About an hour later, I get a call back. I kind of give them a brief overview of what's going on, tell them I'm like, hey, I'm supposed to turn myself in at like 12 o'clock tomorrow, but I'm trying to get you retained to get a hold on this. He said, be at my office at 7 o'clock in the morning. Go in there next morning, tell him everything that's going on. He's like, when are you supposed to turn yourself in? I was like, fucking like 4 hours from now, 12 o'clock. And he's like, hold on a minute. He makes a phone call. He gets it pushed back 2 days. He gets it pushed back to Friday, right off the bat. Just like
that's a savage move.
That is a savage. That's what a paid lawyer will do for you. Public defender's not doing that shit for you. Yeah. So I tell him everything that's going on. He doesn't understand it either. While we were in charge, he's like, if there's something you're not telling me, he's like, it'll get brought out. I'm like, bro, there's nothing I'm not telling you. I was like, I don't know where they're getting this from. I don't know what they thinking, whatever, So we put together a bunch of character letters. I think we got like 60 something together just in a couple of days. He actually got my surrender pushed all the way back till Sunday. So I didn't have to turn myself in till Sunday. So, and party's the wrong word, but we definitely had a get together. A lot of my family come down. Some people that I hadn't seen in a while, they come down. We cooked out at the house Saturday. Everybody ate. There was obviously tension because they all knew that I had to go turn myself in. But at the same time, it was just kind of nice having everybody there. And, we just enjoyed the night. And then the next morning I get up and it was kind of like that scene in the movie Goodfellas, when Henry Hill gets in the car and he tells him, he's like, all right, take me to jail. Yeah. When I seen it, I'm like, people don't get to go to jail like that. The cops come pick them up. Well, apparently I was wrong because you do. And I had to be, I think, at 12 o'clock on Sunday. So my mom drove me there. Me and my wife was in the back seat. My mom drove me to jail and we got out and, hugged everybody. And I went and got checked in. And because I wasn't sure if I was getting out. Because, murder is not something that you can get bond for all kind of way. You have to be seen by a certain court. A county magistrate can't give you bond on that. You have to see what's called a circuit court judge. Circuit court judges, at least where we're at, I'm not sure how it would work in your area, they rotate counties. So if the circuit court is not in your county that week, you have to stay there until it rolls around. Could be a month and a half. Luckily, circuit court was in my county that week. So I checked myself in Sunday evening. I already know I can't get bond. Yeah, go ahead.
And this is 7 days, the Sunday after?
7 days prior. Yeah. Or 7 days, 7 days after the incident. So I turn myself in, I get booked, fingerprinted, all that good stuff. There's this guy sitting there on the bench next to me. I could tell he's half drunk, he's like a biker dude. And, Brian, I've never been locked up before. I'm just going off what I've been told, what I've heard, what I've seen. Don't say shit, mind your business, just keep to yourself. So this guy's sitting there and he's like making small talk and he's like, a bench of shame, huh? And I said, yeah, I guess you could say that because we're sitting on this bench and like in the middle of the police station. So they book him. We go into the holding area, or like the drunk tank, I guess they call it. And, he's steady, just talking all kind. I'm like, yeah, I'm not really conversating, but I'm not being rude either, because I don't know what he's in there for. I know what I'm in there for, but he don't. So they come grab me, him, and this other little young kid, chain us up, go to the magistrate. Now I knew I had to go see the magistrate, but also knew that I couldn't do anything with him. So it was just a formality that they had to do. So they talked to the young kid first, and there's like you got a simple possession, PR bond, get out. And they go to the biker. I use your DUI third offense, then you can get out. Or second offense, excuse me. DUI second offense, you got to get a, lawyer, $10,000 PR bond, something along those lines. Then they get to me and say my name, and you're charged with murder and possession of weapon during a violent crime. This dude that was sitting next to me has been yapping this whole time on the bench. He kind of like does one of them numbers and then slides all the way to the other end of the bench. Like he don't want to fuck with me no more after that. Like he's not talking or nothing. So we get up, we go back to the room. He goes straight to where his stuff was, picks it up, walks to the other side of the room. And I'm like, well, I'm going to at least be quiet for a little bit now. He don't say nothing the rest of the time. So next morning, I'm going to bond, going to see the circuit court judge. So I'm prepared to do this. And, that's really where you're going to find out if you're going to get out, because they can easily deny you. So we go in there, and before we go in, it's like a room where everybody that's have court that day is. It's kind of like a holding room for court. So they walk you out of the cell, through the little walkway to get to the courthouse. It's like a dungeon, like fucking dark concrete walls. You're cuffed up. I mean, just really eerie. We get over there, and I'm in this room with all these other cats, and man, I'm listening to these dudes talk about like who they're going to kill, and one of them's getting transferred to Atlanta, and he's going to get so-and-so when he's up there, and he's making the state think he's going to testify against somebody, but he just wants to get transferred because they got better food. One of the guys in there saying like he's hoping that he can cut a plea deal because he set his sister on fire and he's facing 30 years. And I'm just sitting in this corner. I ain't saying shit. And I'm just like, holy fuck. Like these are some like fucking real dudes up in there.
Yeah. Real killers. Like,
yeah. I mean, the dude just set his sister on fire. I don't think he killed her, but he set her on fire. And so I'm sitting in there, and one of them looks over and he's like, you must be in here for family court. And I was just like, yeah, something like that. Still not saying what I ain't said shit. I ain't said nothing. Finally, I go in, and they bring me in, and dude, it was like the biggest courtroom I'd ever seen. Like mat flags, high ceilings, just something like you see off Law and Order, and I come walking in, I see my people in the, I don't say audience, but the area behind where everybody sits. Go to the lawyer, and they go to presenting their cases. They're the state saying why they should keep my ass in jail. My lawyer's saying why there's no reason to keep me in jail. He said obviously it's an isolated incident. He's not a danger to the community. He's had a job for 14 years, same employer, upstanding member of the community, got kids, yada yada yada. So it gets down to it. I feel good. And the judge goes, okay, I'll make she bangs her gavel. She said, I'll make my ruling and let you know. Never heard that in my life. I always thought it was bond approved, bond denied. And it kind of caught me off guard. So I looked at the lawyer, and I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And he said, I guess that means you'll let us know. So they're already dragging me out. Like they're dragging, you got to get the next one in there, next court case. And so I'm in there with the guy that's cuffing me back up. And I was like, so what does that mean she'll get back with me? I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. And he's like, yeah, he's like, sometimes they have to, weigh their decision and think about it. He's like, she'll probably get back to you in a week or two. And I'm like, a week or two? So, I mean, I was hoping not to be in there that long. So we go back. I let a couple hours go by, make a phone call. My wife says, hey, they give you bond, but the paperwork probably won't be processed until tomorrow. So you're going to have to do another night. I'm like, all right, well, ain't the bed, ain't the damn Hilton, but I can do it one more night if I got to. At least I know I'm getting out. So it's like a sigh of relief. Well, throughout the rest of this night, people are getting out still, even at like 9 o'clock at night. It's just that paperwork's got to process and go through a bunch of different channels. About 10:30, doors open. Williamson. I'm like, yes, sir, that's me. I'm getting out of here. I didn't think I was, but at the same reason, there was no reason for anybody to call my name, at least that I knew, unless I was getting out. So I hopped down like I'm, all right, fellas, see y'all, I'm out of here. We're transferring you to a C-Pod. I'm just like, whoa, now I'm supposed to be getting out of here tomorrow. That doesn't matter. He's like, you were the last one in, you know, whoever's in first, it runs through cycles. Then when you get new people in, whoever's been in there the longest gets put into a pod. I'm just like, geez. So they swap me out, get my orange jumpsuit, little cup, 3-in-1 shampoo, body wash, conditioner, roll of toilet paper, and off you go. So I go up in this room. They got like a downstairs tier and an upstairs tier. I go in the upstairs tier, trying to find a bed on the bottom. Of course, there's none. About all the bottom bunks are taken.
Was this a dorm style or was it cell?
Yeah, it was like when you walked in, it was basically like one big open room with a TV on the wall and like those big ass plastic chairs where nothing comes to a peak. Everything's round. Yeah. So it's like 15 of those chairs. And then you've got a door on the bottom, then a stairway, and a door at the top. And then when you go in these rooms, it's like just one big giant ass room with beds on both sides, bunk beds on both sides, and tables in the middle. So they're, you know, playing chess and checkers and cards and shit like that. So I went to the top one. Didn't really know which way to go. I just went to the top one for whatever reason. Walk all the way to the back. No bunks open. Coming back, I spot the guy that set his sister on fire. He's on the right side, and I'm just like, you know, anybody up there? And he's like, nah, man, you can have it. So I go up there and still just trying to collect my thoughts, you know, about everything that's going on. And I'm listening to a lot of these guys talk. And believe it or not, you know, a lot of them were talking like what they wanted to do when they get out, like starting a business. Because obviously you're getting out, you're probably in there for a felony, and they're talking about jobs you can do as a felon to still make decent money. So one of them was talking about landscaping, the other was talking about being a painter and, you know, different things. So it wasn't like the most horrible experience I'd ever been. It wasn't like, you know, people were getting stabbed and killed. I'm sure that happens in some areas, and, you know, but it wasn't really like that. And then so this guy come up to me and he's like, hey, you know how to work the shower, right? I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, but I was just like, yeah, I know. And he's like, all right, he said, do you need a job? I still didn't know what he was really talking about then, but I guess, you know, inmates have jobs in there. I was like, nah, I'm getting out tomorrow. And he's like, okay, well, I won't worry about giving you a job. And that was it. So I didn't really understand what he was talking about when he said, you know how to work the shower. Well, when I finally did go in there to shower, I guess, I don't know if you've ever been locked up, but the showers, when you press the button, you only have like 6 seconds of water before that thing comes back out and then it shuts off. So the guys in there figured out this little piece. You take like a piece of plastic from maybe a deodorant top or anything really. You can wedge it in there to where it don't come back out. So in the sense you have like a full shower running. I couldn't figure out how to work that damn thing to save my life. I found the plastic piece, but I couldn't get it to work. So I'm having to take showers in like fucking 5-second increments. You know? So finally, after like 45 minutes, I get clean, come back out, and it's still like I'm still just, it's uneasy. I mean, it's an uneasy feeling. I'm, you know, listening to these guys talk. Finally, I somewhat doze off and get some sleep. Next morning, thank God, I'm out of there. So I come home. I'm thinking at this point, I don't really know what's going to go on with my job because I know I'm not going to have to miss work, but also know that they know that I got charged. So I'm supposed to be at work like 2 days from then. I go to work. Hey, meet me over there at the main office. Go to the main office. We got to let you go. Heard about the charges. We got to let you go. I've been with this company for 14 years. It was a pretty big steel company. It was Nucor Steel. And the GM of the company, you know, kind of asked me what's going on, tell him what's going on. And he's like, you know, well, he said, I can't imagine what you're feeling. And I was like, well, goddamn, imagine getting fired on top of it. Like that don't help things. And he just kind of was like, you know, I'm sorry, I apologize. He's like, you know, we got to do this. It's for safety of our employees. I'm like, safety of your employees? Like I was in my own home, dude. I could see if I was at a bar or, you know, somewhere else and this happened, you got to take, I was like, I was in my own home. Like that's what people can do in their own home. They can protect themselves. So anyways, it was kind of a silver lining because as I met with this lawyer, he told me his fees, which were pretty substantial. And I didn't have the cash to do this. Well, when I got fired, that opened up the ability for me to go into my 401k. So in doing so, it pretty much wiped out everything I had in my 401k, but I was able to pay the lawyer in full, or at least most of it, you know, pay off a little debt and stuff that I had. So it kind of at least put the litigation stuff somewhat of a load off because he was paid in full to get started and do his job. So immediately I started looking for other work. I found this sign company that was hiring. And because it was in such close succession from me leaving Nucor, literally within like a week or two, they didn't run a background. He didn't ask me about my background. I just told him, I'm like, I'm trying to get in something where I don't work night shift anymore. And he's like, oh, I can understand that. He's like, you got kids? And I'm like, yeah, I got kids. So we do go through that. He offers me a job. Bam, I'm working. So I'm like, all right, cool. He didn't run the background. I don't think he would have run them anyway, but because there was other people there that had stuff on their record. But I didn't tell him. I did not offer them. And the reason why I didn't tell him is before I went to that job, I applied somewhere else. They offered me the job there. They run it through corporate. Corporate runs my background. They see that I've got a pending murder charge. They pull the offer. So I knew that anybody that ran backgrounds this is going to pull. So I didn't go to any major companies in my area because I knew that would have just, screwed me because they're going to see that and they're going to deny it. So this one worked out. So as far as court goes, we go back to court. This was like July. They have what's called a preliminary hearing. So my lawyer's very prepared, but at the preliminary hearing, it's not like a court hearing. You can only disclose reasons why you charged someone. You can't submit evidence. You can't, do a whole lot. It's very limited. It's strictly, why did you charge this man? So when the officer's on the stand, she said, well, we don't believe that he's in close proximity like he said he was because there was no blood on him. Well, we'll get into that a little bit later on why that really didn't make any sense. And it said, and he says he done life-saving measures, but there was no evidence of that because, again, he didn't have any blood on him. And then they started a little bit later talking about, my history and my past. And I said, well, he has no past history of violence. And they said, well, yeah, he does. He wasn't allowed at the school to pick up his son because of a outburst that he had at the school. And I'm just sitting there, my lawyer, and he looks at me. He's like, what is she talking about? I'm like, fuck if I know. I'm allowed to go to the school. I don't know what she's talking about. Come to find out, my wife worked at a school, and it was at a time where we were separated and we were arguing. A resource officer overheard this conversation, wasn't involved in the conversation. She overheard it. She goes and she fills out a report. The report said overheard a couple dispute, just as I guess maybe a warning or something along those lines of, hey, overheard this. If something happens, there's merit to it. If somebody shows up, maybe, starting some shit, there's merit to it. So just kind of maybe a be on the lookout type thing. I don't really know why she did it. My wife didn't even know she did it because she spelled her name wrong. So when the report actually got pulled, she had no idea it was even in there. Well, on the stand, the officer tried to make it seem like I wasn't allowed at the school to pick up my son. Never was the case. They interviewed the principal after this was over. The principal said, no. He said, I've never even really met the man. He's like, I've seen him at ball games. His daughter used to cheer here. He said, if anybody tells anybody they can't come to this school, it's me. You got to go through processes, paperwork. There's got to be stuff filed. He's like, there's a lot of steps to telling someone they can't come on this property. And he said, I've never had to deal with him like that. So she lied on the stand, trying to make me look bad. She lied a couple other times. She lied about 5 times that we could document that she lied on the stand. And the judge almost threw it out at the end. She even said, she said, there's not a lot here, meaning that their case was shit. She said, but given the situation, I'm going to bind it to trial, which means you're going to trial. So at this point we get out and my lawyer's like, okay. He said, what we do now is he's like, we immediately file for what's called a Duncan hearing or a self-defense hearing. So you say, hey, this guy was attacking me, said he was going to kill me. I had no choice. This was self-defense. If we win this, it's over. We don't go to trial. So that's our next step. So, the shooting happened in April. We have the preliminary hearing in June. We have nothing else in 2018. Nothing. Now, through this process, like I said, I'm working with a sign company. Working there, everything's going good. About 6 months in, they come to me. Oh, we got this big LED board. You used to work there, Nucor? I'm like, oh shit. I don't, they don't know. So I'm like, yeah, I used to work there. Sure enough, they go out there to install the sign, get to talking to somebody. Yeah, we got a guy that works with us. He used to work there. What's his name? Wade. Oh yeah, I remember Wade. How'd everything work out with that case? What case? Well, he had he killed a guy. So then everybody at that job knew, started spreading around. The owner never said anything to me. I think by that point he knew that I was a good employee. I wasn't like a troublemaker or anything like that. But I knew he knew, because whenever a job would come up to where we would have to go on like an army base or any sort of government base, he would never send me. And the reason is you had to pass a background check to be able to go onto these bases. And when those jobs come up, I was never picked to go. Any other job, I was picked to go. So I knew he knew, but he never said anything. So it was kind of like it was like anxiety every day going to work, wondering, is this the day he's going to be like, man, why didn't you tell me this? You try. And it was just, it damn near gave me an ulcer every day going to work, but nothing was ever said. And around COVID, they had slack work, basically cut a bunch of employees. And at that point I was out of work. That's kind of when the podcast started, because at this point in time, I'm really diving into like, damn, do people really go to jail for shit they didn't do? And that's kind of the lead in to the whole thing. I start listening to wrongful conviction cases and wrongful conviction podcasts. That leads me into the true crime. So the in the middle of all my ordeal is kind of the birth of the podcast, because when I'm out, I'm on house arrest. I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything, only very limited spots that I can go and do. So this become my outlet, my way to talk to people by not leaving the house. So it was kind of the way I would self-medicate, if you will.
Okay.
And it picked up. It started picking up steam, and it picked up to the steam to a point to where I was given the opportunity to go to New York and shoot some stuff in studio. Again, 2018, 3 months after this shooting, we never saw a courtroom. 2019 goes by. 2020 goes by. 2021 goes by. 2022, I asked to go to New York. They let me go.
And you're out on bond this whole time?
I'm out on bond this whole time.
Wow.
Working, never hearing anything. And one of the things that probably delayed was COVID, because they asked if they wanted to do like a virtual hearing. And my lawyer's like, no, I'm not doing anything virtual. That's not how I do things. I want a courtroom. So that probably played a small role in it. But, you're talking almost fucking half a decade, man. You can't get anything in. And the reason was there was nothing. So in the midst of all this, we hire a forensics investigator out of New York. He comes down, he lines up everything with like the lasers that you see off TV. One of the bullets that went through the guy goes through him. It hits the refrigerator door. It bounces and hit a wall. He done the lasers from the wall to the door to back to the corner, which would show him exactly where I was standing. It basically retraces the path of the bullet, puts me right in the corner, right where I said I was. The other one that went through actually went into a 24-pack of water that was beside the refrigerator. It went about halfway through the pack and landed in one of the bottles of water. The cops never found that. I found it. So I had to call them and tell them that they left a bullet behind at the scene and a bottle of water that they didn't even find. So he's putting all the stuff together. He basically creates a case that blows every reason they had out of the water. One of the things they said was, he wasn't in close proximity because he didn't have any blood on him. Well, he said, look, he's not going to have any blood. This guy was wearing 3 shirts. He had on like a t-shirt. Then he had on like another shirt over that. Then he had on like a long sleeve, not a hoodie, but like a long sleeve thin shirt with a hood on it. So it's 3 layers of clothes. If you shoot somebody, and even in somewhat close proximity, you got 3 layers of clothes. There's not going to be a lot of spatter back towards me. So that eliminated that. There wasn't going to be any, because it was damn near impossible for it to travel through. Sometimes you don't even get back spatter on, gun on skin contact, let alone going through 3 layers of clothes. They were saying that the bullet pass, didn't add up with it being, up close shot. Well, what it was, you got an entry point here and then an exit point lower out the back. So he was like, well, that doesn't line up with what he's saying. Well, it does when the guy's like this, when he's coming at you, because you're entering high, you're exiting low. And for some reason, they couldn't put that together. They couldn't make that make sense. Another thing was they said, well, he didn't do any life-saving measures like he said he did. The arriving body cam from the officer shows that there's a towel laying on the guy. So who put that there? There was nobody else in the house. He didn't go get it. I done it. And, I told them we were struggling around. They said, well, we didn't see any signs of a struggle. Again, they take the first officer's body cam footage. You see a knocked over shot glass on the floor in the kitchen. You see another knocked over glass on the side on the counter. So, obviously you see knocked over glasses everywhere. That's signs of a struggle. And it was basically just, he made a PowerPoint presentation blowing everything they had out of the water, but we sat on it. So 2022 comes, I think it's like July. I go to New York, come back. Everything's good. I got permission. I don't even have an ankle monitor on here now. I'm just on bond. I come back a little bit later on. I got to go back again. This is in September. So I have to ask permission every time, ask permission. And then finally my lawyer's like, look, this is getting a little ridiculous. We're going on 5 years. We got to put this to bed. And he said, I've got a proposition. He said, we can have a meeting. And he said, I'll show you everything that we have. He said, I'll give you our entire case. And he said, I feel like it'll be so strong that you don't even want to take this to trial. Which is, that's kind of the whole deal of people going to trial is you don't know everybody knows the same evidence, but you don't know how they're going to present it. That's the essence of a court trial. So the solicitor at this time, the solicitor had changed a few times throughout this case, but the solicitor during this time agrees. So I go to New York the second time, come back. We go there. We play the PowerPoint. They see it. They actually come to the house, to my house, in my kitchen. I show them how everything went down. They see the proximity, how close we are. It's a close quarters kitchen. It's not a lot of room in there. Guys damn near 6 foot. He stretched across the kitchen. There's not a lot of room. If you stand him up from the pictures, of the scene, if you stand him up, there's no possible way he can be farther than me. It's just not physically possible. And they see this. So I went away from that meeting feeling pretty good, but still there was about another month and a half, 2 months, didn't hear anything. Finally, November, I can't even tell you the exact date. Actually, October, the day before Halloween. Lawyer calls me. I'm at work, not really feeling good. I actually was diagnosed with the flu later on that day. He calls me and asks me how I'm doing. I'm like, I'm not feeling great. And he said, well, I got some news that's going to make you feel better. You are a free man. Case dismissed. Almost 5 years, never seen a courtroom.
Wow.
Case dismissed. Charges dropped.
Just like that. But all that stress and everything put on you.
All that stress, all that not being able to go to good jobs, getting fired from my job, getting, probably looking between getting out of jail, bond was like 15 grand, or securing the lawyer was like 50 grand, another 15 retainer. This forensics expert was not cheap. I'd say probably knocking on the door of $100,000 by the time it's all said and done. Then for them just to say, and don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that they said it, but to just drop it and the way that they did is kind of like, oh, my bad.
Right. You couldn't have done this years ago.
Yeah,
that's incredible. If we could pause right there, I'm going to bring my co-host on. He's ready to go. He's been listening for a few minutes. I have a couple more questions, and then then he's going to follow up, I'm sure, with some question of his own. And if you're cool to rock out with us another 30 minutes or so, I love this, man. I love your story.
Yeah.
Let me get him on here. Ladies and gentlemen, Brother Ray G. Not a big introduction needed. Co-host of the Harris Drink It Again podcast. Coming on with Hollywood Wade Williamson. Brother Ray G. My brother. From
What's good? Brother. What's good? What is good?
Meet Hollywood Wade Williamson. Up in the top right, my co-host, Brother Ray, bottom right. He's up in the building. I wanted to get to a place in the story there so we could. I know Ray's been listening in the background. and I'm sure he has a question. I want to know quickly. How was the whole like during this process? I'm sure you had your kids were younger during this time. How was the like the aura around the house and like how was the kids and how did the daily life continue under all this pressure, school
Well,
and teaching?
my daughter was actually a senior in high school, so not long after this happened, within a few months, she graduated. Now they gave me permission to go to the graduation, but that was it. Couldn't go out afterwards. Couldn't go get nothing to eat with it. Celebratory dinner. Couldn't do none of that. Had to go to the graduation, come home. And as I'm sitting there, obviously I'm ecstatic. She's graduating. She's walking across the stage, so it's emotional. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, all right, well, am I going to be able to be here when my son does this? Am I going to be in the cage? And, it's always in the back of your mind. So it's like you can't have a good feeling, a good moment, a good experience without immediately following it with the worst experience by saying, okay, well, damn, I got one birthday in. Am I going to be around for another one? I got one anniversary in. Am I going to be here for another one? It's always followed by, well, damn, am I going to be here for this? Am I going to be here for that? I miss funerals, birthday. I mean, just a ton of stuff that I missed because I couldn't go. And my son at the time was like around 8 years old. It didn't seem to bother him. I mean, I sat him down and I had a talk with him and told him everything that happened. I was like, basically, I mean, I didn't go into, very much detail, but I was just like, basically, the man tried to do something bad and I was, I had to protect myself. It was self-defense. And that's the story that he, goes by today. And even now we're still in the same neighborhood. We're still in the same house. So every year, new school year, new kids, somebody will ask him, oh, your dad's the guy that, shot somebody. And he's like, I shot him in self-defense. And that's his answer. Even now, 5 years later. So, I mean, it was there. You could tell it was there. It was tension, but I think we'd done a good job of ignoring it and not paying much attention to it as best we could. If anything come up in the case or any events or any dates that we had, we wouldn't really like tell the kids what's going on. We kept that kind of between me and my wife. If I had to go to court, there wasn't many times I had to, but I'm going for a job interview or something. You throw it off. You don't want to put that burden on them if you don't have to.
Yeah.
So you're a true believer of the Second Amendment.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah, me too. Me too. And when was listening to you, I just want to correct me if I'm wrong. The person went to your house.
Yeah. Well, we came together. It's not like he came and knocked on the door. We willingly went together. But there wasn't.
But it's your house.
Yes. You are correct.
So you're the legal owner of the house.
Absolutely, 100%.
And the weapon was in the house?
It was on me. It was my carry weapon.
It's your carry weapon. Okay. But yeah, I took a little, law in college. And if it's in your house,
that's castle law. That's castle.
One thing, I've had several situations. One situation years ago where I was at a house party. We're all drinking. It ended up late. Words were exchanged. There was a scuffle, a couple of, light punches, whatever. I was trying to get out of the house. My girlfriend was pregnant at the time. And, I'm just thinking, let's get the fuck out of here. I go to the street, another person's following me out into the street, hands behind their back, one hand, I don't know what they got. And he's like, and I'm like, nah, motherfucker, right here in the middle of the street. And he's like, nah, we ain't doing it out here. Come in my garage. And I'm like, but I'm drunk, right? But even then, knowing I would never step foot in on your property and fight you. That's stupid because then you're in the right to shoot my ass or stab me up. But I always took that as a like come on, like let's go in the garage. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, we're gonna do it right here in the street. Or
so basically he's drawing you to like the legally kill your ass.
Yeah, that always resonated in my head. I could 3 a.m.
I can legally kill this motherfucker right here. Come into my garage.
Going into your garage, we're gonna do this shit right here. I'm car and dip it.
And see, going through this, I'm somewhat of a very knowledgeable individual on like, what are the ways that people can get in trouble with the situation. So say you're having a beef with somebody over the phone. Say you two fall out. All right. You're at your house. Brother Ray calls you, says, all right, motherfucker, I'm coming over there to put one in your ass. You're like, all right, but come on. You sitting right there on your couch, just waiting for him to walk through that door. He walks in and boom, you blow his ass right out the door. Guess what? You go into jail. You want to know why? Even though that was your house, you want to know why you're going to jail? Because you knew he was coming and you didn't do anything about it. You did not call the law and tell them, hey, this guy's saying he's
I see. But if, say, for instance, he knew the guy was coming, he calls 911. This guy right here is about to blast me.
Yes.
Then if he goes over there because you did that, if he happens to walk through that door before they come to you,
exactly,
and you kill him, then that's reasonable.
Yeah. So Ray hangs up the phone and replaying it back instead of you just waiting and then you putting one in, and when he walks through the door, as soon as he hangs up, you call 911. Look, man, dude just said he's coming over here. You better get here quick, because if he gets here before you, I'm telling you, I'm gonna
blow him away in my house. Yup.
Stay on the phone with him. Hey, I'm telling you, you better hurry up. He don't live far.
And now I want to be a lawyer, dude. Now I want to be.
Yeah, he comes in the door before the police. You got every right, because you told him, hey, this dude's coming. But it
does make a lot of sense. Yeah,
you have the duty to de-escalate the situation by any means necessary. It doesn't mean that you won't have to use deadly force if it comes to that, but you have the duty to retreat. Basically, I'm saying you have the duty to retreat. You have prior knowledge he's coming over here with intent to harm you. You have the duty to the time to retreat.
Right. No, that's that. I follow that.
Yeah.
I follow that. Yeah, because then that's truly self-defense. Yeah.
Correct.
Absolutely.
And then there's even stuff like in the midst of shooting. So like I learned this when I took my CWP class. So say you're in the middle of a shooting and you fire off 2 shots, and whoever you shoot, they go down. You can't fire any more shots. That's it, because the threat to your life is then eliminated. So it's not like in the movies, you shoot him twice, he goes down. You can't step over him and put 5 more in him just for the hell of it.
No, in the movies, because what about the guy in the movies who's struggling and then get his gun and shoot you on the ankle, man? Motherfucker. Can't do that. Fuck the movies, man.
Once the threat is eliminated, you're not allowed to shoot anymore. Once you do that, that becomes premeditated murder.
I only wish that applied to the police who like empty clips in the motherfuckers. Like, oh, I fear for my life. And it's like, dude, you got a whole RoboCop outfit, and I had a butter knife, but you still unload like 7, unload your whole clip on me or into a car. It never works for us like that. But that is man, that's incredible, man. So like when all that was going on, like as a man, like we're so ego filled, we're protectors, we're all the
we're gladiators, we're warriors, we're protectors, we're builders.
Like did you have any? I mean, I'm sure like we've all been in relationships, and we have exes and stepdad and whatever. I mean, did you have that inkling at all? When he was putting hands on your wife, I mean, did you get a sense that, hey, I'm gonna have to?
I didn't know that was happening. Like, I don't necessarily, if it was, she never told me beforehand. I think it happened that night. I didn't even find out that happened till after all this was going on. See, after we seen each other earlier that day, remember when I told you she come by and she said that he was pissed? I'd never seen her again until after everything happened. Oh. So I didn't know that he had put it in. I didn't know until after the fact that he was, he was making her ride around to look for me.
Yeah.
I found all this information out after the fact.
That's crazy.
I didn't know what kind. Only thing I knew about their relationship, that it started out great and then it went to shit. That's the only thing I knew.
Went to shit. A lot of men, man. We talk about weak men on this. We have like a weak men segment or whatever. We just talk about men these days with the whole demasculation and the whole shit with the agenda going on. But a lot of men just can't. They can't accept the fact that this girl liked me and now she doesn't like me. Or,
That's the thing too. You look at how many relationships in the world, people break up, they go. They see other people, they get, whatever their wild hair is, and I'm not saying that's what this, it wasn't necessarily a wild hair, but They get whatever out, they get a rebound, and then they realize, you know what, this ain't really what I want. I want to get back. I mean, you know, I'll give you a perfect example. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck. You know, they were together. They broke up. She went and dated, you know, a lot of other people, but one I would just say Alex Rodriguez. Affleck didn't go pop a cap in Alex Rodriguez's ass. No. You know, now they're back together. A-Rod didn't get pissed and go shoot up Ben's house. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes the aspect of where if things aren't going your way, you almost have to expect that. If you come into somewhere, a relationship, people been in there for 15 years and you're the rebound guy, you almost have to go in that with the expectation of, you know what, I'm probably just a rebound guy, but you know, I'm gonna play, have fun, and then if she leaves, it is what it is. You should have that expectation. I've been that rebound guy before in other prior relationships. I had no problem with it, you know, but I mean, some people just, like you said, they don't want to take that rejection, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, I don't have that. Even to hear you say earlier, like, hey, I want you to be, you loved her enough to where, like, if you need to move on, you were okay in yourself for allowing that. You allowed this man to, hey man, she's still my wife, but we're splitting away. You know, if you want her, she's yours. And did they do like a toxicology? Because in my head, I'm thinking like he went in the bathroom and did a bump, or he did something to get the courage to change him. Was there any?
Well, they did a tox. What they found, and I forgot to mention this earlier, but at the other residence that night, he shot up steroids.
Oh.
They found 2 vials in a trash can and a syringe. When the tox finally came back, now mind you, this is not CSI Miami. Horatio Kane can't get this shit back in an hour. It was damn near a year before the tox report got back. He was 3 times the legal limit in alcohol. He had prescription pills in his system because he was diagnosed with PTSD, and he was on steroids. So that is like the 3 worst fucking combinations of things you can have.
And you said
that guy, I want to get a little bit more testosterone.
And you said he was a Marine?
He was in the Army.
Army guy. Okay. Maybe, yeah, the roid rage. I mean, shit. He's going insane. He's drunk. And do you think when he turned the corner and seen you on the phone, maybe like he thought you're texting her and all?
I thought that, but see, I'd put my phone back in my pocket by the time, because I mean the bathroom where it's at is down a hall. So when you hear a door open, you got a couple seconds to get something out of your hand or move around or whatever. So when I heard that door open, I wasn't doing texting anyway. I put the phone back in the pocket. Now there's a possibility that maybe he could have heard me, on the phone texting, maybe. But it was just so fast. It was like as soon as he cut that fucking corner, there was no stopping, waiting. It was just fucking boom, beeline.
Wow. And then let's say to the people that are like anti-gun or whatever. I don't even know if I'm gonna play devil's advocate, but let's say if you did not have the weapon on you, or let's say even if it was in your house, say like in a gun safe or in your room in the closet, and you know, what would your, like, do you think it was just because it was on you, it was like so much easier, or do you think you would have still like fought him to get to the gun, or like what would your?
I could have done what I could, but a couple things here. You know, I mentioned before I got into the whole story, I mentioned that wreck. And the reason why I mentioned that wreck is because that had been a continuing issue with my back. I was having these procedures done a couple of times throughout the year where it's a surgery, but not necessarily like a put you to sleep anesthesia surgery. They take you in and they actually burn the nerve endings away from your spine. They inject something in there and it hurts like hell. But what it does when it burns the nerve endings, it basically kills you don't have back pain. But they eventually reattach. It's like 6 to 8 months, they'll reattach themselves, and then you do it again to get the relief again. I had just had one of these procedures done like a week before this. So my mobility was really, really hindered. And he knew that. He knew that I'd had that procedure done. So that you know, just so happened that was the week everything happened, but he did know that was done. So my mobility would have been very limited in that aspect. I mean, obviously, you know, if I hadn't had that on me, I would have done what I could, but this was it was not a small man by any means. He was a tough customer.
It would have pursued. I mean, it would have ended up bloody or something.
Yeah, I mean, he may would have beat the hell out of me. And looking back, had this went another way, had he killed me in that kitchen. All right, I've thought about this many a night, and because everybody plays what if, even me, and I'm like, what if?
That was my next question.
Yeah. So, what if he takes me out? Then I just killed this man. Everybody gonna know why. It's not gonna take long to figure it out. What's he do next? He drives back over to where my wife is. Maybe he takes my wife out. Maybe he takes my son out. Maybe he takes my daughter out. Then maybe he takes himself out. So you got 5 dead bodies.
Plus, he already has. Like you said, he has already got PTSD.
Yes.
So those are very vulnerability already right there.
Yeah. So I can. Man.
I don't know, man. To me, there's just something about dudes that's taking steroids. I get it, but come on now.
Yeah.
You see how that ends? Like Chris Benoit taking out his whole family and different characters. That's
why, I had somebody ask me one time. They said, "Well, what is it? Do you have any remorse and what for killing a man?" I said, "Well, I've never looked at it like in a way that I've killed a man. I said I looked at it that I survived somebody trying to kill me."
Yeah. And perhaps that is because that whole feeling of you could have been killed,
right?
And it wasn't because it really boils down. We in the show we talk a lot about intentions. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you're defending yourself in his intention was to hurt you. Obviously, that's why he attacked you in your house. It's all about the intent. Even the court of law, it's all about the intent.
And right? he said as much. He said straight out, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." I mean, you don't get any more plain than that. And like you said earlier, as men, there's a certain we have that bravado, that machoism. So
it's just wired in us, I think. As men, it's in our DNA. You
just say through text message, people talk shit through text message or on Facebook. Then when you're in person, like you said, you and that guy yelling in the street, you might yell whatever. But when you put hands on somebody, that is that next level. That's a different game. Nobody wants to be weak or perceive weak, when you're arguing back and forth. Oh, fuck, I do this. I forgot I do that. But when hands get put on, that's a different story. And at that point, that's a whole nother ball game. And he's telling me he's going to kill me. Yeah. I don't really know this dude. I got to take him at his word. So I knew right then and there, one of us was not coming out of that kitchen.
Yeah. I mean, those are strong words, man. You can't do that. You can't. I mean, even even in sports, they frown on the I kill your whole team, and they're starting to come down on players for using that terminology. I just can't. I could never imagine because I know the lengths that I would go. So I would expect another man to do the same. I would never, even if I had an issue with you, and say you were talking shit to me and piss me off in your own house. I'd just be like, hey, wait, man, fuck you, man. I don't appreciate that shit, but I'm leaving because I can't egg on shit with you in your crib.
Yeah. Now let me catch your ass at the Burger King or something. That's a different story. But yeah.
So I want to. I have a question, and I heard what you guys were talking about a little bit, but I apologize for if I just need clarity.
Yeah.
Okay. So so your wife and you, I'm assuming at that time were broken up, and then she hooked up with this dude.
Yeah, so to recap a little bit, since you missed it, there was a lot of things that happened to me in my personal life, and it kind of sent me down a path. I was just real unhappy. We were fighting a lot, so it was my idea to split, and I told her as much. I was like, my wife's an attractive woman, and I knew that it wasn't going to take her long. If she was on the market, she was going to find somebody. Mm-hmm. And I told her as much. I said, look, if you find somebody, that's fine. I'm not telling you to wait. I don't know if I'm going to get out of this funk that I'm in. But the only thing I'm asking you is if you do it, just tell me. Because at that point, I'm not going to pay the bills in the house. And you seeing another dude, we'll have to work out a different style of an arrangement. Because I'm not going to pay the bills in the house for another dude to be sitting on my couch watching fucking, the Panthers lose every Sunday. That shit ain't going to happen. So when she did do that, she told me, and then I moved back in, and then she moved to another place, house in the same neighborhood.
Oh, okay. And then that's how it happened.
Yeah, so
And
that's how the split happened. Then they met. Then a little bit, it's however long that was, 2-3 months. We started talking a little bit around December, trying to figure out what we're going to do about Christmas and the kids, and who's going to get them when and all this. Because at this point, we really hadn't been talking, and that kind of, I guess, maybe lit a spark, if you will. We knew there was something still there.
you guys were married, or you just had kids together?
No, we were married. Yeah, we were married.
You were married, right? Matrimonial marriage. Okay. All right. And okay. So when that was happening, you were talking, there's some commonality there.
Yep.
So was this guy just jealous, the fact of that you're coming back to her life? And
I think at the end of the day, that's what it was. I don't know 100% because, like I said, me and him really did not have very much of a relationship. I do know that.
No, the reason why I asked this to you, bro, because like in this show, we want to really understand the way some men think. You know what I mean? Because I think, because number one, the fact that the three of us over here, we have a podcast and we can talk publicly. The fact that you're able to explain what happened to you eloquently, and I was following you, brother. It was my ADHD that slowed me down, but you was step by step, very descriptive and everything. And I want to talk about the other guys, like the whole mentality and everything. Like, dude, you're talking to a guy that was married to this woman. They had kids together, man.
Yeah. That's like I was telling him, how many times do people that's in relationships for a long period of time break up for a spell, each of them go see other people, and then they find their way back to each other. It's almost a commonality that you should understand that, hey, if this is going on, I'm the rebound guy or the rebound girl. They're probably going to wind up back together,
And there's something, when the man and the woman, have kids together. I mean,
It's
okay,
deep.
one night stand, but there's that certain woman. Like, I've been married to my wife over 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about that woman. We're not together, but there's something about her, who she bore 3 of our kids, and I saw all that. There's just something special about that. And there's a connection. There's a connection between you and your wife, even if you two ain't getting along, but you guys have kids together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's going to be a lifelong connection,
Lifelong.
And we had many experiences before all this happened. We've experienced highs with, accomplishments in our life. We experienced lows with obviously people passing away. So there's a bond there that, together or not, will always be there, that you're going to have that connection with someone, even if you're not still in a relationship together. So,
Ain't life beautiful?
Yeah.
And how has life been? Are you still with your wife currently?
Still going strong.
Did that incident bring you guys closer, would you say? Or
well, like I said, that was already the plan, is us getting back together. We were at that point in time, like I said, how we were going to handle this was we were going to go ahead, finish out with the divorce, and basically start over. We were going to date. We were going to court a little bit. And then if there was enough there to rekindle, then it was, hey, we'll get married again, go to, just a courthouse or something, not doing a whole nother wedding, but we'll get married again and give it another shot. If we decide, hey, maybe this is the end of our line, there's nowhere to go, then there's no ties that bind. We're already divorced and people can go their separate ways. So it was kind of like a way to start fresh and start off dating and get back. That was the original plan. Well, when this happened, obviously there was no need to finish out that divorce and pay more money. So that just got canceled. We stopped that. And then, obviously we've been together ever since. But I mean,
how long you guys been together altogether?
Now, we met in 2003. So it's going on almost
19 years. 19 years.
Well, this November will be 20 years. It's 19
20 years. Okay. How old are your kids?
My son is 13. My daughter is 22. Well,
Okay.
and like I said, a lot has went on in those times. I mean, after everything happened, obviously that adds a lot of stress to your situation.
yeah,
So you have to learn how to try as best you can to put it on the back burner to be able to enjoy life in the moment. So can I sit here and tell both of you guys, oh, it didn't bother us? Hell no, I can't tell you that. It bothered the shit out of us. But at the same time, it brings you closer together and it makes you appreciate things more.
And you said you're still in the same house as where you laid them down at. I mean, does that ever freak you out on the paranormal tip?
I was worried about like the fact if it would, like the first time I was ever here alone.
Right.
Because obviously, for the longest time I'm here, my kids are here, my wife's here, and it was like one of the first times, I can't remember exactly the date, but they were gone. I think they went back to her mom's for maybe it was a holiday or something, and I could not go. I'm on house arrest, so I got to stay home. And it was like the first time I was home by myself. And we live in a 2-story house, like 2,500 square feet. This is a big fucking house. And
wow, that's huge.
This happened downstairs. And so like, it was almost like I didn't want to go upstairs and leave the downstairs unoccupied. So I slept downstairs, and I don't know, it was a little eerie the first time, but after that, I just kind of, it was, I like I told you earlier, I never looked at this like I'd done anything wrong. I didn't kill a guy. I survived someone trying to kill me. And that's how I processed this and how I've dealt with it. And, I really didn't even get a chance to process it because, it happens on a Sunday morning. I found out I'm getting charged on a Wednesday, go to jail that Sunday. As soon as I get out, I get fired. Then I got to get a lawyer to get me out of all this. So then the prep for trial happens. Then I got to hunt for a job. I never even really had a chance to like process shit, to be quite honest. But, over the years, that's kind of how I've set my mind to deal with it is, I didn't kill anybody. I survived somebody trying to kill me. That's what I did.
Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely.
I'm a survivor, not a murderer.
Was there any kickback, like anybody from his family, any sort of, people coming by, yelling, honking, throwing rocks or anything?
No, because he was not from this area. I think he was from the Detroit area or Pennsylvania, somewhere along there. So no immediate family members in the area. He was down here. I don't even know what led him to this area, to be quite honest, or what led him to Charleston. But he had no family here. And I haven't spoken with, I didn't know his people. I didn't know anyone from his side. So, I don't know their feelings about me. I'm sure they're not great. But, that's their,
right.
Yeah.
That's their feeling.
Yeah.
I can't say as I wouldn't feel the same way if something happened with me, no, regardless of who your son may have been or my son may have been, your son can be the worst of the worst, but it's still your son.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have love for their son. I'm sure Ted Bundy's parents probably loved him, or whatever. You can be the worst of the worst. You still got somebody in this world that loves you.
Right.
So I'm sure that they, are not big fans of mine. Hopefully they hear this story and can see that I was put in a position to where I really didn't have any choice, and maybe that can give them some peace of mind. But, I don't really know how they feel.
If you don't mind, I a lot of the things that I base my personal experiences, is biblical in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to tell you exactly what verse it is, but there's somewhere in the Bible where it says that if you get in between a married couple, don't be like, I'm paraphrasing, of course. Don't be shocked that someone will end up killing you because of that. Because to God, marriage, whether it's good, bad, or the other, it doesn't matter. And especially when you like in the Bible says, if you find a wife, that's a lucky man, and to have children, that's even lucky, because a lot of prophets came from barren mothers. And, but it says there, you get in between a husband and a wife.
Serious shit.
And that to me, I think the reason why you don't feel, does he, is because you're really in line with the word, what's being said. You are protecting yourself. That's your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but he's a true he's American patriot, and he, like you say, he's in line with even the commandments, however you want to phrase it,
Yeah. So I mean, to kill is still wrong, you know. But to me, my wife and I, we had an abortion. That's killing. What difference is that, right?
Yeah, and that looks at it too. So like when you go to war, you have to kill in war, but you're not looked at it as you don't get arrested for it when they come back because they're doing it for the good of their country, and they're doing it to save their brothers that they're fighting with. So
right.
Certain situations I think are taken into account when those kind of things happen.
Yeah, and also like what they said, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And you said this guy was in the military.
Yeah.
And he probably was one of them guys. I don't know this guy for shit from Shinola.
Yeah.
But he's probably one of those guys, you get a gun, he's like trigger happy, just shoot, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And look what happened to him.
Yeah, and who knows? I mean, had this went a different way, and say he got the gun from me or something, who knows what would happen? There's a million different scenarios you can spin off with what ifs,
But the guy already has coming into the game. He already had a condition.
Oh yeah, history, documented history. It's been a little time in a mental institution for the PTSD.
Oh my gosh, yeah, right.
So, and that's another thing that was there for the police department to find and to see. They collected the steroids from the house, so they had a lot of this stuff before they made these charges, and that's what was really blowing my mind. Was I don't get what you seen so quickly in less than 48 hours that led you to charge me with murder, because murder's premeditation, brother. That's like
I tell you what, you know what, and I don't mean to I'm just trying to make this conversation a little bit more saucy because we got into something really good, you know what I'm saying? Like truthfully, truth be told, a white man is in more danger to go to jail and to be than me and Harris today. Why I know that? Because a lot of my white brothers have served time and did all that kind of, went through the court system and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so them doing this to you, the fact that you were right in line with the law, and 5 years, that's stressful, brother.
Yes.
5 years with a family.
And that's what, I always tell people, when you hear these stories, you don't think, oh, well, that would never happen to me. Bullshit. I don't have a criminal record.
Yeah.
I've not been affiliated with any sort of gang activity or anything like that.
Yeah.
I'm straight lace, blue collar, middle America, suburban, white, gun owning, law abiding citizen, like 15,000 other guys that live in my
an American.
Yes. Yeah. So you take
Bottom
this
line
where you're in your house, you protect yourself with
That's
a gun
right.
that you bought legally with a CWP.
Registered.
You went and passed and took. You do everything by the letter of the law. And when you have a short-sighted detective and a short-sighted prosecutor, they can cost you millions. Ain't a doubt in my fucking mind that had I been poor or not been able to get a lawyer like the one that I got that was smart and as great and as brilliant as the one that I got, I'd be in fucking jail right now. We wouldn't be having this conversation because
it cost you 100,000 G's, bro.
Yes, it is not a black or a white thing. It is a green thing when it comes to this.
And then it boils down to a green thing. But guess what? Who's got the most green that the rate they think they are? Right?
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, had I not had that job to where, luckily, Nucor Steel, once a year, they give you a portion of profit. They call it a profit sharing check.
Right.
And it goes straight into your 401k. So my 401k at the time was, around $200,000. Well, obviously, when I left and yanked it out, government gets their piece. They get their taste.
Man. They charge you before you're 57. They charge you about 12%.
Yeah, and it was more than that because they tell you state tax on it,
and then the state tax and everything. Yeah, so you get taxed about 24%.
Yeah, I wound up getting, I think it was like maybe 90 something thousand, 100,000, something like that. But I mean, all of it was gone. I didn't have anything.
Damn! Yeah, because you pulled out. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's I had to pay all that, and see, that's another thing too is when these prosecutors get these cases, they really, I don't think, really give too much of a shit about the details.
They don't.
They don't really care. because
Man,
that's how they move up. That's how they move up, by putting your ass in jail.
Yeah, and all that money, it goes
That's
to
how
their
they
campaign. Yeah.
And that's why when people in my position they can't afford a lawyer, they have to get a public defender, and then a public defender gets you to strike a plea deal, because they'll tell you, okay, look, Joe Blow, you're facing 30 years, but if you take this plea deal, we'll do a involuntary manslaughter. We'll give you 20 years. Good behavior, you'll be out in 15. So you got to plead to 15 years when maybe you didn't do shit. Maybe it's a guy's situation exactly like mine. He didn't do a fucking thing wrong, but he don't have a lawyer to fight for him. So he's got to take this plea deal. Even go lower than that. Say somebody done something minuscule. They got to do 7, good behavior, get out in 3. Well, then that guy gets out. He's got a record. He can't get no job. Nobody's going to hire him. So then what does he do? Then he goes out and he either steals or starts selling drugs, because that's the only way he can support his family. Then he gets caught. Then he goes back to fucking prison. And it's just a cycle. They set it up for failure. They set it up to where when you go to jail that one time, if you get out, you're going to be back. That's how they set it up. That's how corrupt this fucking system is.
Yeah. I remember, my first time going to jail, I think it was a few days after my 18th birthday. And I was literally walking like at 1 a.m. down a dark street. And I had been a few months after 18. I had like a failure to appear for like a fucking traffic ticket. I didn't go to court, but they booked me in whatever that, I think it was like on one of the holidays or something, where the Monday was closed. So I had to sit in there like the full 3 days and see a judge on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. And I'd only been picked up a couple times after that. I've done like a week, here and there. But that first time I was sitting there, I was just like, fuck, I'm 18. I was like, this is what it is. I was seeing grown men, hearing the stories and everything. And like you said about the shower, the first time doors brought, I think I waited till like a Sunday to even shower. And I was scared shit. I was 18 years old. I had to walk the tier, and they had the little showers in the corner. And luckily they were like kind of like private or whatever. But I was so fucking scared. And of course you try not to show it and everything. But I knew right then and there. I said, you know what? I may smoke a little weed. I drink, but I ain't no fucking criminal. I'm definitely not no tough guy. I'll defend myself. I'll hold my own. But I am not out here trying to cause havoc on someone else's life. Fuck this place.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if you guys have ever watched the show Power. Yeah. But I was a big fan of the first series. Well, some of the spinoffs too. But there was that part in Power where Ghost got arrested for killing that cop when he actually didn't do it. Yeah. It's like the murder that he didn't commit was the one they put him in jail for. And I remember he was sitting there just kind of like, I think he may have even said that of all the fucked up shit that I've done. I'm in here for something I didn't do. And I remember when I was laying on that top bunk and I was looking at the ceiling that night, and I'm thinking, damn, I'm in here for something that I didn't do. And my mind starts to wonder how many other people are in prison for something that they didn't do. Right. And when I was doing this podcast, obviously, yes, talking to people, from movies is cool. Talking to people that's had crazy life experiences is very cool. But I knew that deep down what I wanted to get into and what I wanted to make part of this program was to shed light on people that have, unlike my situation, fortunately, I didn't have to spend this 5 years in jail. But a lot of people did not get that opportunity. So I knew that once my story was done, because nobody I ever interviewed knew this about me for 2+ years. And some people still don't, unless they're seeing these shows. But I knew I wanted to get to a point to where I could start platforming other people that went through these same things. That's why I had guys like Jeffrey Deskovic on, who done 17 years. That's why I had guys like Russ Free on that done 3 years. And these guys done nothing. And it happens a lot more than people realize. And I think Jeffrey was on a show one time and he was like, the documented cases of people that are in prison that shouldn't be there is like, I think he said I might be wrong with the number, maybe 9 to 10%, something like that. It's actually probably higher, but that's just the documented number. So I don't know if you guys fly an awful lot, but people say, well, oh, that's not that much. That's not that big of a percentage when you count all the people that's in jail. So how about this? If I tell you, hey man, fly out to South Carolina, I'm going to treat you to lunch, but 15% of the planes crash, You gonna feel comfortable about getting on that fucking plane?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
We're going
I don't think so.
Greyhound Amtrak. I'll be there in a couple days. So.
Yeah, that's a big percentage. And again, people don't know until you're in the middle of it. You know, they always think it can't happen to you. And then people want to judge because they see you on TV. Oh, he got arrested. He must have done something wrong. The fuck you did? That don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. A charge does not mean a conviction. But unfortunately, the way our justice system operates, the whole logo of, you know, oh, we're innocent until proven guilty. That's bullshit. It's flip-flop. You are guilty until you pay out of your ass to prove you're innocent. And if you can't pay out of your ass, you belong to the government.
To the government. That's exact. Yep.
Bob drop. I was gonna ask, like, since then, you said you're working now. You know, is this something that the charge still comes up? You still have to explain yourself every time, or?
I mean, well, the job that I got after the sign company, because I was telling you, you know, I had so much anxiety not telling that guy that this happened. When I went to this job, I told this guy right off the rip, I'm like, look, I'm going to tell you what's going on. I was like, you know, this is 3 years deep in the case. And I broke it down for him. And he looked at me and he said, man, let me tell you something. He said, I'm from Texas. He said, I'd have done the same thing you did. And he said, nah, my ass wouldn't have been charged for it. He said, they don't play that shit in Texas. He said, I wouldn't think they played it here in the South. And so, I wouldn't they do.
Shout out to Texas. Yeah, that's
Texas. Yep.
So that's where I'm at now, and I haven't had to go anywhere else. And as of right now, because when they dropped these charges, my lawyer immediately filed for a there's a term for it, like a expungement of the record or whatever. So that charge is off and nothing's on my record. So now if somebody runs my background for a job or anything for that matter, it comes back clean. Obviously there's articles in the news. I'm sure if you Google my name, you know, that comes up. And when you friended me on Facebook, you probably noticed that I went by Chip, and Chip was a nickname that I had since high school. And so all the people around Darlington where I grew up called me Chip. When I moved to Charleston, people started calling me by my governor name, which was Wade. I never changed it on Facebook. Well, when everything happened, I definitely wasn't going to change it, because if you search Wade Williamson, you're going to get some not so flattering articles that are going to pop up. But if you search Chip Williamson, not so much. You're going to get me. So I would tell everybody, you know, search Chip, you know, Chip Williamson on Facebook. Because if they go to searching for Wade, they're going to find out, you know, they probably have some questions, you know, later on. So that's why it said Chip on.
So how did Hollywood snuck in there?
Hollywood started a long time ago.
I want to know that. Hollywood Wade.
So you remember VHS tapes? I'm assuming. I don't want to age a lot of you guys, but
oh no, I know VHS tapes and beta too. Yep, yeah, bring it on. Mm-hmm.
So you had this way. It was like the early stages of piracy back in the day. You hooked up two VCRs. You played a movie on one. You recorded it onto a blank tape on the other. I had a friend of mine that worked at a video store. His mom worked at a video store. Yeah. So she'd get the videos, wouldn't have to pay to rent them, bring them home. Back in my day, you had two big chains. You had Blockbuster Video, you had Hollywood Video.
And Hollywood Video. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when our friends would get together on the weekend and try to figure out what we were going to do, we'll rent some games, we'll rent some horror movies or whatever. They said, well, let's go to Hollywood Video. Right. My other buddies looked at him and said, hell, you don't need to go to Hollywood Video. You got Hollywood Wade. He's got every damn thing they got, and you ain't got to pay for it. I liked the ring of it because nobody called me Wade. Everybody called me Chip, but the one guy, he's actually the guy that I started this podcast with. One guy always called me Wade just because I really didn't like that name. And because I didn't like it, that's always what he called me. He never called me Chip.
Right.
And I like that Hollywood Wade. I was a big wrestling fan throughout my years. So like when Hogan went over to the WCW, was NWO, he was Hollywood Hogan. And, you know, I kind of liked it and it stuck. And then when I started the podcast, I was just like, you know, Hollywood Wade, it rolls off.
When your real name is really Video, what do you call that? Video Smuggling Hollywood Wade.
Yeah. That's the origin story of Hollywood Wade. That's how it came about.
Classic. I used to always like Hollywood Video over Blockbuster. And I don't know if it was a major chain, but in Reno, they used to have it was called Major Video. I don't know if that was a big chain or if it was a mom and pop, but
yeah, not where I'm at. You had Blockbuster Video, you had Hollywood Video, and there was one called Movie Gallery that was around for a little bit.
My dad and I had a video store called US Video, and then when Blockbuster came along, it took us away as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so video. Mm-hmm.
That's excellent. So,
So
like,
that's the Hollywood Wade moniker came right there. And I've actually
Hollywood
got
Wade.
I took it to a next level. I don't know if you can see that. That's the
Oh, okay.
down there.
Okay.
oh, yeah, I see that you got a lot of tats and stuff. Is you always been? Are you into art in general? Do you do any art yourself or?
No, I don't do any art. I started, a long time ago, just one tattoo here, one tattoo there, and then kept going, and then before you know it, it turned into full sleeves. I've got one gigantic solid back piece. I've got one on the rib. It's just, they're addicted, man. They're really addicted, and you start to get to go, and then you're basically creating like a canvas on your arm. And everything I have on me does mean something. It has some sort of significance to some point in my life, or for some reason. Some is known just to me because I know it's there. Some might not be, known to other persons. But there's American flag. There's a bunch of different things on me that are near and dear to my heart. And I think I like the idea of going through the pain and then having something to show for it that will never leave you ever.
Wow.
Yeah. Well said.
I think, and I don't really take credit for that quote. I think it was actually The Weeknd that said it. And someone was talking to me. He said, I think the beautiful thing about tattoos is it's a mix of pleasure and pain, but then at the end you have something with you that will never leave you. I thought it was deep, and I was like, it really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does actually. I got a couple of tattoos myself, but I'm at that point where sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, I got that, that was when I was 18. And I don't feel that way now. And so I've actually looked into laser and stuff. It's not that big of a deal to get them removed, but I do want that feeling and the pain of the tattoo. But
that's actually how I wound up with sleeves, because like under this arm, I had like a symbol here and a symbol here that I'm not even sure if they were accurate. It was supposed to be like, Chinese symbols for certain things like family and loyalty. And, I don't even know if they were the right damn symbol. So when I got older, I was like, hell, this could mean, fucking duck sauce or something. I don't know. So I come up with.
You got a menu on your arm, brother.
Well, what happened was somebody asked me that, and I was
dim sum in the.
I was at a Chinese restaurant, and I was telling the guy, this is this and this is this, and the girl snickered and laughed. That was like serving the food, and I'm just like, what the fuck you know that I don't know? What does this shit say? And when she said that, I'm like, you know what? This probably ain't no telling what the hell this shit is. It might be spelled wrong or something. I don't know. So that's kind of how the whole sleeve come about, because to get something to cover both of those two small,
right,
massive. So the eagle kind of turned into the bird, and then the American flag, and then all the way down the arm. So it just
there you go.
That's how it
ain't
started.
Nobody to understand the Chinese anyways. Nobody, even they don't understand it, man.
But like you said,
they're just the way they write their alphabets fly though. I like it. You know what I'm saying?
That was the appeal when I was 18. I'm like, that shit looks cool, And
it's cool, man.
You get a little older, I'm just like, I probably shouldn't have done that one. So cover-ups become a lot of the. When you start getting huge pieces, a lot of that time is coming from cover-ups, because you got to go bigger.
Yeah.
Sense. So, for we're still in the beginning of the year. What do you have? Your monetized YouTube channel. You're kicking ass in the podcast. What's the next, big thing for Wade? 2023.
Really just going to keep grinding, man. Just hammer down in 2023. We got the shows that I was telling you about. Hopefully we'll launch that about mid-year, end of the year in 2023. I think that's going to be a good, little 10-piece episode to shed a lot on the government and the shadiness that went on with that. Having Rick Ross on will be huge. We've already set that up. I'm actually going to Vegas in a couple weeks, first weekend of March. I got hooked up with some people out there, some of the burlesque dancers. They're having a big show out there in Vegas, so I'm going out there to that. There's like UFC guys that's there, fighters, boxers, wrestlers, So I'm gonna be VIP with there. So hopefully make some connections with that. I'll be back in New York about mid-March to record some more stuff in the studio up there in Long Island with some of the former gangsters up there, and some projects we're working on. One of the shows on my channel, it's called Behind the Gangster, and basically what we do is we break down. So the one episode we did was from Goodfellas, and we broke down Tommy DeSimone, who was played by Joe Pesci, and we break down, okay, this is how the movie was. How was he in real life? Because this guy knew him. He grew up with him. They were friends. So we would break down, all right, in the movie, he done this. He slapped him around. Did that really happen? No, it didn't happen like this. It happened like this. And so it was a comparison of Hollywood to real life. And it went good. On my channel, it done fairly decent. On that guy's channel, it got almost 100,000 views. So there was some push on that to get some more episodes of that done. So we're going back to New York. We're going to try to knock out about 4 or 5 of those in studio. And then we have people that can mix in the movie clips as we're talking about it. So that's coming up down the pipe. And then I did get hooked up with the Red Coral Network, whose app, kind of like Tubi. It's going to be a free app. And we're looking for podcasts to come on their show, video podcast, just to kind of give people some other options to watch on those apps. And I got accepted to put my show on that platform. So just like I said, man, just keeping the hammer down and trying to get my name mixed in with as much stuff as I can. I don't have any limitations. You know, I'll go up to Vegas in March and deal with the showgirls, and then in New York a couple weeks later and deal with the gangsters. And hell, I might go back and do that Titanic exhibit that I'm sure Bill Willard will tell you about it in August. I mean, you know, I'm not boxed into any genre, man. I'm trying to get my name mixed in as anything as you can, because like you said, if you scroll through my shows, you see UFOologists, you've seen physicists, you've seen porn stars, you know, drug smugglers, gangsters, actors, comedians, writers. I mean, it's all across the board. So just keeping everything fresh, man, and keep good content coming. That's the plan.
That's dope, man. And so are you working with, do you have a team at this point in your career where you're?
I don't have nobody, man. I'm a one-man show. I do all this shit myself. So that sometimes I go with a lack of sleep to try to get stuff out and edit. I do all the editing myself. And I didn't have a clue how none of the stuff worked, man. I didn't.
So you say you from Charleston, North Carolina, right?
South Carolina, yeah.
North Carolina, but then you do a lot of, you said the studio in New York. Why do you have to go to New York? Wade?
Well, they have a studio up there that they book, and you know, it's just better. Like if you watch that video on my show, the Behind the Gangster, it's me and the guy. We're in a studio. It's really professional. As we're talking about certain scenes, they're playing it in a little box behind our heads, you know, that they put in there through their editing process. It's just better than like a Zoom video, you know. And I'm not knocking Zoom. That's every one of my
right. Because this is kind of like, is the setup there something you could do closer to home, maybe, or do you prefer going to New York? Or
well, I like New York, so I don't have a problem with it. You know, flight to New
who
York,
doesn't like New York?
Relatively cheap. You can go up there about $100, and you know, knock it out. And I love New York. I've always been one of my favorite places.
I love New York too. I like New York. Yeah.
And are you making these connections like on your own, as far as, you know, just reaching out to the guests that come on, and then you keep in contact? All
the people from the gangster side of things I made on my own, and so many and really Instagram was how I used it. Like a lot of my connections come through Instagram. Steve obviously has hooked me up with, you know, some people, but it's like legwork, you know what I'm saying? Like I have a template set up, and depending on who I'm talking to, I change a couple of things, and I have a breakdown of who I had. So if I'm trying to get somebody from a horror genre, you know, horror film, because I'm a big horror guy, I'll list, you know, anybody that I've had on related to horror, and then some of the other more notable names that they'll know. And hey, I'd love to have you on. If I'm, you know, looking for somebody from the gangsters, I'll list all the gangsters I've had on. Hey, I'd love to have you on, you know, that sort of thing. And I'll shoot it to them on Instagram. And once they see that you're an established guy and you take this shit serious, and you have good what you call like thumbnails and, you know, trailers, and your social medias, and you advertise and you push their stuff. That's another key. So like if I have a writer on my show, I'm going to put a link to his book, or if he has a podcast, I'm going to put a link to his podcast. You know, you do your best to promote them, and it all works out. And I think people have seen that, and I've gotten reached out to, hey, I got a book, you know, I'd love to come on your show and talk about it. Sure. Come on. And it's basically just been from the ground up building, and so many connections that I made with people that never would have thought I would have ever met in person.
Yeah. Is that I lost my train of thought, but the other question, did you see an uptick in the response, as your subscribers grow and as your numbers grow, people look at you more in that, hey, he's one of us, he's spent his time to build this brand. Did you see a lot of that, compared to initially?
I think so. You get and a lot of how that you can drive people to your channel is doing other people's channels. Cause I mean, there's nothing like PR and marketing, getting like, I'm hoping that, I'll share this interview. People will see this, they'll follow you guys, and then they'll follow your show. You're going to obviously have it on your channels. People will see it. Maybe they come and follow my show. And I had never talked about my situation while it was going on because it was obviously still in litigation. So I really couldn't. Well, once it got done, I went to Tampa and done a few podcasts down there in studio and, seen a pretty big uptick in numbers right after that. I've already done a show. It's in the can. I'm not sure when it's coming out. I'd say probably within maybe the next couple of months. It's on a huge podcast. This guy's got over 500,000 subscribers. So I'm expecting that to give it a boost.
Yeah.
And then when that happens, man, then it starts to flood. Oh, this guy's got this person, and they share it, and they share it. And I always tell everybody, no matter how much you're grinding and going, you're one share away, you're one good video away, you're one viral video away of everybody knowing who you are.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. I got excited a few weeks ago, a couple months ago when we had Mark Christopher Lawrence, but in the middle of the night there was a kid. This kid, little Kelpie from out here on the West Coast. He was going viral. He's on the No Jumper Adam 22 as podcast, and but anyway, I got a short from him that hit like 16,000 views. But this is when we still had like 150 subs. But because he was going viral on this channel that has like 4 million fucking subscribers, I was just putting his name out in the shorts, and I was just seeing like, damn, this could really take off, if I just keep grinding, and then he shares it and this and that. I do have your YouTube in the description, and on the back end I'll go and I'll put your Twitter and a few other links. I like to do that for the guests.
Yeah, thank you
as well. And then if you could share us on your end. And
absolutely,
that's what I like, man. I'm starting to see the links and the connections, and you're right, man. We're in this day and age, one share away. You interview a celebrity, next thing you know, he passes it on, and hey, now you got this bigger name on your show.
And it's all about the connections. I have bumped in. I say bumped in. DM this firm on Instagram that handled a bunch of adult entertainers, and I was just like, hey, I like to interview porn stars from time to time. If you ever got anybody that wants to do a show, let me know. So they threw me one. It went good. They threw me another one. Then the third one they threw me, I didn't even know how many followers they had, but I was going to do it just because I love interviewing porn stars. I love getting their, stories and how they got into it and why. I don't judge anybody. I think sex is like a very important part of relationships to keep it fresh. And then there's like the whole psychology of all that, the selling of the fantasy, depending on if they're, strippers, and then if they're porn stars, it's a whole different ball game. So I love interviews like that. And I went to go tag the girl in it. When I was putting out promos, she had over 1.8 million followers. I was like, holy fuck. I had no clue.
Wow.
So, that kind of stuff can help, man. And I mean, obviously a lot of times when people have that many followers, they usually have some sort of, setting to where you can't tag them and you can't put their stuff on. And I understand why she had one of those, which, wasn't, that terrible. I think she did put me in a story. She put the thumbnail from our thing in a story. I mean, still, just the fact that I got to interview somebody who's got 1.4 million followers or 1.8 million followers, I mean, that's a huge deal.
Big deal. Yeah, I would like to get some porn stars on here. We talk about porn a lot. We talk about masturbation, all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
Who are some of the porn stars that you did do?
We had Jasmine St. Clair on the show. She's not a current one now. She was big back in the day. She was on Howard Stern and Jerry Springer a lot, and then she got into the wrestling world.
I know the name.
Yeah. And porn, we've had Darcy Diamond on the show. We've had Kennedy Rose on the show. We've had Sin Sage on the show. Like a lot of the burlesque dancers that are going to be at that event up in Vegas. I've actually had a porn director. He was just inducted into the AVN Hall of Fame, which is basically the Oscars version for porn. Their AVN awards. He was inducted in the Hall of Fame. His name's Ivan. Really cool dude. He told me how he got into the business, and he also does stuff with wrestling, and just it was cool hearing his perspective of someone behind the camera. Not necessarily who the camera's on. We've had Misha Montana, who's been in the news as of late, on the show. I mean, and, I love having those girls on to give a different take on things. And, me and my wife have talked about this too. She was always big into the psychology of sex because, people that go to strip clubs, a lot of people go there with the illusion and the fantasy. Oh, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna get laid. That really never happens. These girls are in the business of selling you the thoughts that you may get laid, but then at the end you're going home probably broke and drunk and you're going to be hungover the next morning. So it's a work. And when I go to some of these clubs, I love sitting and just watching, and I people watch, and I'm like, all right, that one is going to wear an ATM out tonight. That blonde is going to get that old guy in a room for at least 30 minutes. I love watching that psychology because I was a wrestling fan coming up. Wrestlers had to have that psychology, especially the bad guys. They had to work a crowd and get them into the match. So strippers, a lot of the same thing. They have to go and they can look in a crowd and they can usually spot who's going to spend money, who's in there because they just broke up with their girlfriend, who's in there, when their wife's out of town. They can spot who's in there and who's going to spend money.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting, man. I spent a lot of time. We're based in Reno, Nevada, so we might have to have you come up to Reno at some point. We do some. We're about 7 hours from Vegas.
Yeah.
I was born in Las Vegas, and I spent a lot of time in the strip clubs. But I'm similar to that, to where I never went with the intent to spend a lot of money. I didn't have a lot of money, and the money I did have, I ain't throwing it around. I did spend $300 in a strip club to get attempted blow job with a rubber. It was the worst $300 I've ever fucking spent. I'm sad to say it, but it happened. And after that, so I stopped fucking with the strip clubs like that. But I was always interested in the psychology as well, and I kind of always felt bad, like, because I look in the girls' eyes and I see pain, and then you're thinking of the trauma and was she molested, was she raped, what's the I always got a sense of like most of these girls, they don't really want to be here, and I'm over here initiating the bullshit if I keep giving them the dollars. It's an interesting concept. The most fun strip club I've ever had though was in Salt Lake City, believe it or not. They have they wear pasties on the nipples. No lap dances, but I've never seen strippers with smiles on their fucking faces. I mean, they were like cheerful. They were
happy to be there.
Oh my God, that was one of the best vibes I ever had from a strip club. It was like, wow, these girls are like fucking happy. They actually want to be here.
And there's some cases where people are probably there, they would not rather be doing that. But in large part, especially the girls that have made that progression from stripping to porn, it's just been the money. I mean, the money is great. And, it's one of the oldest industries forever. Has been around since the biblical times. I mean, that's never going away. And it's going to keep going strong. So if
someone's always willing to pay to watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Someone is always willing to pay to watch.
Yeah. And sometimes they're willing to pay to watch strange shit. I've had people.
Yeah, exactly.
Not even like this girl, you said that once a month, this guy would fly her into this hotel. She would come in the hotel and he would be sitting there naked on the couch, and he would have a grasshopper and a glass jar on this table.
Oh God!
All he wanted her to do was take this grasshopper and squash it in between her tits and just rub them back and forth while he jerked off, and he paid her $1,000 every time he done. Never touched him. Never touched the dude. Never done anything to him. They never had any kind of contact. She does that, squashes the fucking grasshopper, probably uses a towel, wipes it off.
I think motherfuckers that do that are either like the senator, the congressman, the ones that knows that I'm doing something corrupt, and but it's just, you know, but I'm a perverted
Yeah, that's some wild shit, man.
That's why I like talking. They got some crazy stories, man. Ones that are willing to talk, and I've had some free talkers on there, so some of them will get some pretty detailed shit going on.
It's amazing what people do for sex.
Yes.
Yeah. Where would you say like some of your best numbers are coming from? Is it your YouTube or Spotify, Apple?
Yeah, definitely. I'd say probably YouTube. Apple's probably the biggest one on the audio side of things, but definitely YouTube. I did recently create a Rumble and transferring everything over there. I don't really know the longevity of Rumble, but I figure, you know, putting yourself on any platform you can is not a bad thing.
Mm-mm.
So if it does take off and grow legs, you know, my stuff's over there too. You know, it comes in waves. For a long time, the best video I ever had was I interviewed a guy that ran a haunted house that was really gained a lot of fame because you got touched and you got basically tortured. It was called McCamey Manor. And there's like really detailed YouTube videos where, you know, they'll put your ass in a coffin and fill it with scorpions. And I mean, it's some Saw, like Touristas, fucking hostile type shit that goes on here. But it's you people willingly do it. Like they sign up for it, and he tells them, hey, you know, they might partner get to the next level. You got to rip a fingernail out, and these fucking idiots do it. And so I got him on the show, and for a long time, that was one of my highest rated videos. And I would get a comment on it like every day. And, you know, I've had some of the gangsters. This gotten pretty high on there. You know, I've interviewed some major stars off the show Sopranos, and shockingly, one of the highest rated videos off Sopranos was I interviewed the bartender. He was Georgie. He worked behind the bar at the strip club throughout the whole series. And he was also a comedian out of Boston. And, you know, his numbers was higher than I had Dan Grimaldi, who played Patsy. I had Lila Brancato. I had John Fiore, who played Gigi. I had Robert Fanaro, who played Eugene Pontecorvo. I mean, I had some top-notch stars on there, and he outdid every one of them. So
wow.
You never can tell. It's whoever, you know, I'm sure probably a lot of the people that clicked on his were not maybe necessarily fans of the show, but fans of his comedy. You know, so you never can tell the niche you're going to grab with certain videos. Some ones you think it'll do great, maybe don't do so good. Some ones you think, it's probably not going to do well. You know, do huge numbers.
Yeah, man. I just want to shout out to comedians, man. I think comedians are just the ultimate, you know, they're the true entertainers. I mean, you know, to be in the crowd with a microphone and to talk and to do it for like 5-6 minutes, whatever. That's what they did. Yeah. No, me and Harris were talking about that. A lot of the people that we interview here that are, you know, are comedians, you know, they.
Well, what's funny is like upon starting this, I never thought, you know, I didn't know the whole breakdown, you know, with publicists and stuff. So I didn't think I thought I'd be interviewing the rapper next door and down the block for fucking 3 years. And I've kind of moved on from that, and I start to see this as a real business.
Yeah.
And then I get my calendar and this and that, and my time. I make sure my time's on point, the guest time. And so I'm very, you know, on it. And a lot of the local guys, you know, I'm late, I'm this, I forgot the link. And I'm like, well, fuck that. I'm going to move on. And we're going to take this a different direction, you know?
Yeah.
Man, that's awesome, bro. You know, you've been rocking with us 3 hours, man. Ray says that final question, but before we get you out of here, man, is there you've been plugging things all night, but is there any, you know, last minute plugs, anything you want to get out there to the world and maybe leave us with a positive message of sorts?
Yeah, obviously go check out Crime and Entertainment. We've talked a lot about it throughout the show. Like I said, all of our episodes are on YouTube. Back episodes, audio, some that aren't on YouTube, just audio only, on all the major audio platforms, Spotify, Google, Stitcher Podcast. Anywhere you get your podcast, really, you can find those back episodes. Follow us along. We're on social medias, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. Facebook is crime, the letter, the and symbol, and entertainment. Instagram is crime, the letter N, and entertainment. TikTok, crime, the letter N, symbol, and entertainment. So we're on all the major social medias. Follow us along on there. And I think really if I could leave anybody with anything, it would be this. Outside of podcasting in general, if you see something on TV, if you see somebody was arrested, I'm not saying that every time is the case where maybe they didn't do it, but sometimes it is. So my thing is, don't judge until you know all the facts. I think society today, especially, we're so quick. Somebody got arrested. It's on fucking TMZ, Fox. It's all over the place, and that's if you're a celebrity. Obviously, I never made TMZ, but your local news is, so-and-so was arrested for this, and people are so quick to judge. I was one of them. They arrested him for this. Damn, they must have had a reason to arrest him. I now know they don't need a fucking reason to arrest you. They do not. So I just tell everybody to keep an open mind. When something happens, wait till you get all the facts, then make your decision. Make an informed decision. Because when you jump to a conclusion, when you don't have all the facts, that's not an informed decision. You're guessing is what you're doing. And sometimes you're guessing with people's lives and reputations at stake. So that's what I'll leave with people.
Beautiful, man. That is
wonderful.
That is a great. And on the back end, man, I always say here, first time you're a guest, second time you're family, motherfucker. So we'd love to have you back on again.
Yes,
absolutely.
And if I could, I'll keep in touch with you on the back end too, man. Maybe pick your brain about some podcast business and
anytime, my man. I can't tell you I got all the answers, but what I got, I don't mind sharing because I've had people that has helped me out through my journey. So I feel like it's my duty to pass that along. And that's the beautiful part about this is you can interview somebody and I can interview somebody and they can be totally different. And, it doesn't, I'm not going to share my guest with this guy or that guy. Why wouldn't you? Let somebody else bring something different to the table. That's what I do when I'm welding during the day. I'll listen to other people's podcasts and, there might be some points I want to hit on here and there. It's the same, but I'm seeing what they don't talk about. All right, well, they didn't mention, when he done this, and this. I'll focus a lot of my interview on that to get something different out there. Because I know even guests don't like repeating the same shit all the time. So, any information, any hookups you want with guests that I have, if I got the ability, man, I'll hook you up or, give you whatever advice you're looking for.
Oh, appreciate it. I want to ask you one last question. Hollywood Wade, did you have a good time at Harris's Drinking Again?
I had a fucking blast, man. Whenever y'all want me back on, you just say the word, brother. I'm there.
All right.
That'd be awesome, man. And before you leave, can we get a drop from Hollywood Wade Williamson? This is Harris's Drinking Again podcast. You're rocking with Wade Williamson, etc. Whatever way you want to do it.
Absolutely. Folks, you've been rocking with Harris. Is it Harris, right?
Harris, yep.
Harris, what is the name of the show?
Harris is Drinking Again.
Harris Drinking Again. Folks, you've been rocking with Harris is Drinking Again, Brother Ray G, and Hollywood Wade. For 3 hours, you've been rocking with us. Tune in every Thursday when he goes live. Check out Harris has been Drinking Again along with Crime Entertainment. We are out of here.
That was beautiful, man.
That was great, man. Man, I always love the little thing. I love you guys' accent, man. I love it, man. I love it. I had a great time in the South.
Absolutely, man. And hopefully the Harris is Drinking Again pub provided some good Southern hospitality, man. You've been awesome. Thank you for telling your story and opening up to us, man. And hopefully I provided the best interview I can. We're still new to the game too. Only, so we're in our sophomore season, so getting better every week, man.
Absolutely, you've done great, man. It's all you learn as you go. It's just like anything else. The more you do it, the better you get. And it's not a repetitive thing to where it's like, all right, well, I know I'm gonna do this every day because everybody's story is different. So it's a constant learning It's a constant, honing your skills to what to question. So it's a never ending game of sharpening your skills when it comes to this podcast and stuff.
You got that right. You got that right, brother.
Absolutely, man. Well,
Yes.
many blessings, man, to you, your family,
Yes.
continued success, continued safety, man, and keep on, brother. We'll be in touch.
Yep. Definitely. Ooh.
All right, fellas. Had a blast,
All
man.
right. Have a good one.
You
All
too.
right.
Thank you.
Great, everybody.
Hollywood Wade Williamson.
Crime and Entertainment. Go check out his channel. We're going to share the screen now because I was so invested in the damn. Why is my thing looking different? I don't know why that's looking different, but I'm going to go ahead and share the screen. This is his Google. Type in Hollywood Wade Williamson, and all podcasts come up. A lot of podcasts on other people's platforms, like he was saying. He's all over the place. Apple, Instagram.
Man, that's just amazing what he went through, man, with that whole process of.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, man, this was a fascinating interview, man, and this is one of our longest guests. To rock out with us almost 3 hours, man, and sit here and tell his story. And I feel like covered some good some outside ground. We got some porn star talk in there. We always got to get some sexual talk, in there.
I think we will have the you'll have the porn star, and then you'll have the gangsters, and yeah, we already get us already starting.
What I liked the most was he seems like just a man. At the end of the day, he was a man, American man, raising his family, like you said, tax-paying, law-abiding citizen. And we don't think that bad things can happen or won't happen to us, but you never know. This was a case of, I'm going to call him a patriot, American patriot, man, doing his duty, protecting his home, his ground. And then from there, like you said, he wanted a platform to speak on, and man's turned it into a business. If that's not American, what the fuck is? Well, you can
Thank God for America. You can do that here.
You can take something and flip it into a positive.
Yeah, I agree. It flip it into. It's amazing how many people did this because of the, because of COVID, right? I mean, is that the same with us, dude?
No, because we started last year. I mean, we started way after, not way after.
After COVID.
After the COVID.
Right. I mean, I didn't really I mean, the thought was there. I've always had the talk to truth in my mind.
Yeah. And we discussed a few weeks ago the whole brother to brother 2014. Like, it's been there. Well, for me, over the pandemic, I was I was furloughed 6 months. It took me about 7 weeks to get unemployment. So there was a yay factor. Initially, it was like, oh, what's going on? Okay, we're off 2 weeks. Oh, that's fucking cool. And then the thing keeps extending.
Mm-hmm.
Then it goes into slight stress and a little bit of fear. And so for me, I was just trying to navigate. I was having fun too. Shout out to Trump and the stimulus, man, because I was making less than what I was used to, but it was good for me not having to go anywhere. But I had no plan. I was doing research, reading and stuff, but it was not anything to do.
I just hated to wear the mask, dude. That's really the main bother, man. I hated to wear the mask, especially when I see it on kids.
Yeah.
When I see it on kids, it's like you are actually programming your. Don't you understand that child who's 6, 7, 8 years old? Their lungs still developing.
Yeah. I noticed. I was scrolling through my Instagram though, just checking it out, and I did go live a lot more on Instagram during the pandemic, and then I got my account suspended because I went on a mask rant in the schmack scene rant.
I remember that. Yeah.
But I'm looking at my stuff and I'm like, okay, there was an attempt to be seen. There was an attempt, like, oh, I'll just go live on Instagram. But then I don't know what it was, man. We got back to it, and then the thought, and then the crypto, and then I had all this money off the crypto, and I'm like, man, let me go ahead and buy my shit again, and let's just do something. And then a year from that, we're here. So it's been a fucking ride, dude.
I know, man. You definitely lucked out in the crypto.
Crypto, man.
See, that's what happened. You're just naturally called, man.
And that's what I was doing a lot over the pandemic. Was doing research on other forms of income, and I was finding about this crypto stuff and DeFi and all these things, and I'm like, okay. And so I was doing a lot of research on that, and then, but yeah, that led me to purchasing it, and then our consistency, man, week after week, never ceases. Never fucking ceases. Let me see. I got Alonzo calling here. Let me go ahead and send Alonzo the link because I kind of want to talk some. I want to talk NBA All-Star Weekend here in Salt Lake City, popping off tomorrow. Hold on, Alonzo, baby, check your email now. Links in your email. All right. I want to see if he's been hanging around. But, the guests come first around here, man. This is a business, Guests come first, and the friends come second. We're on live air. But I want to, if he's going to come on, I want to get into this. So, dude, it's All-Star Weekend in fucking Salt Lake City. It's cracking. I already got an outfit. I went out with Andre today. Got me a little nice button-up, some slacks, some white shoes, like white with navy blue with like a printed shirt. I'm gonna throw in a black pea coat. I'm gonna try to find a little blazer or something, but I don't want to spend no 80-90 on a fucking blazer for a one night.
Man, I want to have me. I'm already looking at my outfit for the spring. I'm gonna be like here. It's gonna be like warm, but not warm yet. So I'm probably gonna be like rocking the blazer. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah,
maybe even like a corduroy blazer, kind of like, or a blazer.
Yeah, I will be out tomorrow downtown. I'm gonna bring my fucking drone, and there's a certain parking lot over there. I'm gonna attempt to put the drone up in the air, like around the arena and shit, and get some footage. Oh, I sent you them in. But I went to Staples today. Shout out to the local Staples. I got some new business.
I saw that.
Made up. We got the QR code. Harris is drinking again. Then we got the credentials on the back.
Yes, you do.
So I'm going to pass a bunch of these around tomorrow. I believe I'm going to the Fabulous concert Saturday night. And there's a whole bunch of shit. I mean, Shaq's throwing on something. We got DJ Envy doing a party. Sada Baby. Fabulous. Mayweather's doing an event. P. Diddy rented out a whole restaurant. Like, it's going to be cracking. So stay tuned for some sort of footage. I'm gonna maybe make a downtown All-Star Weekend vlog or something, because I'm gonna be there tomorrow night. And then anybody from my work listening, I'm calling out Saturday. I don't give a fuck. They're expecting me to work all day. I ain't working all day. I'm taking a day off, calling out Saturday, so I'll be downtown Salt Lake, and I'm gonna be recording my ass. I think I'm gonna do a SLC All-Star Weekend vlog and kind of have that out.
What's happening this weekend, right? Mm-hmm.
Oh, one of my partners right now working downtown right now says Rudy Gay and some others are in the restaurant right now. Hennessy rented out the entire restaurant for the NBA All-Star game, and Rudy Gay's up in there right now. Shout out to Rudy Gay.
Rudy Gay.
Yeah, he was a top 10 pick or so back in the day. But yeah, we got celebrities galore up in the crib, and got a little fan on there.
Oh wait, hold on. It's my water heater.
Oh,
you hear?
Oh, you got a little, the little. Oh, okay.
Little, 'Cause I'm
Lonzo.
having my lemon.
All
Where
right.
is Lonzo?
All right. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, the show
Lonzo.
will continue into hour number 3 with my boy, my brother, my motherfucking best friend, coming from the 775, coming to the stage, Alonzo A-Mac Palafox.
What's going on?
What is going on?
What is
Hey
good?
man,
What is
hey,
good?
I'm just gonna say right now, it's a tough act to follow with your previous guest.
It's a tough act, and you're lucky that you're even following the act, motherfucker. We should end the show right now. We should end the show and come back.
Right now, I heard the last hour of that fucking the last hour of the show. I'm letting you know right now. But man, what a crazy ass story.
It was, man. His story was engaging too. I can't wait to clip it up and make shorts out of that motherfucker.
Hey man, but you know what? It's true what he said though. You know, I mean, you know, people get arrested all the time, but it doesn't matter until you know all the facts. You know, you can't really judge until you know all the facts, right?
Yep.
Yeah, man. But man, what a crazy story, man. I mean, I enjoyed listening to it. I mean, the guy, his name was Wade, right? Wade Williamson.
Yeah.
Wade Williamson. I mean, man, seems down to earth. Seems like he knows. He's been through a lot of stuff, protecting his family.
Yeah.
He's been successful with it. Like you said, turned a negative into a positive. But yeah, man. I mean, it was cool to hear.
Yeah, appreciate it. And you know, we're getting some good guests on. You know, and not all of them are going to be the big name. I kind of blew my load with Tommy and Gianni Russo.
Yeah.
But we got substance, man. Everybody that comes on here is a professional. We got next week. I got an author, 2 authors, and you know, people have just a story, man, and they're really professional and they're really like driven. That's the main thing. I want to interview people that are like on a mission, driven, doing something.
Exactly. You know? Hey man, but I gotta congratulate you, man. You've been doing good on this, and I mean, you know, you and Ray, you guys been doing good on this. I mean, you know, I didn't doubt you for a minute. It's just, man, it's going well. It's going really well.
And now the man's gonna be moving back to Reno, Lonzo. He's moving back to Reno. Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know,
bigger market out there, you know.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be like Wonder Twin Power activate, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we're gonna make a bunch more live in studio content, and from there, the channel is gonna take a lot of twists and turns this year. Just off of that, being live, and then all the people that's gonna come just to access. You know, we're gonna be closer to the cities too, L.A., Sacramento. You know, I do want to. You know, like Wade was saying, man, I would love to start traveling, you know, to do podcasts. You know, I'll be in Vegas this weekend. Boom, set up shop. And we just have a host of fucking plans, man. I'm so excited.
Man, I mean, you know, look at my sister. You know, my sister's really big into podcasts and stuff, and I was telling her about yours. And but you know, she's really big on Drink Champs, on Nori and
yeah.
Nori,
yeah.
And you know, we had some downtime at work last couple of weeks, and lost some power in half the building, stuff like that. But anyways, I was just kind of listening to him while I was doing some work, and I want to say, I could be wrong, but I want to say that he had to travel to Compton from New York to go start to his podcast in Compton to interview the game. And I think he went to LA also to interview Snoop Dogg. And you know, I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you got to travel, and that's the perks of the job, right?
Yeah.
Hey man, that's really, I mean, it's like, it's kind of cool. That's why, you know, we just gotta like be able to learn how to have our little portable setup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Like boom, boom, boom.
And you guys will, you know, It's just, you know, it's just with time, but it's coming together though. I mean, I see it.
Yeah. We're actually like we're kind of like positioning ourselves to where we want to have a comedy, spot.
Yeah. Hey,
In fact, we were just this morning we were just talking, because we've had comedians in our show, and they're willing to do, and comedy is like comedy is
it's never going away. First of all,
yeah,
right?
never, right?
Comedy's natural. Everybody loves comedy,
Yeah, like if you and your girl want to go, hey man, let's go watch this comedy, like, and it's not expensive. The maybe usually what comedians there, maybe 6 minute set, 5 minute set.
Yeah.
Well, your big names. You're gonna do 45 to an hour.
Yeah. But we don't want to like the big names. We just want like almost like an open mic.
Yeah, 15.
Exactly.
Because we're gonna have it like streamed and videotape, and we'll edit it. It's gonna be like the Chocolate Factory. Sunday, was that something Chocolate Factory or something like that? The Factory or something like that.
You want those guys that are coming up that later on when they blow up, they'll be like, "Hey man, I was on Harris's."
Here's my brother.
Hey, salute.
Yep.
But hey, speaking of comedy, I don't know if you guys have kind of heard about George Lopez lately. So, we're all minorities here, but George Lopez was big on Latinos, right? And so Paul Rodriguez, who's has been in the game more than George Lopez, he came out saying something about a casino in California that George Lopez had a contract with them, saying that if they wanted to continue their contract with George Lopez,
they're not going to have any other Mexican artists.
They can hire more Latinos. Yeah,
shit.
I mean, what kind of shit is that?
Really?
Paul Rodriguez been in the game longer than George Lopez. He even says, I mean, he's talking about this, and he's like in tears talking about this because and he goes into depth about a bunch of stuff. He talks about his kid being a skater and all that.
Salute
you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like he talks about his kid being a skater and saying like, man, like Latinos don't really skate, I mean, it's more of a Caucasian thing, But obviously, his son turned it into something positive and was successful with it, So, he's kind of in tears talking about it. How George Lopez is kind of like selling out on that,
Wow. So yeah, George Lopez is a Mexican coon. He's cooning. He's a man, he's being a
and then I think I saw like a TikTok about him talking about this up and coming comedian. I think his name is Ralph Barbosa.
Oh, Barbosa, yeah. I know him.
This kid is hilarious, man.
He's hilarious, dude.
He's hilarious.
He's witty as fuck.
He's coming up, and man,
Barbosa.
I know he's gonna blow up, and he's hilarious, man. I mean, he's probably got to be what Ray, early 20s maybe.
He's probably like maybe 23, 24.
Yeah, and man, he just talks about life,
Yeah,
and it is hilarious, man. I mean, he talks about like living with his
and
grandma.
He's so calm about it too. Like he just, he's so calm about it. Like he's like he's the dude like in everyone's. You always had a friend like that.
You always do. You
always got that calm ass but funny dude friend.
It's just funny no matter what happens. It's funny no matter
what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that's why we want to have a comedy spot. Lonzo. And Dakota came up. We were just kind of like brainstorming, and I go, yeah, kind of Wolfpack.
Are you gonna? Well, I just want you to say the name and somebody go ahead and trademark it. This is a genius idea.
Yeah.
That's Lonzo, though. Come on, Lonzo is in the family.
Hey,
Lonzo in the family, man. Whether we like it or not, here you go, Lonzo.
Hey, shout out to Beeline real quick and then Chino Boy up in the chat, man. Salute, fellas.
What's up, fellas?
Subscribe to the Beeline Entertainment LLC on YouTube and go check out Chino Boy. Also, LLC. Chino, if you're still listening, and Beeline, if you're still listening, I would like to get Chino on Beeline's podcast.
Yes,
because Chino's an up and coming artist.
Mm-hmm.
Beeline, you're looking for more. So I would like to link that up, and I have another artist, so we can start making some connections over here.
Oh, we're gonna make it
from the back.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you, Alonzo, man. It's All-Star Weekend, baby. Salt Lake City. We got to talk basketball, baby. So, I already got an outfit. Okay, first of all, I'm a bartender. We're not going to mention where I work on the show. You guys know. But where I work is popping. And I go in tomorrow.
Okay.
And so it's going to be like crazy, like the day of, people coming in. Boom.
Yes,
I got a fit for tomorrow night. I got some white shoes, some navy slacks.
Wait, white shoes?
Got some white shoes.
Hey, you probably some K-Swiss.
They're probably even below K. They're like $30 from Shoe Depot.
They just white.
You can't.
Hey, you can never buy style, man. Styling got a price.
Hey, it might kick off after Dakota Wars. Who knows?
I'm gonna be looking fly, but I will be downtown Salt Lake tomorrow night. I don't think I might. There's an actual. I might hit the celebrity game. I'm thinking, but Saturday I'm going to Fabulous concert. Me and Dre, and then there's actually a women's. I'm gonna see if I want to see if I can pull this up, man. There's a women's. It's like a lingerie. I don't know if it's lingerie, but it's like nothing but hot chicks playing basketball.
Okay.
And I think I'm gonna go do that. Possibly.
Well, I signed up my boys for the skills challenge on Sunday.
Okay.
And
So
they're still kind of like in limbo about it because, man, we got to leave here Windover. For people that don't know, Windover is about an hour 45 minutes for Salt Lake. So we got to leave. And I believe the event's at 9 a.m. So we got to leave, by
like
7.
6:30 by 7.
6:37 because 6:30 maybe because I saw the road closures downtown. So I don't even know where the hell I'm gonna park. And they got to compete at the Salt Palace. And my boys are like, man, we want to be there because of the All-Stars, this and that. But at the same time, they're like, man, we got to get up at 6:30 in the morning to go do the skills challenge. It's probably going to last like, what, a minute?
Hey, but you know what, though? It's the fact that later on, they can talk about it.
Exactly. So
you know what? It's that kind of stuff. My boys still talk about the time I took them to a Warriors game in Oakland. And they got into basketball because of that. The little things, bro. The little things.
There you go. So, I mean, I think that's the plan to head down there. But, man.
And the fact of that, it's like, I remember waking up, like, Dad woke us up around 5:30. And then, and then we were tired and this and that. But we were going to go to,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They hate it, but they love it.
Yeah,
my son has his there's something going on tomorrow we signed him up for. I don't know if it's a skill challenge, but it's a junior jazz. It's a coaching clinic. They have
yeah.
I don't know if yours is different or if they have two different things.
I saw that they had a bunch of events for kids like the whole weekend.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it starts tomorrow. And if I had the money to be there the whole weekend, I'd get a room and go to the game and do all that stuff. But man, that's gonna add up. That's at least $4 or $5 grand right there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just I'm gonna spend $400 or $500 maybe.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even want to spend that, but I'm gonna hit.
That's what I'm almost thinking. Like maybe when you come out here, man, maybe we look into like an RV too or something, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can do all that. Yeah.
And I got a friend out here that he's actually gonna go. He got hired. So he played professional in Mexico with Juan Toscano that plays for the
Juan Toscano.
Yeah. So he played with him, and now he has kind of connections with him. So he's gonna go. He got hired. He's gonna go this weekend to Salt Lake to go take pictures, I guess, the whole weekend.
Oh, okay.
And and he
JTA, Juan Toscano Anderson.
There you go, him. There you go. So he, they're friends and this and that, and he told me, he's like, let's go, and I'm like, man, I can't go. I got commitments that I got to go to this weekend, this and that, but he's going though, man. I mean, my friend, he's not no kids, no commitments here, this and that. He's going. But man, I mean, and it's crazy. It's just it's bittersweet to me because like I remember like years ago looking at this All-Star schedule where it was going to be at and the future cities, this and that. I remember seeing Salt Lake on there, and I was like, man, what is in Salt Lake? I'm gonna go, and here it is. And man, I'm not going. I'm going Sunday, but not to the game.
Yeah, I remember I did a last February. I talked about it. I was like Salt Lake 2023, one of our first episodes, and I've been knowing about it for almost 2 years.
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
But I always knew. I signed up for the packages. I got the first round of emails and the packages.
Exactly.
I always knew my ass ain't gonna pay to go to the game, but I might be able to work the 60 for the celebrity game.
Hey, hopefully something.
I might be able to work the little female game, but I remember being in All-Star Weekend, and you know this 2007 in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
20. I think I was still 20, but it was popping. I was still in, knew a few people, so I was in and out of a few places. But the vibe, the absolute vibe, the energy of the town was fucking immaculate.
And I want to say, man, I want to say that they even said that the Thomas and Mack Arena wasn't even built for that because they said the capacity of all that, man. They said Thomas and Mack was not the place for that.
Fuck no, it was.
Yeah, I mean it's small, man. I mean I think they still hold state basketball games there, man. I mean you can't really, you know what I mean?
Maybe 12,000, maybe.
Exactly. So I mean, but I'm sure Salt Lake City is crazy this weekend, and I mean I was watching the Clippers and Suns go at it earlier, and I didn't even catch the end of the game because I was watching your podcast. But I mean I saw Shaq, Barkley, Ernie, Kenny, they were in Salt Lake already, and I was like, man, I'm like 2 hours away. I mean,
seen Shaq's hosting the DJ Diesel.
Yes sir.
An event in DJ Envy. I might even go to DJ Envy shit tomorrow. He's doing the sneaker ball. You just gotta come in your dopest sneakers, but he's hosting it at a local bar.
Okay.
And it's like I want to say 40 or 60. I'm thinking about maybe even hitting that, just checking out DJ Envy, another light skinned motherfucker like myself. Oh, the Breakfast Club. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Diddy of course is out here. Mayweather done bought. I heard he rented out basically an entire hotel, not a floor. This motherfucker rented out the hotel for the weekend.
I'm sure, man. I was looking at rooms, man. They're crazy everywhere. I mean, if you want to get a decent room, you got to go to Provo.
Yeah, or come out here.
Decent price room, I should say. You got to go to Provo. But man,
I think cool, my ass is gonna. I'm gonna get off work, come home. I'm gonna take the train back to Salt Lake, and either Uber or have a girl pick me up or whatever later in the night. But I'm gonna be downtown with my camera. Me and Drake go into a couple spots, wherever wherever we can get in the lines and all this shit. I'm not gonna sit out for 4 hours trying to get in somewhere, but just to be in that environment.
Yeah, of course you got to.
I got my 500 business cards I just got made up. I'm gonna be like,
not everywhere.
I'm trying. One thing we're doing specifically, might as well call us groupies, but I don't give a fuck. We're gonna specifically go loiter in the lobby of the Radisson, the Grand America,
America, you got
the Marriott right downtown because all the bitches gonna be in the lobby, all the motherfuckers. You might see some cat coming off the elevator, and it's All-Star Weekend, baby. Hey, hey, Chris Body, check it out, man. Harrison drinking again. You never know,
sir. Yeah, you never know what's gonna happen. You never know. 2 weeks from now, we're talking to anybody. You know what I mean? Ray's got that face that they'd be like, maybe they see Ray's face and be like, oh, I just want to talk to Ray just because. Look at that face. Right.
But, I hope so, man. I hope so.
But man, I mean, you can definitely feel the excitement, and I'm even thinking maybe people might come out here to Wendover to just gamble.
Yeah. No, probably.
But, yeah. I mean, I got to work. I picked up a part time at Red Garter, and it's been going good, but I got to work. So I've worked. Junior Jazz is currently going on here, so I got games on Saturday for both my boys. Saturday, but I mean, so that's why we can't really do anything Saturday. But Sunday, man, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
You'll probably get some some riffraff out there, maybe some
Yeah, a
cats
little bit. Yeah.
want to come, hang out a couple hours away, and it should be really dope. I'm looking forward to the people that are leaving town. On the back end, of course, my job's that's gonna be good, and just good for the economy, man. The only thing I hope is that Salt Lake. And I think that they got this under control. Utah don't play. This ain't fucking Washington. This ain't Portland. You ain't gonna come over here and loot stores. You fucking ass going to jail, motherfucker.
Yeah.
But I just hope, because after 2007, Mayor Goodwin, I believe he was the mayor at the time, him or his wife, they said Vegas said they will never host an All-Star event again because of the violence. That was the year. That was the year Chris Pac-Man Jones fired a gun off in the club Saturday night.
Oh, okay.
There was so much gang
stuff going on. Yeah,
because it brings in a lot of the entourages and stuff. I just hope that Salt Lake, first, I know the police are going to be out in full force, but I hope the people coming into don't come into this beautiful state, man. This family oriented state.
Yeah.
Utah's they're doing pop-up liquor stores for the weekend, and last call is 2 a.m. They're changing
not 1 a.m.
They're changing it for the weekend, bro. Everything's 2 a.m. They got liquor stores right downtown on the street.
Okay.
So they're trying to cater. I just hope that people don't wild out and start drinking bottles in the street, and then NBA's
you know how it is. Yeah, exactly. You know how it is. We get people from Salt Lake all the time coming out the window where they can't handle their alcohol. And
there's going to be some of that. But I hope that overall the NBA is you know what? We're going to look for Salt Lake in the future.
Yeah, because, they clown on Salt Lake because of the nightlife, the nightlife. And, there was even, I think it was a couple years ago when it was during the playoffs, the Warriors were trolling the Jazz. Well, not the Jazz, but Utah as a state, saying, this is they said something, man. Did not exactly what they said, but they said something about the nightlife in Utah, and they went to what's it called, one of those escape rooms, and that was their outing for the night, because there was really nothing for them to do, so they were kind of trolling on Utah, hey man, this is what we got to do out here,
It's kind of cool because if I'm a big time celebrity like a Mayweather. First of all, like you said, all the after parties are going to take place behind closed doors. So,
yes, sir.
If you're a rich motherfucker, you already got bottles on deck. Hey, after the club, room such and such, we at the hotel. So I don't think the celebrities are going to be tripping at all. It's the people driving up from Vegas that are looking around.
We're used to 24 hours. What's going on?
Yeah. When they find out that there's literally only Betos and McDonald's. There's not even, maybe at Denny's, maybe. There's no.
Then Denny's that weekend's gonna be busy.
There's no casinos with 24-hour restaurants.
They keep that.
None of that. Yeah. Yeah, Denny's gonna be nuts. Denny's is gonna be crazy.
Denny's is gonna be they can double their price.
The
Grand Slam.
Yeah. Well, man, that's cool though, man. That's cool. I'm excited, even though I'm not really gonna be too much part of it, but I'm excited though.
Yeah, it's so close, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but man, I'm like I said, man, I'm just disappointed in myself because I'm like, man, I was looking at the schedule years ago, and I was like, man, when this is Salt Lake, I'm gonna be there, and here I am, and not there. But kind of like, man, I remember looking at the UNR basketball schedule years ago, and I was like, and I remember reading it, and it said Nevada versus North Carolina, and I was like, no way. And then I was like, it's got to be North Carolina, A&T or something like that.
Because there's a lot of teams here, college in North Carolina.
And then I was like, and it said Tar Heels, and I was like, and it said Reno, Nevada, December 31st, and I was like, what? No way. So immediately, first person I texted was this guy. And I was like, hey, New Year's Eve, we're going. And sure enough, so it was one of those things. That's kind of how I felt about the All-Star weekend, but, it's a little bit different. North Carolina tickets back then were $20 compared to $1,000, a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back then we didn't have any kids. Now well, Dakota has one. I have a gang of kids, so it's like
Yeah, shit was easier, man. That's
Yeah.
why I'm taking off Saturday, and we're waking up early, and I'm getting my kid, and I'm doing my thing solo tomorrow night, but I'm waking back up early and taking my son down there because the whole downtown area, like they have they're just gonna have booths. They're gonna have a bunch of free shit. Temple Square,
Yeah.
the Gateway Plaza. They're doing a bunch of things, and there's a thing there where they're gonna have basketball hoops set up downtown outside, and the kids could just shoot free throws. And so it'll be pretty good.
Lots of fun, man.
Yeah,
a lot of activity to do. Yeah,
man, that's cool, man. That's cool, and man, I really wish I could just be down there the whole weekend, but man, it's gonna be chaos. So I mean, we even at work we got a flyer or an email, and we printed it out as a flyer saying like the road closures downtown and what avoid 400 South and avoid this street and avoid this street, and I'm like, holy shit, man, they're gonna be sending up stuff everywhere.
Yeah, I'm taking the train, bro. I'm taking the train.
Oh, yeah. Or you can't even park at the City Creek garage. I mean, you gotta.
No. Yeah, I don't even know. I was talking.
Nah, it's smart to take the train, man.
Yeah.
Don't take your car.
Yeah. I was talking to Dre, but I'm like, I don't even know where. He's like, no, he was saying like right there off of 600 when you make that right. I said, bro, as soon as you get off the freeway, they're gonna have like, it's
gonna be nuts. It's gonna be nuts.
Miles away.
It's gonna be nuts, man. It's gonna be nuts, but it's exciting though. That's good.
And then hopefully 6 years from now, we get the motherfucking Olympics back.
Oh man,
8 years back.
Yeah, exactly.
The Olympics.
Yes, sir.
This one goes good. Hopefully the Salt Lake will get their bid approved, man, and we won't be too far. We'll shoot back from Reno in 2030.
Yeah. So when are you moving back to Reno?
Well, I don't want to say officially on the show, on air, but it's in the works.
There you go.
In the works, yeah.
Yeah.
They say never to, let your true plan, never tell people your official, stuff. Ray knows, but I'll tell you behind the scenes. But it's very soon, man. It'll be this year, very, very soon.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah, going back home.
Reno's always got a place in my heart, man. I mean, I was there last April. Man, I love that city, man. But I loved it more.
Grown, man.
I loved it more when I was single. Let's put it that way. And then, no offense to my kids, my family, this and that, but I love that place more when I was single. I love Tahoe. I love all of that, man.
Yeah.
It's the Tahoe smell.
You know what? And it's not to hate on nothing with Utah or nothing like that. But man, I went to Bear Lake up north.
Yeah,
last summer.
Yeah, Idaho, Utah shit.
Man, nothing. It has absolutely nothing on Tahoe.
Nah, dude, Tahoe's its own paradise. Its own.
Oh, bro.
One of the seven wonders, almost, the lake world.
It's got to be, man. Yeah.
It's in the center, man. It's the people. It's the
people, the aura, the water, the atmosphere, the people around there, the casinos, the attractions around there, everything, man. Everything.
That's why I have no doubt putting Reno on the map.
Oh no!
And some people may not like. I don't want Reno to be It's not about being popular.
No, it's
not.
About,
it's
because people think Nevada, they think Vegas right away. They don't.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Especially if you're in Hawaii, that's all they know.
Even if you're on the East Coast, I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, like, Vegas.
They think Vegas, and that's it.
It's cool.
They probably can't even point out Vegas where on a map in Nevada it's
cool, but to me. Las Vegas, unlike Reno has a character.
Reno's different, man. Reno truly lives up to its nickname, man. The biggest little city in the world.
It's got a character, man. It's got a character. It
truly lives up to that.
It's got a character, and I gotta tell you, man. Like almost.
I'm gonna run and grab my charger real quick. I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst each other. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, let's
right back.
Let's continue with the Reno conversation, brother.
Yeah. No, it's you know,
It's I guess for me coming back here 15 years later, and it's not like I came back from I came back from Hawaii, and now I'm here, got here dead of winter, and I'm looking around, and I could be like, oh, shovel snow. No, I said no, but I didn't see this for 15 years. And I'm looking at it, I'm going, yeah, I got to shovel snow, but you know what? It's no big deal. And then I'm going, but look at how that snow. It's just, I feel freedom, man. I just feel like Reno is that place where, you know, I can grow old here, you know. I just like it. You know, it's easy to get to know people here. I think so, because they're all so friendly, and you know, and it's got room for growth, and that's the reason why I love it, bro. It's got room for growth. It's got room for growth for you and me. You know, it's room for growth, man. And yeah.
The thing, definitely room for growth. The thing, unlike Vegas, though, to my knowledge, like Reno, it sits more in a crater though, and it's surrounded by mountains. It's not as spread out. Well, this west, you can go east out towards Fallon and Fernley, but it's limited. Like Vegas, I mean, you could just keep bringing it up, bringing it down.
Yeah, and you know, like Henderson and all that stuff. I'm glad that Reno has that certain limitation in its terrain. That's what's so sexy about it.
Yeah, and it's almost like there's like a limit on Reno though. It could grow, but it's almost like the infrastructure, the way it's set up, it can't grow too much.
No, but that's why look, I've been looking into this like mentally for like 15 years, right? Because I've been going, okay, if I go back to Reno, what is the whole? I looked at all the I did a SWOT analysis for 15 motherfucking years. Okay, all right. You know what? It made the place may be small, but the thing is, it touches 5 states, the 5 fingers of death. That means you can truncate to these 5 directions. That is power, my brother. If done right, if done correctly, that is power. There's 5 states touching this state. And I don't care about the laws and shit like that. I care about the people in these states that's willing to invest.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what makes Reno good, even Salt Lake good. Like the whole I-80, you're on a straight path, you know, to Salt Lake, Reno.
Exactly.
And then
you gotta look at the logistics.
Yeah, and everything.
You gotta look at the logistics. Yeah,
that's what I like Salt Lake to Vegas, 7-8 hours. Salt Lake to Reno, 7-8 hours. Reno to Vegas, 7-8 hours. Salt Lake to Denver, 7-8 hours. And like it's all
7-8 hours.
Everything we need is like.
I mean, it's doable.
Yeah, 1 day if you have to, 2 days.
Yeah, or you can go in circle to just hit these points, and Nevada's still there. I mean, it's touching 5 states, bro. That's fucking power. If you look at it in, you know, because, you know, of course, the end game for us, you know, real estate and all that stuff.
Sorry, fellas. Sorry.
All right. Yeah. We're just talking about, while you were gone, we were talking about, you know, the power of Northern Nevada, Reno, as compared to Las Vegas. And we're looking at, you know, Harris was talking about, like, you know, it's kind of has a limitation, which is good because scarcity makes the value go higher.
Yeah, like I was saying, like Reno, kind of sits in that crater. I remember when I would be flying to Reno or from Reno. It's and I never said this on the show. Can I explain where the term dips came from? I'm the creator of the word dips.
Please explain.
Please, the dips, the Dippy Mart, pick me up in the dips. I mean, come on.
Yes, please.
So I'm from
Give me a little tip on about the dip.
Like we come from the dips. We don't come from the hood. We don't come from the ghetto, the projects. Like Nevada is the dip. Like there is some hoods in Vegas. Las Vegas has hoods, like real fucking hoods.
Yeah.
The project. I mean, well, it doesn't have like project towers like New York. It doesn't have all that.
No, because it's a different infrastructure. It's a different landscape. That's why.
Yeah, and part of the thing from the dips was a geographical thing, and the other thing was from Italian.
At times like that, we got to point to Ray, but like, hey, Ray, what are we trying to say?
Geographical.
Geographical.
When I'd be flying, right? When I was a kid, I'd flying back and forth, Elko to Reno, Vegas, all this shit. And when you're looking up from the sky, there's little dips and valleys, like our mountain.
Oh, right.
Every time we're flying into Reno or flying over Elko, one of these towns, from the sky, the mountain surround it, and it's a little dip, it's a little valley, a little hole. And I was like, the dips, like this is a little dip. And so that was the one thing why I coined it. And then the second one was I would find myself when I moved from town to town, I would take a dip in my morale and a dip in my mental state because some of these towns are so fucking depressing. You don't have to be in the hood and 5 boroughs and all this shit. We got our own problems out here. And so I was like, in my head, I was like, what can I call us our shit? Because we, we're not from that same caliber of life or ghetto life, but we got our own country life, desert life. And so the dip was a dip in the mentality and a dip in your morale. And then the geographical dip of like all these towns, they literally sit in a little dip, like a little dish. And you got these mountains and lakes around us. Yeah. So that was the whole thing about the dips. If anybody ever claims dips, other than dip,
trademark that.
And it had nothing to do with Dipset. Let me just say that. It had nothing to do with Dipset.
That's a whole different ball league, man.
Well, looking at the positive side of that particular story of the dips, why do people put their place of dwelling in the dip? Perhaps it's security, perhaps it's visibility.
I mean,
right? And so if you're over here, you want to buy a piece of land, you go, where can I build this homes? How can I make this look like a fly looking, a residential area? And maybe you can utilize the dips, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love to think like that, man. I like to turn negative stuff into positive stuff because it's land. You can do whatever you want in there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think, man, since 2005, this guy's been talking about the dips, and I'm like, dips? What? But
dips, yeah. And then, like you said, the dips in the morale and everything.
And then it falls into the desert sickness, and desert sickness can be all kinds of shit. It can be, like Dakota said, depression. It can be, gambling. It can be drugs. It can be, just being out in the middle of nowhere. It can be anything. I mean, the desert sickness. All in Nevada is a desert.
You know what I gotta say though? The ones who can hold it down here, because it's this state by itself has a lot of temptations, a lot. But if you can hold it down and focus on, I think there's a lot of treasure underneath this.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah, no, Nevada, Arizona is very dear to my heart too. Like from a spiritual sense, man. Like I believe that ground is sacred, bro. Like all the battle-born tragedy, the all the bloodshed, all the Indian reservation, all the
Yeah.
The people that have traveled over the land to seek better life and eventually met their demise on those desert hills. You know, there's something there, man. There's a power. I find peace in Nevada. I don't give a fuck. I find peace in Arizona too.
Yeah.
Something about that desert. And it's fuck, man. To me, it's just powerful. I can go out in the desert on a pitch black night or a cold day and just like park the car and like lay on the hood, and you're just like out there in the fucking desert looking up. Like I find solace in that shit.
Yeah.
And the smell of sagebrush after it rains.
Hey man, even like Wendover's out here is big on more like in the summer, in the warmer months, but especially the summer, it's big on rides, like side by side rides.
Yeah.
And a bunch of us get together, we go on these rides. Man, you're out. We go out to the ghost shoots, we go out to Pilot, we go out to everywhere, and we'll start at like 1 p.m. and we'll be out till like 9, 10 p.m. and the whole day, and riding back in the night, and it's cool, because you're in the desert, and you come back, you're dirty, you got dirt all over you. But man, I take my kids, I take my 4-year-old girl. I mean, she loves it, she's got her goggles and everything, and she loves it, man. She don't care. She's got dirt in her hair and everything, but man, it's one of those things, it's, you can't do that in the East Coast, I mean, you probably can somewhere, but like in New York.
No.
Yeah.
So and it's got its perks,
Sense of freedom, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, everybody's
with
everybody, like I pack a gun with me just in case, for I don't know why, but you just feel like you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Did you run into a fucking coyote, motherfucker?
Yeah, you never know. You're in mountain lion or something, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, plus you can carry a gun. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
there's something about the people, like hardworking people, and a lot of city states have their hardworking people, but Nevada is built off of ranching and mining, mainly ranching and mining, and
right.
And there's like something in that DNA of the rancher, of the miner. In the more modern era, we got our casino workers, our mothers who risk their fucking health, right? Your mom smoked, my mom didn't smoke, but if they go to the doctor, they probably got blacker lungs than us.
Probably because I don't smoke, they inhaled.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Or then they get carpal tunnel, and then they get all kinds of shit.
Yeah, fibromyalgia and shit. But there's something to those people, though, like, I don't know. There's just a discipline. There's a, and it's a patriotic state, right? You carry a gun, you drink your liquor, you move around.
You can go get a beer at 4 a.m. if you want, 7 a.m. if you want.
Yeah. See, you don't
have to order food with beer.
Right. Like like me, I've been kind of like thinking, man, when Harris gets over here. No, man, Lonzo, I tell you what, man, I get EBT and I'm thinking of cooking, dude, and then selling on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Then I get my car, do DoorDash, whatever it takes to make some, little cash, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, sir.
But that's the thrill of it, though.
Yeah.
That's the thrill of it. It's like, because, you can go to a job that you feel secure and your job. Like, you've been there for so long. That's cool. But to some of us, man, we get real bored real quick. I get real bored real quick.
Yeah. I get you. Yeah.
But, so.
Hey, man, I'm not really trying to change. Well, I am, I guess. A little bit off topic. But can we talk about this? Let's put it out there real quick. MJ's the GOAT no matter what. But can we talk about LeBron breaking this record?
Yeah, please do. We're trying to get you on last week to talk about it. What's your feelings, thoughts, opinions on the whole thing? And for the record, I don't know. I've been saying that I could have been in Vegas. I don't think maybe I was in Vegas, but I swear to God, it was me, you, Fernie. all of us, Mike, Jake, and we watched LeBron's first rookie game together. He scored 20 against the Kings. And I swear we were all together, but I could have just moved to Vegas, but we were like watching it together. Like we all watched the rookie game together. So,
I mean, I wasn't in Vegas, but man, I mean, LeBron's LeBron, bro. LeBron, definitely one of the greatest. I mean, for me personally, top 5 for sure. Obviously, I mean, Jordan's number 1 regardless. You can't. I mean, LeBron could cure cancer. He could do whatever he wants. Michael Jordan's number 1, no matter what. But my thoughts on all this is, I think Jordan would have achieved that same record had got involved with the whole gambling, the mafia shit, and all that, and if Stern hadn't pushed him out of the NBA for a little bit for those couple of years, had he not retired in '98, all that mix with Phil Jackson and all that. If he wasn't coming back to Chicago and all that, Jordan would have broke that easy. Jordan would have easy, but Jordan would have had 8 championships too.
Yeah.
I mean, I got into it with coworkers today about this whole shit, and I'm like, man, I don't even really put effort into this whole debate with Jordan and LeBron, because it's like I'd rather.
How many years has LeBron been with the league? How many years?
20 years.
And how many years was Jordan in the league?
Jordan got drafted in what, 85, right? Or 84? 85?
I think it's 85,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, 84, 85.
Okay. And he retired in 90 so he won championship in 91, 92, 93. So he wasn't there for 94, 95. Won championship in 96, 97, 98. Retired, came back in 2000 and played for 2 years with the Wizards.
Yeah.
But so I know. I mean, obviously.
Is he like 20 years as well?
So it'd be 84, 10. No, the last it'd be 10.
Yeah.
It'd be like 17. Well, 18?
17, 18
17,
years?
17. So it'd be because 84, 85.
He played 9. Played 9. And then retired for what, a year and a half, 2?
Yeah, exactly. And then
but altogether though, how many years altogether combine everything?
Let's say 17, but not
17.
People forget that he had an injury when he was in the late 80s too.
Yeah. Broke his foot.
Yeah. So people
but you know what though? If you think about it, right? LeBron been in the league longer.
Exactly.
Like had no breaks.
No. Straight out of high school, and now LeBron broke this record, and now what? Now he's done, not playing anymore, And it's just
that's why it's kind of iffy with the whole, broke the record and everything.
It's different. This whole GOAT talk is, man. It's like, man. It's like even Stephen A. Smith. He's like, people, they respect and they like LeBron, but they fear Jordan. They fear Jordan when he was on the court, man. I mean, you know what? I'm a huge R&B, huge Dakota. He hates it. I know he hates it. Well, he probably doesn't hate it, but he knows I'm a big R&B guy. So he knows, Brian McKnight is one of my favorite artists. But I saw a while ago that Brian McKnight talked about. He was on. They were interviewing him, and Brian McKnight has a story where I think it was during Space Jam that Michael Jordan would fly people out or tell people to come out and play pickup ball. In wherever they were filming, and somehow Brian McKnight got invited to this because Brian McKnight actually played professional ball overseas, and he said that Brian McKnight showed up, and as soon as he sat down, he's like, all right, I got next. He sat down and he saw Jordan come up and dunk the ball on somebody. And said, and then after he dunked it, he said, y'all N-word thought this was, a movie. This is real life, and talking all shit to everybody in the NBA, Reggie Miller, Dennis Rodman, everybody. And then Brian McKnight said, so I grabbed my bag and I left because I was not about to be posterized.
Yeah,
right.
Michael Jordan. And it's just like these stories, man, they're hilarious because it's like, man, they truly fear Jordan because, like, man. And the thing is, like, what I always tell people is, like, man, LeBron's had it. He's had it since high school. Since high school, he's been it. Jordan didn't. Jordan had to fight to be it, So that's the difference. That's the difference there.
Well,
LeBron's been it, but Jordan wasn't. So he had to fight to be there,
When you talk about, someone coming in at 18 and then Jordan playing 3 years at college, I mean, that right there, he has a jump on him. Now I didn't know this. I just
What is
looked.
that?
I'm on NBA.com/stats. I didn't know this, Alonzo. Did you know this? Because this shit sounds crazy to me. If I told you that Michael Jordan made just a little over 500 3-pointers in his career, would you believe that?
That's crazy. That's nuts.
That's crazy, right? So check this out. LeBron James, right, has made 2,237 3-pointers in his career. So do the math. I mean, that right there is like almost 10,000 points.
Yeah, but imagine the percentage though. You know,
was percentage. 34%. But check this out. Michael Jordan only attempted 1,778 3-pointers. He's only made 581 3-pointers in his career.
There's a difference, man. There's a different style of play.
That shit sounds crazy to me, bro. I didn't know.
Man, you know what? I always feel like when people want to get in this argument, I'm like, you know what, man?
500.
The stat that does the stat that.
But the game also. But the game also has a what do you call it, like trends, like when Michael Jordan, they were most likely they're on the mid shots, a lot of that
mid range, they were on
mid range, like poster shots, a lot of
big guys didn't shoot threes.
Yeah, because it was a different defense. It's a rougher game. Yeah,
people talk about, man, big guys can shoot now. I'm like, yeah, they can shoot, but they're still not the best shooters out there, man. I mean, Giannis, you're still Giannis can probably.
No, Giannis is not good.
Giannis can hit a three, but you're not gonna trust him to hit a three, are you?
No,
exactly.
He's not a Stephen Curry kind of. He's not even.
So people are there like, man, the big guy can hit the three now. It's like, yeah, he can. Maybe 1 out of 10. I mean,
you can figure out Giannis, and he got figured out.
And that's the thing. And it's like these guys can dribble now, this and that. I mean, you mean to tell me that you would take Giannis over Shaq? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, and it's a different style of play. It was more physical, this and that. I mean, the stat that I give people, I'm like, you know what, man? You know what stat LeBron does have on Jordan is that LeBron had more All-Star teammates than Jordan ever did. He had way more help along the years, and obviously business and money and all that comes to tie with it, because moving around, LeBron was the money, the business, all that. I get that, but it was different. It's a different style of play, different league.
Well, plus too, I think that maybe now LeBron has more, like, the league has given him more autonomy than when it was Jordan.
For sure, man.
Like Jordan could call his shots, but to a degree, because no one was really doing it. But because it was Michael Jordan that actually helped everybody in the NBA get paid more, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Because he started, right? And then, but LeBron is like,
Charles Barkley has made almost as many 3-pointers as Jordan in his career. That's crazy. Fun fact.
That's nuts. I don't even think that, but hey, man, you know what, man? But it's just like, I mean, like I said, LeBron top 5 for me. Not the GOAT, but he's top 5. I mean, I got my own little top 5 that I got. And it's every time I talk about it, it's still.
Who do you got? Who you got top 5?
Man, I was about to say that it is still.
Okay, number 1. Okay, no, let's go 5. Let's go backwards, Lonzo.
Backwards.
Yeah,
that's
backwards.
Harder. That's even harder.
Who's your top 5, bro?
It's a mix of, okay, obviously Jordan number 1. Number 2 for me, I'd have to say is Magic Johnson.
Okay.
Why I say that is because Michael Jordan had a kind of like it's almost like kind of like Magic Johnson had to kind of like pass it on to Michael Jordan.
Right.
In that era, because like it's like they talk about that the greatest game nobody ever saw was that during the Olympics and all that when they scrimmage and all that. So I would say Magic Johnson number 2. As my number 3, I have Shaq.
Okay.
My number 4, I do have LeBron.
Okay.
And number 5 is always tricky, man, to me, because there's so many people that tie into it. Because I never saw Dr. J play. I never saw Oscar Robertson play. I never saw Kareem Abdul-Jabbar play. I never saw any of these play, you know. So it's hard, man. My number 5 is always up for grabs. So you know what? I can't even really name a number 5, but those are my 4 right there. But my number 5 always go from Kareem to Bill Russell to Kobe to Kobe. But then there's Kobe, man. I mean, R.I.P. Kobe, but he's not even the best Laker of all time, man. So if number 5 is always like up in there, man. I mean,
I'll probably take Rodman, man.
Then there's Rodman, there's Pippen, there's so many.
Rodman.
Like when I think of my top 5, I literally if we're going starters, my 5 versus your 5, I feel like you have to do 10 because you literally have to do substitutes. You have to have two power forwards, two threes, 2 2s, and 2 point guards.
Right.
So, like for me, like my initial top 5, you say, all right, just your 5 versus my 5. You know, I'm taking Shaq on my first string for center, but my second would be the Dream. You know,
I got Dream, of course, Olajuwon.
Of course, yeah.
Then for power forwards, I mean, as much as I love Rodman, like I'm probably gonna throw Tim Duncan.
Number 1. Then he got Dirk. I mean, shit, you know.
Yeah, right. See, even before Dirk, I'm actually gonna go Mailman or KG.
KG.
And it's like
KG. You know what? I've never been a fan of the Mailman, but
just
solid. He was solid. Then there's Barkley. There's so many, you know.
Yeah.
There's Sean Kemp. I mean, you know.
Sean Kemp.
And then people always talk about, Jordan never faced any competition, this and that. I'm like, man, you mean to tell me that fucking Gary Payton in your face talking all this shit to you? Which
is one of my favorite point guards of all fucking time.
Of course, right? You mean to tell me Sean Kemp? You mean to tell me Larry Johnson, Alonzo Mourning, Charles Barkley? You mean to tell me all these, Clyde Drexler? You mean to tell me all these guys weren't competition? I mean, shit.
Yeah, if someone puts Mourning on their top 5, I mean, you can't, you know, statistically this and that, but when you look at the way they played and just what they did for the game,
bro,
it's hard.
You know, it's like I was explaining to my son the other day. You know, my younger son. I mean, he you know, we had a game and he got crossed. You know, he got crossed, and it's just like my older son was making fun of him, this and that. I'm like, and I was telling my younger son, I'm like, listen. Everybody gets crossed. Everybody gets blocked. Everybody gets dunked on. Everybody gets everything on.
Harry's drinking again.
And so, like, I mean, Alonzo Mourning was willing to get dunked on because he wasn't scared to get dunked on. He wasn't scared to go up and try to block that shot. He wasn't scared to go up and take that hit. He wasn't scared. You know what I mean? And these days, I mean, a lot of players aren't scared, but man, it's like now it's transverse to where like. From respect to like embarrassment now, you know what I mean? And it's just like, you know, like people talk about when Iverson crossed over Michael Jordan. I'm like, yeah, man, you can talk shit all about that, but in reality, I love Iverson, but what is he?
Hey, but you know what though? It's the game. People look at it like, oh, they could just do it like that, man. It's, you know, the rhythm, the timing, at that particular moment. You know what I mean? You know, and Michael Jordan was in the right position, and Iverson was.
It don't matter, man. So it's one of those things, man. But you know what? When it comes to basketball, man, it's just, man, there's a beauty to it, and
there is, man.
I love the game, man. You know, it's like even with my AAU team, I've been trying. You know what? I did the other day, man. I popped a couple edibles, and I started watching The Last Dance, and I was like, you know what? It just fucking clicked to me, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking learn the shit out of this triangle offense. And I'm gonna fucking put it into my AU team, and I'm gonna really put it into them. And if they don't fucking like it, they can play for another AU team. You know what I mean? And what I love about the triangle offense, man, it's opportunity for everybody to touch the ball, everybody to score, everybody. You know what I mean? Because I have my key players to score, but man, you know what bigger threat than to have like the least expected player to score then you know what I mean.
And there's always a way for you to pass to another
Exactly, man.
person that yeah.
And I've been running like these other offenses and these other zone offenses and all that because
Yeah.
I tell these kids, I'm like, man, guaranteed we're gonna come out with these kids, and they're gonna play zone. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, who what's the name of the guy that created that? The guy from Chicago Bulls, Red something Phil
Red-
Jackson.
it was
Who?
the guy who gave it to Phil Jackson.
But that was Red Auerbach
Who?
coach, but Phil Jackson.
Not Red Auerbach, but
It was
yeah, because
somebody
he's
to
with.
give it to Phil Jackson. It was somebody to give it to Phil Jackson that they can't.
And then something there was a coach
I forgot
that Phil
who.
Jackson.
Yes, that he worked with, and it was somebody that ran it, and they pushed it on Phil Jackson, and he kind of pushed it on the other, because Phil Jackson was the assistant at the time, right?
To something Collins.
Doug Collins.
Doug Collins.
Well, yeah,
I think so, maybe.
and they ran it, and it kind of pissed off Jordan because it kind of took the ball out of his hands.
Right.
I googled it. Tex Winter.
There you go.
That's it. Tex Winter. Yeah. Tex Winter.
Yeah, man.
Tex Winter. Red. Tex Winter.
But-
Yeah. He came up with the whole concept of the triangle.
there's a beauty
offense.
to it, man. There's a beauty to the game, and there's it's like my,
Yeah.
anyways, like I was telling you, like my younger son, he got crossed, right? And then halftime, I was like, man, this kid in your garden is killing you. He's killing you, man. But it's like I love to make adjustments, and I love to see how things happen. And I told him at halftime, I was like, man, this kid that's killing you, listen, put your chest on him, arms wide, and that's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Second half, he held him to 2 points, and it's just like, and so like the beauty with coaching and all that, man. I mean, I know obviously for a fact I'm not the best coach out there, man. But
I mean, being a coach though, whether best in what manner, because a lot of times it also depends on the players
it does,
and just the whole, and it also depends on it's the whole chemistry of the whole thing. Because no, I feel you, man.
yeah. So and coaching my boys is different. I can be harder on them, this and that. They're kids. I'm like, all right, go out there, do whatever. But I grab my son to the side. And I'm like, listen, man, this kid's killing you. This is what you got to do. Put your chest on him. Put your hands wide, and he's not going to score. Sure enough, held him to 2 points, and only because he got screened on one, and that was it, man. I mean, shit, And then my other son, I mean, he's not. If my older son had the motivation of his younger brother, fuck, man, he'd be a killer out there, But he's got to break through that, and but the beauty of coaching AAU, man, is these kids, they growing up in a small town is, they play kids here in town, but like I told them, I'm like, man, we're gonna go play at Salt Lake. These white kids out there, and take it how you want it. These white kids out there can shoot. We're gonna play against white kids, black kids, Tongan kids. We're not gonna play against kids. I'll tell you that right now. And sure enough, I don't think we've played one Mexican kid. I'm like, and you guys are lucky because if we went to Vegas, LA, San Francisco, something like that, man, you guys would be having some kids talk some shit to you where you probably would never want to play again.
And that can ball.
That can hoop.
That can ball.
Yes, exactly. So I'm like, man, you guys don't know. And I'm just saying, like, it's just like, man, you'll get, so like we go over here to Salt Lake and play, and we've been doing pretty good. We take third and some tournaments and stuff like that. But man, it's like, man, you guys don't really know what's out there yet. I have some kids that had to adjust, and I had some kids that I had to tell them, hey, man, you can't run shit by yourself. You got to use your team. You got to utilize your team, and it's been working out pretty well. But man, I mean, the beauty of the sport though is that there's so many things you can do with it.
How old are the kids that you're coaching?
So I got 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. My oldest son is in 6th grade. My youngest son's in 3rd grade. My 3rd grader is playing with the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and my 3rd grader son is actually practicing with us every day, and he's killing it, man. He picks these kids. He steals a ball from them. He makes layups. I mean, man, I'm excited to see him when he's older, But
hey, man, basketball is good, man. It's good.
Man.
Both my boys played basketball.
Oh man, it's a beautiful sport, man. I love it.
It teaches them to be disciplined.
Oh sure, man, and and I mean and even with the kids, I think they're kind of starting to learn like my demeanor on it, like when my attitude on it. I mean, there was one game where we got blown out, but my kids just were not playing. Flat out, were not playing. and we had one more game, and I flat out sat them all on the bench, and luckily all their parents were behind them, and I said, hey, if we play on the next court at 8:30, if you guys are ready to play, meet me there. If not, get the fuck out of here. Go with your parents. Go sit in the stands, cheer us on, whatever you want to do. But if you're ready to play, meet me on that court. If not, get the fuck out of here. And their parents looked at me like, what the fuck? But I was like, oh, man, you don't have to play for me. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, you know? And sure enough, I mean, all my kids showed up. They played out. We won the next game. But, man, I mean, it's just like these kids that, like, a lot of them, they had to get humbled, you know? I mean, my oldest son, I mean, I think our first tournament, he's like, Dad, the kid I'm guarding has muscles. I don't understand what's going on here.
No, they need to understand competition is really good, man. I promote competition.
Oh, competition is great, man. And you know, and so you know, it's fun, man, but
yeah, I can't wait till I get older kids than you, because I'm still coaching my 7-year-old.
And what? Second grade, first grade?
Second grade, and
exactly, yeah. So
I got four of the 6 kids I had last year on our squad, and they're okay, but I get so frustrated because I'm like I want to fucking like throw down the clipboard and like
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Because some of them just won't listen. Like I'll try to teach them a drill, and I'll say, okay, we're gonna go over here. As soon as they see my finger, they'll just take off running. I'm like, hey, I didn't know. Come here.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'll start picking up the ball. I'll say, no, put that ball down. We're using one ball.
Yeah, exactly.
One ball. Boom. When I want 2 balls, I will tell you guys, pick up the ball. Please listen to me. I get so frustrated, man.
Oh man, it's hard, man. Sometimes, you know, I got to the point where I made a rule with all my teams. You know, very first practice, every time I coach, I say, hey, I have one rule. I mean, I have a lot of rules, but my main rule, this is my main rule. If one kid is messing around, this whole team is running. This whole team.
Ooh.
Everybody. And they look at each other like, what? And I'm like, and, you know, it's happened a couple times where, like, you know, one kid's fucking around this now. I'm like, all right, everybody on the baseline. And then they get mad at that kid. I'm like, hey, yeah, talk shit to him, this and that. I mean, tell him, hey, you know, it's your fault. You know what I mean? And the kid, I'm like, your parents are over there. Yeah, that's fine. They're watching you run. That's fine. And you don't have to play for me, but you know what I mean? It's going to be a wake-up call later on when you're in high school and this and that, and you're complaining about shit like this. I mean, it is what it is. I am being a little bit hard on you, but man, I mean, I'm just trying to show you that you really need, if you're here to play, you're here to play. You're not here to fuck around.
Yeah, a kid who is spoiled, man, really has a harder time in anything.
Oh, yeah, and that's for sure, man. I mean, you know, but
I was telling my son literally yesterday after practice, because I made him run a little extra, and the other team didn't show up, so we actually had the full court for once. So okay. I made him play 3. We only had 5 kids, so I was the third one. So we ran full court. They were dying, breathing and shit. I said, all right, in the practice we're gonna run more. And I get in the car, my son's like, oh, it feels so good to sit down. I said, dude, there were times there when I went to Hug High, when I left Windover, the coach coming from, you know, 2A to, you know, big bad 4A, you know,
4A, yeah,
it was a step up, but no real shit. Bro, I was a little, you know, 15, whatever, 14. There was moments after practice where I would bawl, like I was crying, like in pain.
Yeah.
Like my legs are seized up. My mom showed up to one practice one time out of town. She came, and she seen what we were doing, and she fucking wanted to go. She said, Cody, like, you don't have to put yourself through this. I mean, like, the drills were just so fucking vicious, and then, you know, like when the coach would take the ball, like, he goes right, you got to dive right, and then get your ass up and dive left, like all those little drills, and he would yell at us and grab us by the jersey and get the fuck, what are you doing? And, you know, but even then I told Mom, I said, Mom, nah, it's cool, it's all good. And but I told my son that yesterday. I said, every level that you go up, I said, I'm not always going to be your coach, but I said, if you're, you know, don't complain now or next year. I said, it's all a process. I said, you're going to have players yelling at you, coaches yelling at you. It's not always going to be in a bad way, but in this game, I said, man, it really is a man's game. You know, shout out to women that play, but you have to have tough skin in this shit.
You do, you sure do, man. I mean, damn. I mean, one of my most skilled players that I have, man, he was trying to do it all on his own, and I flat out fucking yelled at him in practice on my AU team. I mean, my AU team I take a little bit more serious than junior jazz. Junior jazz, they have all their little rules and shit. They got to play half the game, blah blah blah. But my AU team is different, man. I mean, I had this kid that was trying to take over this and that, and I fucking flat out during practice, I fucking freaked out, and I said, "Hey, man, like, what the fuck? Like, you can't do this shit on your own. You got fucking 4 other players that are helping you." And I said, "If you continue to do that shit, get the fuck out of this gym and leave this fucking team." And he took it how any 13-year-old kid would, and got mad and hated me, this and that. Like, I don't give a fuck. You don't have to play me. And I said, if you're smart, you will take this shit as a learning experience, and you will know that you can't do it on your own. And sure enough,
No.
and he's a head coach.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, blah. And man, ever since then he's progressed. He's done better. He's he's a one right away. We'll be shooting around at practice when we're starting. People will be putting on their shoes, this and that. And now all of a sudden he's the one. Hey, 3-man weave, let's go, 3-man weave. And right away he gets these kids in line. And I'm like, fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm
There
fucking
you go.
talking about. You know what I mean? So
You got a leader.
exactly. And even my son, I tell him, I'm like, man, if you're gonna be a point guard, you gotta break out of your shell, man. You gotta tell these kids, you gotta fucking grab your center by his jersey and tell him where to stand, where to go. You gotta tell your fucking number 2, number 3. You gotta tell him where to go. You gotta you're gonna be the smallest kid out there, but you gotta have the loudest voice. You have to. And he's getting there. On defense, man, his defense is fucking killer, and so it is getting there, man. It's badass. I love it.
That's good.
Man.
When me and Alonzo used to play, we never played on the same team recreationally, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
me and Fern did. And but I used to hate when the motherfucking guard would be like, "Get your big ass over there," and you put it in, and you did it. I feel like the guy in fucking God damn it, the Adam Sandler movie, like the big
Longest
dude.
yard.
Okay.
Longest yard. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, longest yard. I feel like the guy. Oh, like probably by the outlet.
Over there. yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's what the leader has to do, man. They have to be comfortable with doing that, knowing that it's a respectful thing, that you're just doing it to fucking try to get this game as perfect as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But that's cool though, man. I love it though. But yeah, I love it.
Amazing, like going through it now. In high school, like a lot of moments sucked, but now having kids, man, don't you appreciate every time that you were yelled at or every time you were disciplined? You know what I'm saying? Now,
I tell them, like, man, I'm like, I feel like how I feel like the players that weren't as good, that wanted to be better, make the better coaches than the players that were really good, because I feel like the coaches that are really good, they have a more understanding on how to make somebody better, because they couldn't do it. They're like, man, I know how to do it, but I can't. I can teach you how to do it, but I can't. But there's people like, like Michael Jordan. I honestly feel like I don't think he would make a good coach like Steve Kerr is,
Right. Yeah.
There's a little bit of a difference. And in all honesty, man, I feel that same way. I love basketball. I've played basketball all my life, but I know it wasn't the best. So I do feel like within my kids, I feel like I can tell them, hey, man, I struggled at this. I didn't work as hard as this. I didn't take this as seriously. I'm telling you that if you do this, you do this, you do this, you take this serious, you're going to get to this. You know what I mean? That's just me.
Yeah. I teach my son young too.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, you're going to go through some shit, man. We got kids that cry on the team. One kid was pouting yesterday, and he didn't want to finish practice. I'm like, you gonna come over here and join us? And I'm like, okay. And but then then we do the huddle. I said, all right, everybody, we're gonna go over here to so and so and get our huddle in. 1, 2, 3, June jab. We get in the car, and my son like why was he crying? Dad? I said, I said, son, kid, I said, you guys have different temperaments. I said, I said, you're gonna come across that. I said, there's gonna be times when you want to cry. I said, so don't make fun of them. At the same time,
of course.
you gotta develop that thick skin where he knows I don't want him crying unless it's worth it. Even when he gets hurt, he'll fall down and look at me and for like approval, like and if I man get up, he'll get up. But I tell him if you're hurt, man. And, you know, ain't nothing wrong with letting it out, but don't be a fucking sissy, man. Over a kid slapping your arm and this little shit.
Yeah, play through that.
Get up in there, you know. That's one thing we're having a hard time now. The junior jazz over here, there's no stealing yet.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
But you have these couple of kids, no wristband, but you have a couple of kids that they just don't get the concept, so they're constantly swiping. But as a coach too, I'm sitting there like,
how can you teach them the game that way?
Yeah, like so my son, like he's fucking savage with it. He just like if the kid's dribbling the ball, and because the other kids don't know, because my son's thick and stocky, he ain't no guard. But honestly, I play him like a guard wing because the other kids, they don't understand to go like we have 3 kids. The one's taking it out. Both kids want to get the ball. And I'm like, no, I need somebody down at the basket. Every time the other team scores, I need one of you down there, one guy taking up the ball. And
you got 4 other kids waiting for the ball like this.
Yeah, they're just standing. I'm like, get you two go down there. And so I have my son, like sometimes because other kids standing around, and as soon as you're not supposed to, guard full court. So I told my son, as soon as that motherfucker bring it on half court, you go attack it. And I got in trouble a couple of times. Like even the parents, hey, they're not supposed to be reaching.
Yeah.
And then I gotta kind of do the silent, like, hey, good job. That's actually what you're supposed to do.
That, in a real game, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, trust me, bro. I mean, we struggle with that shit here. I mean, even in the older league, man. I mean, we can only press the last 2 minutes, and I tell these kids, man, we're up 15. We're still pressing. It don't matter. We're pressing we're pressing because I'm trying to teach you guys the right way. And trust me, man, I get you. My younger son, the 8 to 10 league. I mean, they don't have the wristbands. Oh, excuse me. They keep score, but yeah, same shit. They got to pick him up at half court, and I tell my son, I'm like, you know what, man? I mean, just fucking half court, and fucking get on his ass.
Get on there.
And it's like, it sucks, man, because I can't. It sucks, but and then now they got out here. I mean, we got Joey Hendricks that's running the rec, which is good because he grew up in this town, and I know a lot of the stuff that he's doing is kind of like pushed on him. So like he's got like this rule that like if player swears, they sit out for 2 minutes, they swear a second time, they're kicked out of the game. So you know what I mean? And it's like, man, I mean,
what the fuck?
Yeah. And it's like I get it. I'm not saying I get it. But it's like, man, a lot of these kids, man, I mean, if you try that shit like in Vegas, New York, fucking Cali, I mean, come on, man. You really think that shit's gonna fly?
No.
I mean, yeah, it's just like, man, I get it. I get it. I'm not against it. I'm just saying it's like. So, anyways, man, I mean, I've had a kid get kicked out because he swore and this and that. And it's like, man, I mean, they swear out of frustration. They don't swear to the other player, They swear. The kid that I got kicked out, he swore because he missed a shot,
And plus, too, a lot of these kids, I mean, they hear that from their own parents. I mean,
exactly, you know what I mean? Exactly. So, and,
I mean, it's like it's bad.
I saw another kid from my youth team. Same shit. He's not on my team, but he's on another team, and it's same shit. I mean, he hears it from his parents and this and that, and it's like, man, I mean, it's hard, man. It's really hard, but then, like, it's hard. It's hard. They're the junior jazz, but that's why I enjoy the AAU because AAU's different, man. AAU's real basketball. AAU, like, man, you can press. I mean, AAU's different. AAU's a lot different. I mean, there's a clapping in the face. There's a fucking whispers in your ear about fucking shit talking. AAU, there's shots in your face. I mean, AAU's different. So I love it, but just junior jazz, man, it's like, fuck, man, it's hard. It's hard, but
it's good beginner stuff. But
it is. And like, I got some kids that are beginners, man, so it's cool, and I'm But man, I mean, fuck it. It's like, but I feel like going from AAU to junior jazz, it's fuck, man. I mean, I was down, I think 14-0 in one game in junior jazz, and I was like, call timeout, and I was like, guys, we're down 14-0. What the fuck is going on? And these kids were frustrated, and I think my son included. I had two kids, my son and another kid that were on my AU team. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with you guys? I'm like, guys, like we're gonna win this game. Don't worry. And they looked at me like, we're down 14-0. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking. We're only 3 minutes into the game. Relax. We ended up winning by like 16. I mean,
Wow.
you know what I mean? I'm like, fucking relax. Like it's fine. But man, it's just different.
Yeah.
But
Let me ask you, like with the AAU circuit and this and that. So are you in a network? Like do you have other coaches like in your on speed dial? Like say if you want to take your team down to Vegas, or if you want to take your team over across state lines, I mean, are you in a network to where you just reach out to these other AAU coaches, or how does that whole?
so I wish I'm not. I wish I was, but so when we go to Salt Lake, we play in these jam on it tournaments, and I like these. I like the jam on it tournaments. I mean, I know a lot of the guys are from Reno, so I know them from there. I know a lot of these guys from Reno, and I like how they set up their tournaments. But now, pretty much, I'm running it by myself. I mean, I'm kind of like, as I started, I was kind of winging it, not winging it, but kind of going from what I've learned and along the years of what's worked. But I it's pretty much by myself, and I kind of like it that way. Because I'm not saying that I would ever be like turn down somebody to try to help me, but I kind of like it by myself because I feel like I kind of have a good system going and it kind of works, and I kind of try to read every player how their strengths and weaknesses and stuff. But man, it's pretty much by myself, and I kind of like I mean, we had a lot of talent here in Windover, so I try to think of players that I played with that were good at certain things and not good at certain things, this and that, and I kind of take all that into consideration to kind of try to take what I learned from my coach as a junior, senior, and all that. And so I do it by myself, and I kind of like it that way, man. I've had people ask me if they could help this and that. I'm like, you know what, man, I'm all right, because I don't feel like I need it. I feel like, right now, it's these players, they kind of.
I guess Ray decided to exit himself out before I gave him a fucking applause. So good night, Ray.
All right, Ray.
Fuck you then.
But yeah, man. So yeah, I can do it by myself, man. But I like it though.
Yeah, that's dope, man. So and you're the only AAU team in Windover?
So actually, no. Jim, right? Jim Trammell that owns the cinema.
Yeah.
He actually has AAU team that he takes. They're older. They're in high school, and he takes them to. And I'll see him at the same tournaments. But man, I'm learning the grants and all that about this stuff, man. I mean, I've been doing fundraisers and stuff for jerseys and stuff, but next is what I'm applying. I've applied for like 3 grants. I've only heard back from one of them, but it's like, you don't know if you don't ask, So what they told me from the one that I did hear back from, they're like, hey, you know what? We carefully reviewed everything you said, but we can't give you a grant because you don't have like a nonprofit organization. They're like, so at this point, if we did approve you, we'd be just kind of giving you money, like yourself. Okay. And I was like, okay, I didn't know that. So, but now like I'm gonna apply to the city and this and that. And I heard that the gym actually got a grant from the city, this and that. And so I'm kind of learning as I go, but it's good though. So I kind of like doing it by myself, man. I kind of like putting my own system into it. I mean, both my boys are in it. And I kind of like being by myself,
That'd be dope, man. Ray has a nonprofit there in Reno, but you can obviously get your own. But knowing that information, that's something he's trying to get grants himself for the church. He has a nonprofit with his church organization. He's always telling me like all this, the ins and outs of the business dealings, and
yeah, of course,
that would be. And then what's the next step from that? Say like, getting Nike to sponsor the team. Like,
Man, that'd be cool, man. I mean, right now we did a fundraiser for some jerseys. That are some jerseys. They'll probably be here in the next couple of weeks. But I think after that, I mean, I had a kid that told me, "Hey, coach, we should get some sweaters, this and that." I'm like, "Yeah, we can do a fundraiser for that, this and that." But then I'm thinking, I'm like, man, if we had a grant, we could just order that stuff, you know. But it's like, you know, so I don't know, man. It's kind of hard because small town, but then it's kind of easy because small town, if that makes sense. But um, so it's easy to raise money, but it's hard. It's hard at the same time. But next, my next step. I mean, I tell my kids, I tell my oldest son, I'm like, man, I'm gonna coach you until I can't, you know. I mean, you know, as far as like in high school, like I'm in school wise, I'm gonna coach you until I can't. I'm like, you know, when you're in varsity, this and that. Obviously, I'm not the varsity coach, but AAU, man, I'll coach you till I can't, you know, and he loves it, you know. And I asked him, I think a year ago, and I said, hey, man, this is a lot. This is a lot for me too. This takes a lot from other stuff. This is a lot. I said, but are you serious about playing basketball or not? And he said, yeah. So I said, okay, as long as you're serious, then I'm serious. But if you're not, it's okay. You don't have to be. But let me know because this takes up a lot of time. And I said, I'm only doing it for you guys. I said, I love it, but I'm only doing it for you guys. So I you know, I had to kind of sit down and talk to him. And he said, yeah, I'm serious. And I've seen the work ethic in him, so I love it, you know.
That's cool. Hopefully, and I said this before in the pod, man, like hopefully you can apply, right? Like I want to see you be the West Windover varsity coach, and then
that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
And then, man, see my boy over there, man, state titles and playoff runs.
Yeah, like you know, like you remember Hoser that I used to live with. You know, he's coaching at a varsity. He's at varsity level and at a 4A school. He's at Worcester.
Oh, really?
In Reno, and man, I mean, he's doing it, man. He's really? Coaching. Okay. He's getting it. You know, he hasn't had the best years, but man, he's a very knowledgeable guy. I sometimes ask him for stuff, and he loves the game, man. He knows the game really, really well. So, you know, he's doing it, man. He's doing it in the city, and he's doing it, man. He's been out in the news. He's been, man.
When I go over to Reno, man, I'm gonna reach out to Jose. I'm gonna go check out some of the games. You know?
Yeah, you have to, man. He has a kid, Jose, man. That's Latino kid that can dunk. He can, man. This kid he's crazy. But yeah, man.
We're gonna be. I've already looked into schools. I got my kid going to a charter school over there.
Oh, okay.
But you know, we're actually, it'll be interesting, man. The daughter, she's gonna be going to like Sparks High, I think.
Oh, there you go.
Initially, and then we're just, you know, we're gonna see, probably look at some different schools and stuff. But I told my son, man, you know, Ogden's cool. You're gonna experience stuff. But I said, when we go to Reno, I mean, there's gonna be new kids, new talent, a lot of influx of California kids at the last couple of years. And I said, so it's you're in for a tough road, you know. And now he really likes football too. He wants to play football like bad, and so I think, you know, just like Dad, basketball and football are going to be his 1 and 2.
There you go, man. I mean, you know, I told my kids, I'm like, hey, man, pick up soccer and track on the side.
Yeah,
that's going to help you. And lately, my kids, they're not the best at soccer, but man, I'm glad they're in soccer for conditioning. I have a kid on my AU team that's a soccer player, man. That's his number one sport is soccer. Out of all the kids, conditioning wise, he's the best conditioned, regardless.
Yeah,
because he plays soccer, man. I mean, and he's fast. He doesn't get tired. His defense is on point. I mean, man, he's a guard. He's solid on defense.
Yeah, I got my son.
He kind of knows his role, you know.
Yeah, I got my son into karate, baseball. Oh, yeah. He did indoor soccer when he was like 3. He wants to try it again. I'm like, okay, like whatever you want to do. Fucking chess club, fucking.
Don't matter.
If he wants to do ROTC, fucking, I thought that shit was whack, but look at.
He wants to do band. Let him.
Everything. And I always tell him, it don't have to be athletics, because I say the percentage of you even going professional is low as fuck.
It's less than 1%, I think.
Yeah. So I'm like, let's get you education. Let's get you
and that's what I tell my kids. I'm like, man, just try to get a scholarship, and that's it, man. I mean, I'm not trying to kill your dreams or nothing, man. But I'm just saying, you're first of all, you're fucking Mexican. You're short. You're, you know what I mean? It's just like, it is what it is, man. I mean, just try to get yourself a scholarship, and that should be our goal, you know?
Yeah. have fun with the game, and build relationships. You know,
exactly. Maybe you'll get a job in the NBA as something else. I mean, but I'm not trying to get you to sell yourself short. But I think you can play the game forever. But I tell them, I'm like, your goal should be a scholarship, and then utilize that for something else.
Yeah, and I've already told my son, like, man, the NBA cool, but if you could go make a living $80,000 overseas instead of making 40 at a warehouse in the States, that's a win.
Yeah,
there's
of course.
so many wins if you can get an assistant coaching job on
exactly, of course,
on a G League. Fuck.
Yeah, of course, don't matter. No matter what it is, a trainer, a medical something, anything, a fucking anything, sports medicine, anything,
That's why I see for you, man, like you do this AU coaching and you get to even JV, and then there's a varsity position, and the next thing you know, like you go to a 3A school, then a 4A school, then a junior college, and then next thing you know, you're in a G League, or you're in, like who's to say in 25 years you're gonna be Coach A, Coach P, Coach Palafa, Utah State,
some. And I fucked up because years ago, I want to say like 4 or 5 years ago, somebody from the high school said, "Hey, the JV girls is looking for a coach. Would you be interested?" Like to replying, and I'm like, man, my kids are little, this and that, and I didn't, and I wish I would have, because the girls JV coach. I'm not trying to talk shit about her, but man, I just feel like I just personally feel like I could do a better job, and I'm just like, I should have fucking jumped on that, because by now I probably could have been at least the JV boys coach, or assistant varsity or something,
Yeah.
But it's all good.
Would have had a JV state title under your belt.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, shit, man. I mean, are you still taking people out different styles or no?
I haven't done it in a while. It's a rarity.
Every time I come on here, I gotta do it.
All right, hold on then. Just for this, let me pull up my real soundboard, because I got thousands of sounds. I haven't been, and this has been dope. Thanks for tapping in, man. I haven't done a 4.5, almost a 5-hour show.
Almost, man. Almost. And yeah, I'm saying, dude, I waited over an hour to get on this fucking thing. So I'm glad you're doing good.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we're getting some good guests. Let me get this see if they got it. Oh shit. Okay, what we got?
You got to take me out Kobe style, bro.
Yep. I'm looking for it. I'm just looking for a
Jordan. I do a Jordan.
All right. One of these days, the podcast is going to get big enough where
there's a Jordan, take me out Jordan style. But for now, you got to take me out Kobe style.
All right. Kobe style it is. Lonzo Amac in the building. Sure. Here we go. Mayday. Kobe!
Damn, that's fucked up, but hey, R.I.P. Kobe.
R.I.P. Kobe.
All right, bro.
All right, brother. Peace and blessings, man. Love you. And have a good
everything goes well. I'll try to be on here next Thursday.
All right, brother.
All right, bro. Take care.
All right. Hey, Mac in the house, y'all. And that does it for us here. 4 hours and 32 minutes up in the building. Another great show. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, tapped in. We see we got some people over here on the YouTube. Shout out to Rico Aviles, Tiffany Gordon, C.A. Canuble, Brian B., and DJ Steady up in the building. And also Chino Boy tapping in on the live chat. And Tone Motivates. I appreciate y'all. We'll be back next week for the 57th edition of Harris is Drinking Again.
Harry's drinking again.
And that wraps it up for tonight. Salute to Hollywood Wade Williamson. Stay tuned for some clips and some shorts from his interview. Man had an amazing story. It's been dope, man. 221 subscribers. Thank you to everybody so much, man. Harris is Drinking Again podcast. The consistency will continue. We got some good content coming for you. Tommy Chung full interview will be out soon. And check out the Gianni Russo interview up on the channel now. Peace and love. Have a good night. We out this bitch. Yeah. Yo. You have been listening to the Harris is Drinking Again pubcast. For more, go to YouTube, type in @HideaPubcast. Look us up on Spotify, any and all streaming platforms. Harris is Drinking Again pubcast. Thank you.